The man had clearly touched a sunspot with his bare hands. Yet, he wasn't burned to ashes. Instead, he actually became the sun god. With ultimate light and heat, he turned into a second sun, walking among mankind. With a casual touch, he infused a blade with solar energy. The heat it released was enough to incinerate everything in its path. Yet, on the very first day of his rebirth, his gorgeous girlfriend publicly decided to break up with him, all because she had been accepted into the top-tier Qingbei University. And now looked down on Feng Yi, who hadn't even gotten into a third-rate college. Clearly, she believed the two of them no longer belonged in the same world. Chu Qingli kept listing her reasons on her own, all to make Feng Yi face reality and stop clinging to her. Chu Qingli felt there was nothing wrong with this. After all, their environments were different now, and the two of them were destined to walk separate paths. A crowd watched them, amused and eager for drama. Feng Yi simply gave a careless nod and agreed to the breakup. His answer was so clean and decisive that Chu Qingli froze on the spot. Seeing him turn and leave without the slightest reluctance, that sudden sense of loss made Chu Qingli instinctively call out to stop him. Hearing her voice, Feng Yi glanced at her and asked what else she wanted. Chu Qingli forced herself to stay calm and coldly said that no matter what method Feng Yi used, she would never get back together with him. Feng Yi stared at her expressionlessly for a few seconds, then left her with a simple reply. "Don't flatter yourself." Those words instantly shattered Chu Qingli's composure. Her face flushed red, and she was so embarrassed, she wanted the earth to swallow her whole. As Feng Yi listened to the whispers around him, he almost wanted to laugh. Chu Qingli and everyone else had no idea what was about to happen. When that time came, money, education, and social status would mean absolutely nothing, because 1 year later, the global spiritual awakening would begin. The world would undergo a complete transformation. The rules of society would be completely reshuffled. The era of cultivators would arrive, and power would become the standard by which everything was measured. In his previous life, Feng Yi had only been an ordinary man struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Countless mutated beasts became walking disasters, destroying countless cities. In the end, Feng Yi still failed to escape their pursuit and died in the jaws of those monsters. In that cold despair, his resentment and thirst for revenge reached their peak. And at that very moment, a system from the ultimate depths of the universe bound itself to him. The system sent him back to 1 year before the spiritual energy awakening. This system possessed a top-tier algorithm containing the mysteries of the universe, allowing it to automatically create cultivation techniques based on any spiritual object Feng Yi came into contact with. Right now, most people still had no idea that the spiritual energy awakening was coming. During this period, Feng Yi planned to turn every abnormality caused by spiritual energy into his own advantage. At that moment, the television station was broadcasting several news reports. One report mentioned that fishermen had discovered an abnormal torrential storm. Another said that a giant tree in a scenic area had grown wildly overnight, defying all logic. The news did not blindly reassure the public, nor did it deny the storm and plant mutations. Instead, it reminded people to take precautions in advance. To Feng Yi, who knew the truth, the authorities were clearly releasing warning signals on purpose. This subtle approach was exactly Sha Country's usual style. It allowed people to stay calm without realizing it and continue trusting their country, even though this method took far more effort. But its results were far better than the chaos next door, where people started looting at the slightest sign of trouble. At that moment, Feng Yi was also browsing online forums on his phone, searching for abnormal phenomena. Soon, one piece of news caught his attention. The ultraviolet intensity at Qingbei University had far exceeded normal levels. Others had seen the news too, but none of them believed it. After all, they were not that far from Qingbei University, and where they were, the sky was clearly still dark and cloudy. Yet, according to the report, the temperature in Qingbei's northern campus had already reached 74 degrees Celsius. Looking at all the skeptical comments, Feng Yi smiled faintly. Right now, most people still treated this kind of news as clickbait. Only Feng Yi knew that his first opportunity had arrived. 15 minutes later, at the northern gate of Qingbei University, Feng Yi wiped the sweat from his face. The abnormal heat here was clearly anything but normal. Under the sunlight, dazzling patches of light had formed on the ground. Even the security guards earning a meager 3,000 yuan a month could not endure it and had already run off. Feng Yi endured the scorching heat. The instant his hand touched the glowing patch, the system's voice rang in his ear. Intense solar attribute fluctuations detected. Solar attribute data template unlocked. In an instant, Golden light spread through Feng Yi's body like countless threads. Immediately after, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from him. The security guards who were leaving were nearly blinded and had no idea what was happening. What they did not know was that Feng Yi felt as if his entire body were burning in flames, the pain digging deep into his bones. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Compilation complete. You have obtained a solar attribute cultivation technique, golden sun breathing technique. Meanwhile, at the freshman registration area near another gate of Qingbei University, Feng Yi's ex-girlfriend, Xu Qingli, arrived gracefully. Her exquisite beauty instantly drew countless upperclassmen, all eager to get close to her. However, Xu Qingli had no interest in any of them. Just then, a pillar of light shot into the sky behind her. The campus broadcast immediately followed, warning all students not to approach the northern gate. Xu Qingli frowned slightly when she heard this, but she had no intention of obeying the school's warning. On Feng Yi's side, his entire body was covered in brilliant golden light. With every breath, golden solar energy surged into his organs, forcing countless impurities out of his body before burning them to nothing. Feng Yi also learned from the system that by gazing at the blazing sun and breathing in its scorching power, he could use the golden sun breathing technique to temper his body until he became a true sun god. The system notification sounded again, congratulating Feng Yi for obtaining 50 compilation points. Although Feng Yi still did not know what they were used for, as he circulated the golden sun breathing technique, the blazing sun in the sky actually dimmed for a brief instant. Even though it lasted only a moment, it still caused many university students to cry out in shock. At that moment, the university president finally arrived at the northern gate and began dispersing the students nearby. But what drew even more attention was the group of uniformed soldiers following behind him. The man leading them immediately ordered the president to seal off the entire northern gate. Feng Yi also noticed the commotion over there. He instantly made a decision and left. Not long after Feng Yi departed, the mysterious officer arrived at the place where he had been standing. He touched the scorched marks on the ground. Then he brought his fingers to his nose and smelled them, instantly concluding that this was the work of a human. He muttered under his breath, "Has someone else come into contact with spiritual energy ahead of time?" Xu Qingli, who had followed after him, happened to hear that murmur. Her eyes swept across the distant street, and for a moment she seemed to glimpse a familiar figure. Was that Feng Yi? But Xu Qingli quickly denied her own guess. With Feng Yi's grades, how could he possibly have the nerve to show up at Qingbei University? An hour later, Feng Yi returned home and began cultivating by absorbing sunlight. Then, he suddenly wondered whether the commotion he had caused earlier had been reported online. He picked up his phone to check, only for the top trending topic, the Cultivation Association's realm chart, to catch his attention. Feng Yi had some impression of this association. It seemed to be an online group created a year ago, and everyone had thought it was just a meme back then. He never expected it to go viral now. But when he connected it with the spiritual energy awakening and the mysterious military personnel he had just seen, Feng Yi knew this matter was not that simple. The moment he opened it, a detailed list of cultivation realms appeared before his eyes. The first realm was called the Ghost Axe Realm, using the miraculous power of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to forge the human body into a weapon. The second realm was Spirit Creation, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to awaken divine bloodlines and create inner spiritual energy. The third realm was Vajra, and so on. By the time it reached the final extreme realm, the description became unbelievably exaggerated, claiming one could transcend the void, control the life and death of all things, and even split heaven and earth apart. Many people did not believe any of it was real. However, Feng Yi immediately noticed the official seal on it. Although he had only been an ordinary person in his previous life, and had never heard of the Cultivation Association, Xia country was extremely strict when it came to official seals. So, Feng Yi followed the information written on the chart and began circulating the golden sun breathing technique. Soon, waves of heat surged across his body. As the golden sun breathing technique circulated, Feng Yi's entire body hovered in midair, his surroundings burning like flames. The first step of the Ghost Axe Realm was to temper one's body into a weapon, use that weapon-like body to contain heaven and earth's spiritual energy, then control that energy to forge the shape of a divine axe. In an instant, the projection of a divine axe, condensed from endless flames, slowly took shape, and the moment it fully formed, Feng Yi felt an unprecedented power being born within his body. At that moment, his cultivation officially broke through to the one-star Ghost Axe Realm. At the same time, Feng Yi remembered the compilation points the system had mentioned earlier. They could apparently be forcibly implanted into anything. As he thought about what that meant, Fang Yi turned his gaze toward a mug beside him. Sure enough, the system immediately popped up a prompt asking whether he wanted to implant compilation points into this item. This confirmed Fang Yi's guess. Simply put, compilation points were like enchanting an item, turning it into a supernatural object. If he agreed, this mug would gain solar attributes' supernatural abilities. By the same logic, Fang Yi could implant compilation points into blades or swords. Maybe he could even forge his own exclusive weapon, and the ancestral saber at home immediately became one of Fang Yi's options. However, it was already late, so he decided to leave the experiment for tomorrow. Yet, while Fang Yi was sound asleep, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. At the same time, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, a girl in uniform was standing there. A lollipop hung from her mouth. Through her earpiece, she seemed to be communicating with someone. In the next second, she leapt straight down from the rooftop. Her silver eyes narrowed slightly. She had detected the aura of the mutated beast she was tracking, and the target had already entered a dense residential area 20 kilometers away. After notifying the person on the other end of the earpiece, the girl quickly moved between the high-rises and headed straight for the destination. Even if pedestrians looked up, they could only catch a fleeting blur. Under the moonlight, the girl's figure looked like a phantom in the night. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, who was still sleeping, suddenly heard waves of piercing noise. The sound jolted him awake. Fang Yi was extremely annoyed. He immediately got up and searched for the source of the noise. After stepping into the Ghost X realm, his hearing had far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and this piercing sound made him sense that something was wrong. The moment Fang Yi opened the door, a pitch-black figure shot toward him at high speed. Fang Yi recognized it at a glance. This was a mutated beast, even though it had launched a sudden attack. In Fang Yi's eyes, this mutated rabbit was as slow as a snail. In the next moment, golden light began flowing across his body. In an instant, Fang Yi rushed right in front of it. To avoid dragging the ordinary residents in the building into this, Fang Yi grabbed the mutated rabbit. Then he hurled it outside with all his strength. Immediately after, Fang Yi rushed after it. Golden light flashed, like the radiance of the sun blooming within his fist. He slammed one punch into the mutated rabbit's body. It could not even withstand a single second before a massive hole was blasted through its body. However, the rabbit did not die right away. Instead, it still tried to devour Fang Yi's solar attribute power. But that kind of power was never something it could touch. In the next instant, Fang Yi's power blew its body apart from the inside. Under the glow of that golden light, everyone who was still awake thought daylight had suddenly arrived early. But when they came to the windows, they realized it was still deep night outside. As for the mutated rabbit's body, which had exploded after devouring solar attribute power, every single piece of flesh was flickering with golden light. At that moment, one of the rabbit's eyeballs rolled to Fang Yi's feet. Fang Yi glanced at it coldly. Then he crushed it under his foot until it burst. Still, this thing was clearly a Dark Knight attribute beast, yet it actually dared to devour solar attribute power that countered it. If Fang Yi were still an ordinary person, then tonight, he and everyone in this entire building would have become this mutated rabbit's meal. This only strengthened Fang Yi's resolve to collect more cultivation techniques. Not long after Fang Yi left, a graceful figure descended from the sky. It was none other than the uniformed girl from before, but at this moment, she was clearly stunned, because the mutated rabbit she had been tracking had been reduced to scattered body fragments. Although she did not know what had happened, the Dark Knight attribute power remaining on the rabbit had to be recovered. But the instant she touched the fragments, a fierce and blazing aura surged into her hand. It even burned her skin, and this extreme solar attribute power was exactly the same as the aura she had investigated at the Northern Gate. There was no way this was a coincidence. One had to know that in the early stage of the spiritual energy awakening, most awakened people possessed ordinary attributes like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. An extreme attribute like solar power was exceptionally rare. So, the girl immediately reported what had happened here to her superiors. After listening, the person on the other end fell silent for a moment before giving her an order. She had to find this terrifyingly gifted pioneer no matter what, and bring him into the organization at all costs. The girl clearly agreed with this idea, and her duties were immediately changed. For the near future, all her other missions would be handed over to someone else. She would stay in this area and search for Fang Yi's traces. She had no complaints about that. She was simply curious what kind of person Fang Yi, who possessed the solar attribute, truly was. Meanwhile, Staying up all night to fight monsters had not made Fang Yi exhausted at all. Instead, under the morning sunlight, the golden sun breathing technique circulated inside his body, drawing strands of golden energy into him. Then that energy continuously gathered toward the illusory divine axe. Gradually, Fang Yi sensed signs of another breakthrough. After the first star of the ghost axe realm, every breakthrough required him to swing the divine axe. Feeling that the time had come, Fang Yi immediately circulated the golden sun breathing technique with full force, and strands of golden light rapidly wrapped around the divine axe. Holding the divine axe with both hands, he brought it down with unstoppable force. With a thunderous roar, Fang Yi's cultivation officially broke through to the 2-star ghost axe realm. The veins across his body now glowed with dazzling golden patterns. Fang Yi understood that the reason he could break through so quickly this time was because the foundation from his previous breakthrough had not been fully used up. From this point on, if he wanted to keep improving, he would have to cultivate step by step. In order to avoid causing an even bigger commotion, Fang Yi went to the back mountain. He consumed compilation points and implanted the solar attribute into his family's ancestral saber. In an instant, golden light erupted from the blade, dyeing the entire saber gold as if it had been granted some mysterious power. As the system announced that the compilation was complete, Fang Yi could not wait to test the new saber's ability. He casually slashed forward. In an instant, everything around him was evaporated by scorching blade light and blazing flames. Looking at the huge commotion he had caused, Fang Yi felt a little awkward and immediately chose to make a run for it. Not long after, a graceful figure rushed to the place where Fang Yi had just been. She was almost furious. She had only gone to buy a cup of milk tea, yet the moment she came back, she sensed Fang Yi's aura, and once again, she failed to catch him. But in the next second, the girl froze in place, because the destruction Fang Yi had caused left her completely shocked. But what troubled her even more was how she was supposed to restore this back mountain to its original state. Then, all of a sudden, the girl's expression changed, and disbelief appeared on her face. Because the aura Fang Yi had left behind was clearly at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. But last night, he had only been 1 star, and her shock was far from over. Because there was actually the aura of a spiritual weapon here as well. After all, the entire association only had 2 or 3 spiritual weapons, making them unbelievably rare. The association had not even fully mastered the technology to forge them yet. The girl was extremely curious about how Fang Yi had obtained such a weapon. Meanwhile, on his way back, Fang Yi was also wondering whether his weapon could fuse with other attributes. After all, the system could compile any cultivation technique. Suddenly, one message caught his attention. This was mainly because Fang Yi had forgotten to browse in incognito mode earlier, and someone observant had discovered his traces. These people were also pioneers. The reason they contacted Fang Yi was to stick together for survival. In addition, they shared a new spiritual energy awakening location, which immediately caught Fang Yi's interest. After receiving the information, Fang Yi discovered that the location was inside an underground river cave. Since the attribute of this place was similar to his own, Fang Yi agreed to team up. So the next day, a small team arrived at the destination first. 1 woman and 3 men, a standard exploration group. However, what the 3 men did not know was that this blonde girl was actually from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. She had been recruiting people online everywhere because she wanted to see if there were any talented awakeners she could bring into the association. Back when she joined the association, she had spent quite a few favors to get in. After all, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association was actually an official department of Sha country, and its entry requirements were terrifyingly high. At this moment, Fang Yi finally arrived as well. The blonde girl was a little surprised when she saw him because the aura he gave off was clearly at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. But she did not say anything and simply led Fang Yi and the others into the cave. After some brief small talk, the group quickly arrived at the destination. Fang Yi immediately ran forward. Amidst everyone's shocked cries, he thrust one hand straight into the rolling magma. With a boom, scorching magma erupted instantly. At the same time, the system detected the heavenly phenomenon known as inner flame. The system immediately compiled a new technique for Fang Yi, Crimson Flame Saber Art. When used, every slash would roar like blazing fire, coating the blade in raging flames and carrying both fire and lightning. Once the saber momentum gathered, the flames could also be detonated by battle intent, releasing massive explosive power. This saber art perfectly complemented Fang Yi's tongue saber, and the inner flame itself carried both high temperature and explosive attributes. Fang Yi immediately consumed compilation points and implanted the inner flame into his Tang saber. This scene directly stunned everyone present. At this moment, the blade looked as if magma were flowing across its surface, and Fang Yi could feel the power hidden within it. He could not help feeling a little delighted. After Fang Yi absorbed the inner flame, the surrounding spiritual energy was no longer violent, and instead became very suitable for everyone to cultivate. Unexpectedly, only a few minutes later, 3 people suddenly appeared behind them. They had also sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations and followed them all the way here. Sensing that all 3 of them were at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm, the blonde girl did not want to start a conflict. So she took the initiative to invite them to share the spiritual energy here. But the burly man leading them looked disdainful. He said that aside from the blonde girl being in the Ghost Axe realm, the other 3 were nothing at all, and told her group to hurry up and get lost. This made the blonde girl grit her teeth in anger. At that moment, Fang Yi stepped between them, holding the crimson flame Tang saber. He said coldly that bullying a young girl was nothing to be proud of. As he spoke, he merely stabbed the saber into the ground, and terrifying flames instantly erupted from beneath the earth. Scorching heat surged straight toward the burly man and his 2 companions. When Fang Yi pulled out the saber and swung it toward them, the 3 of them no longer dared to act arrogant. They had every reason to believe that if Fang Yi truly slashed at them, they would be burned to ashes by those flames. So the 3 of them turned around and ran without looking back. Fang Yi was immediately met with the worshipful gazes of the others. He smiled a little awkwardly and said that he had to leave first. As for the blonde girl, after sensing Fang Yi's terrifying strength, she fell completely silent. She had never imagined that such a powerful expert already existed at this stage. She had to report this to the organization and bring Fang Yi in. Soon, the Spiritual Energy Association received her report. They had not expected another high-grade attribute pioneer to appear. Although everyone was excited, they were also troubled over how they should approach and recruit him. But if they knew the truth, that the so-called 2 high-grade attribute pioneers were actually the same person, Fang Yi, one could only wonder how they would react. On his way back, Fang Yi saw that the commotion he had caused in the cave had still been spotted by some people and posted online for discussion. However, Fang Yi did not care too much. What mattered was that he had absorbed a large amount of solar attribute spiritual energy this time. He felt that he had already reached the edge of another breakthrough, so he once again went to the back mountain near his home. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl was still repairing the environment Fang Yi had destroyed earlier. Suddenly, a dazzling little sun bloomed on the horizon. Endless spiritual energy slowly gathered and formed the projection of a divine axe. Looking at this exaggerated phenomenon, the girl was absolutely certain that Fang Yi was behind it again. She immediately rushed toward Fang Yi's location. This time, she had to catch him. Just moments earlier, Fang Yi had circulated the golden sun breathing technique with full force, drawing all the solar attribute spiritual energy in the sky into his body. His aura climbed all the way to its peak. The divine axe projection also fully condensed into shape. At the same time, Su Qingying arrived and was shocked by what she saw. As Fang Yi swung the divine axe, every strand of spiritual energy seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. This was undoubtedly power gained through genuine cultivation. Back then, Su Qingying had been too eager to break through to 3-star, made a mistake while swinging the divine axe, and ended up bedridden for an entire week. This was also the common problem of most pioneers right now. Someone as steady as Fang Yi made Su Qingying feel that he had to be an old hidden master. At this moment, the divine axe moved again and continued swinging downward. On the 3rd swing, Fang Yi's cultivation officially broke through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. A moment later, when Su Qingying arrived at Fang Yi's location, she found that there was no one there. She felt unwilling. Once again, she had brushed past Fang Yi without catching him. So, with the mindset of taking a gamble, Su Qingying shouted, "Senior, you probably haven't left yet, right?" Fang Yi was indeed hiding in a tree and had not left, because he had noticed that someone had been investigating him over the past few days and wanted to see who it was. Down below, Su Qingying began introducing herself on her own, saying that she came from Xia Country's Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Her tone was extremely humble as she pleaded for Fang Yi to join the association. At this point, Fang Yi no longer remained silent and asked why. Knowing that Fang Yi had not left, Su Qingying was delighted, but she still worked hard to explain the benefits of joining the association and how they could face the unknown enemies of the future together. She even took out her identification to prove that everything she said was true. Fang Yi vaguely recognized this girl. She had once been the runner-up in Xia Country's long-distance running competition. But judging from his previous life, the association had undoubtedly failed. The enemies they faced were simply too powerful, and in the end almost all of humanity had been wiped out. So joining an association filled with restrictions would do Fang Yi more harm than good right now. Still, he could cooperate with some of Su Qingming's work. He would offer help within his ability, but outside of that, she was not to disturb him. After all, from Su Qingming's words, Fang Yi could tell that the association currently did not dare to offend a pioneer like him, who possessed an extreme attribute. Su Qingming agreed to this. She would mix truth with fiction when reporting Fang Yi's information. And Su Qingming did exactly as promised, reporting to the association that she had brushed past Fang Yi once again. But the association no longer had the time to focus on Fang Yi's matter. Because those eerie entities had appeared again, they were cold and brutal, using the energy within polluted domains after the spiritual energy awakening to mutate into beasts and aberrations that devoured humans. Some even disguised themselves as supernatural disasters, killing non-stop and carving out hellish territories. If they were not eliminated, these beings carrying destructive attributes would continue corroding the human world. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had returned home. The weather, which had been perfectly clear, suddenly turned into a raging thunderstorm, with lightning covering the entire sky. It looked just like the heavenly tribulation of a cultivator. The authorities even warned people not to go outside, and Jade Emperor Mountain, the scenic area near Fang Yi, was completely sealed off. However, Fang Yi sensed that something was wrong. The restless thunder attribute's spiritual energy was simply too obvious. Perhaps this was another phenomenon caused by the spiritual energy awakening. So, Fang Yi decided to head toward Jade Emperor Mountain, the center of the thunderstorm. Sure enough, the moment he approached, the system detected a new awakening pollution source. At the same time, inside the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, they had already detected the explosive thunder attribute power on Jade Emperor Mountain, and they had issued an S-rank danger protocol. No one in the entire association could get close to the center. Even a 3-star Ghost Axe cultivator would face certain death. The association quickly gave the order to seal the mountain. On Fang Yi's side, he stared at the violent thunder and kept advancing toward the center. The thunder attribute at the edge was not pure enough. He had to reach the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain. Right now, the spiritual energy awakening had only just begun. Mutated beasts might be nothing before Fang Yi, but compared to the true horrors of the future, his current strength was still far from enough. His Tang Saber had already absorbed the solar attribute and inner flame. In the future, it might even evolve into a true sun god weapon. And the thunder power here was also a perfect opportunity to strengthen his own body. With his determination to grow stronger, Fang Yi charged forward through the dense thunderbolts and kept rushing toward the center. Just then, a thick bolt of lightning crashed down toward him. Fang Yi raised his Tang Saber and slashed upward. But he could not withstand that terrifying thunder at all. Even with the golden sun breathing technique protecting him, the thunder that swallowed him still tore through the solar attribute power around his body. This extreme thunder attribute was like a violent force of divine punishment. It seemed to be constantly pressing down on Fang Yi, furious that he had entered its forbidden domain. It was as if it wanted Fang Yi to crawl beneath its feet. Fang Yi looked up at the thunder filling the sky, thinking about how he could make this power serve him. As another bolt of heavenly thunder descended from above, Fang Yi immediately circulated the golden sun breathing technique with all his strength and did not dodge. He slashed at the pillar of lightning again, but could not help coughing up a mouthful of blood. The electricity pierced into his body, sending spasms of pain through his body. But Fang Yi had no intention of giving up. Under that immense pressure, he continued walking toward the center, step by step. Just as Fang Yi was about to arrive, the thunder seemed to sense his defiance, and endless lightning crashed down toward him. The spectacular scene was so massive that even people from miles away could see it clearly. At the same time, the system notification sounded, detecting a powerful thunder attribute. In the next second, Fang Yi obtained a new technique, Divine Thunder 100 Refinements. It allowed him to fear no heavenly thunder, and even draw lightning into his body to temper his flesh until his body became divine. Unlike the solar attribute, the thunder attribute was overwhelmingly dominant in both attack and defense. Fang Yi could feel it polishing and strengthening his bones, muscles, and meridians, yet there was not even the slightest pain during the tempering process. The new compilation points he obtained this time could also implant this extreme thunder attribute into a new object. This power of judgment was the bane of all evil things. His Tang saber already carried the solar attribute, and adding thunder into it would only ruin its purity. So Fang Yi turned his gaze toward his right hand. Just like that, the new Thunder Keelan arm was born. After Fang Yi obtained the extreme thunder attribute, the terrifying thunder over Jade Emperor Mountain slowly began to disappear. This was completely different from the Spiritual Energy Association's prediction. The thunderstorm should not have vanished until 3 days later. So they immediately went up the mountain to investigate. Soon, they discovered that a pioneer had climbed to the summit beneath the endless thunder. This shook the military side of the Spiritual Energy Association. An S-rank heavenly phenomenon that even they could not approach had actually been conquered by someone. Facing such a powerful individual, if he ever became a threat to society, the consequences would be immeasurable. So they decided to find Fang Yi's identity at all costs. And they gave him the codename Tyrant. But suddenly, Major Han from the military remembered the other pioneer with an extreme solar attribute. He turned and asked Su Qingying how her investigation was going. Su Qingying forced herself to remain calm and mix truth with fiction when revealing Fang Yi's information, without mentioning that she had already made contact with him. Major Han nodded and said nothing more. Instead, he arranged for others to cover up the Jade Emperor Mountain spiritual energy phenomenon as a natural disaster. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had returned home. He began carefully sensing the lightning power in his right hand. With the compilation points implanted, his right hand, the Thunder Keelan arm, had basically become the hardest part of his entire body. Even the domineering Judgment Thunder now obeyed him like a tame cat. The system had already reminded him that extreme thunder could deal 300% critical damage to evil insectoid targets. Fang Yi was already eager to test it out. At that moment, the forum he followed suddenly sent him a notification. A major alert, marked in bright red, appeared before his eyes. A chemical plant had exploded, but fortunately, there were no casualties. However, the comment section felt strange. People near the factory all said they had sensed a cold and evil aura. After thinking for a moment, Fang Yi remembered the evil bugs he had encountered in his previous life. Those things loved appearing in dark and shadowy moments. They could originally be any animal or plant, but after mutating, they would gain intelligence, berserk strength, and abilities such as detection, capture, and instant killing. All of these abilities would be enhanced to an extremely bizarre level, making them 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit from before. They absolutely could not be allowed to keep evolving. At the same time, the destroyer squad from the Spiritual Energy Association branch near that factory seemed to be tracking something. They had named the target Candle Knight. The squad leader's expression was grim, because Candle Knight liked eating people. Although they had support from the association, the destroyer squad understood that they mainly had to rely on themselves. Mutations were awakening all over the country right now, and headquarters was far too busy to handle everything. This Candle Knight had only been classified as a B-rank threat by headquarters. But since Su Qingying was nearby, headquarters coordinated for her to assist them. On Fang Yi's side, he could smell the disgusting stench from that mutated giant rat, even from miles away. With the two squads working together, the hiding place of the mutated giant rat, Candle Knight, was quickly found. In an instant, they spread out and surrounded the mutated giant rat. Naturally, the mutated giant rat also noticed Su Qingying and the others, immediately trying to escape. However, several people had already blocked all 4 directions around it. One of them leapt high into the air and slashed the mutated giant rat with a saber. It did not roar in pain. Instead, its back suddenly bulged. A pair of fleshy wings abruptly spread open. Then it released a piercing sound wave that blasted everyone away. Immediately after, the mutated giant rat's throat churned, and a cloud of dark green poisonous gas poured from its mouth. This was a dark attribute with corrosive properties. The instant it touched an object, it could corrode its structure. Without an extreme high-grade attribute to counter it, no one dared to charge recklessly into the poisonous mist. The mutated giant rat seized this chance, flapped its wings, and fled at high speed, eventually escaping into an abandoned factory. To be safe, Su Qingying began testing the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. The giant rat's spiritual fluctuation had only been 49 earlier, but inside this factory, the number had crazily risen above 80. This meant there was definitely more than one abnormality here. Realizing the danger, everyone wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The mutated giant rat was actually working together with a mutated giant snake to hunt humans. Endless poisonous mist filled the entire factory. separating Su Qingying and the others, so they could be taken down one by one. Su Qingying immediately understood everything. She had never expected the giant rat's intelligence to already rival that of a human. It had even put aside its natural enemy status to cooperate with the giant snake. Now, even if the snake did not actively attack them, just resisting this poisonous mist was rapidly draining everyone's spiritual energy. Soon, Su Qingying's spiritual energy was exhausted, and she collapsed to the ground. Just as she fell into despair, the ceiling suddenly shattered. Dazzling light instantly poured into the dark factory. Seeing Fang Yi arrive, the giant snake opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. At the same time, the giant rat used the gap, while Fang Yi dodged to launch a sneak attack from the side. Its massive jaws bit down on Fang Yi's right arm, but Fang Yi did not care at all. Terrifying thunder erupted from Fang Yi's right hand, and the giant rat was reduced to ashes in an instant. Immediately after, Fang Yi swung his tongue saber toward the giant snake behind him. He was quite curious whether this giant snake feared the sun in the sky. That slash completely triggered the giant snake's ferocity. It charged at Fang Yi in a frenzy, and the moment Fang Yi dodged, a scorching blade light slashed across the giant snake's body. Its head was split in two. Unexpectedly, this mutated giant snake actually had regeneration abilities. Even that slash failed to kill it completely. But Fang Yi's attack did not only carry the solar attribute. In the next second, crackling thunder echoed through the entire factory, and endless terrifying lightning flooded the giant snake's body. At the moment Fang Yi used the Tang Saber to unleash the inner flame's power, he controlled the energy and withdrew the inner flame, using the blade itself as a medium. Then he condensed the thunder power in his right hand and poured it directly into the snake's body. As another mutated beast with dark power, the giant rat had been strange and sneaky, but its strength was weak. This snake, however, was different. If it grew to its limit, it could become a world-ending disaster. Even in its final moment before death, it still tried to sneak attack Fang Yi. If Fang Yi had not possessed the golden sun breathing technique, with solar flames that could dissolve poison and thunder power that could purify it, anyone else unlucky enough to be hit would have died without a doubt. After Fang Yi dealt with the two mutated beasts, he noticed Su Qingying, who had been following him before. With a single sentence, he exposed the fact that she was pretending to be unconscious. Knowing she could no longer hide it, Su Qingying blushed and covered her eyes with her hands. Because she had never seen Fang Yi's face before, no matter when they met, and believed he still did not want anyone to know his true identity. Seeing the girl thank him, Fang Yi accepted her gratitude and turned to leave. When Su Qingying saw that Fang Yi was leaving, she no longer cared about keeping her eyes shut and hurriedly tried to say something to him. However, Fang Yi had already leapt up and left through the broken ceiling. In truth, the reason Fang Yi left so quickly was that he had tried touching the dark attribute earlier to see if the system could record it and compile a technique. But perhaps because Fang Yi instinctively resisted that cold and uncomfortable feeling, the system gave no response. On Su Qingying's side, she began waking up the members of the destroyer squad one by one. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw two massive corpses beside them and were instantly shaken. Su Qingying told them that these mutated beasts had all been killed by the high-grade solar attribute pioneer she had been monitoring. While shocked, they also marveled at Fang Yi's overwhelming strength, then began collecting the dark attribute residue left by the mutated beasts. But as the destroyer squad captain moved around, he accidentally stepped on the remains of the mutated giant rat. Crackling thunder suddenly erupted from beneath his foot. Everyone froze in confusion. Wasn't that pioneer supposed to have the solar attribute? Su Qingying was just as confused, because even she did not know that Fang Yi had obtained another extreme attribute. But right now, Fang Yi had been the only person here. An unbelievable guess slowly surfaced in her mind. A dual high-grade attribute pioneer. This was an absolutely unprecedented existence. What kind of monster had she encountered? Soon, the association personnel who received the notice arrived to clean up the scene. Their main purpose was to scan the remaining spiritual energy traces, to analyze the marks, and reconstruct the entire battle scene. Half an hour later, the investigators reached a conclusion. Whether it was the mutated giant rat or the mutated giant snake, there was a 99% chance that both had been killed by the same person. Although everyone had already prepared themselves mentally, they were still inevitably shaken. After all, they had never heard of anyone possessing two extreme attributes at the same time. Su Qingying knew she could no longer hide it, so she took the initiative to report everything to the association. But this time, the association's attitude was different. They directly cancelled Su Qingming's mission to monitor Feng Yi. The higher-ups believed that since Feng Yi had saved people and eliminated abnormalities, it meant he did not dislike the association's personnel. In order not to lower Feng Yi's impression of the association, they decided not to do anything that might make him uncomfortable. Since things had already reached this point, Su Qingming also reported the possibility that Feng Yi possessed a spiritual weapon. This shocked the association's higher-ups. No matter how monstrous Feng Yi's talent was, he should not possess a spiritual weapon so soon after spiritual energy had only just begun to awaken. Su Qingming explained that the spiritual weapon should be solar attribute. This raised one possibility. Feng Yi might have already reached the spirit creation realm, allowing him to create spiritual weapons with his own power. But spirit creation realm experts were extremely rare across the entire world, and every one of them had deep foundations. Someone as young as Feng Yi should not have reached that realm. And now that two extreme attributes had already appeared on Feng Yi, was it possible that he possessed a third? After all, there was not a single triple attribute pioneer in the entire world. If this was confirmed, the entire pioneer circle would be rewritten. Meanwhile, after returning home, Feng Yi began washing himself. There was now less than a year left before the full spiritual energy awakening. The abnormalities were becoming increasingly active, and many pioneers had begun cultivating just like Feng Yi. Those with good talent had basically already stepped into the one-star Ghost Axe realm. And Xia country's attitude toward wild pioneers like Feng Yi also showed that both the authorities and the wild pioneers were still in a relatively stable exploration phase. For now, the abnormalities were still within the authorities' control, and there had not yet been any major conflict between pioneers. Although people were already discussing how unsafe their surroundings had become, the official association had not clearly denied anything. It was obvious that the authorities wanted to issue early warnings. They simply had not fully prepared to open the era of cultivation yet. After all, the population was too large. Once people gained power and began breaking the law with martial strength, internal and external troubles would cause the peaceful and stable situation to collapse rapidly. What Feng Yi was truly worried about was the speed at which the abnormalities were evolving. What he encountered today was a typical mutated product contaminated by dark attribute invasion. After touching the black mist, Feng Yi could confirm that they were actually only products of a subordinate branch of the dark attribute, while the dark attribute itself was also the nemesis of pioneers. Of course, they were far from comparable to the true dark attribute abnormalities Feng Yi had seen before. Just one of them could destroy a country, or even an entire continent. But if Feng Yi had not gone to the abandoned factory today, Su Qingming and the others would all have died. Even a mere branch of the dark attribute was already this cold and disgusting, which showed just how terrifying the true dark attribute really was. Since the system said it could not absorb it for now, did that mean Feng Yi would be able to absorb it once the system's conditions were met? The dark attribute countered humanity so severely. If Feng Yi could use it for himself, that would be perfect. It might even become the key to reversing the situation. Right now, Feng Yi had the solar attribute Golden Sun breathing technique, the thunder attribute Divine Thunder 100 refinements, the Tang Saber fused with the solar attribute and Inner Flame, as well as the fire attribute Crimson Flame Saber art. Basically, no pioneer was his match, but he still felt this was far from enough. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was Feng Yi's aunt. The reason she called was because her daughter, Feng Yi's cousin, needed to attend a study gathering, so she wanted to arrange for her daughter to stay at Feng Yi's place for a few days. Feng Yi vaguely remembered his straight-A cousin, so he did not refuse. But what he did not know was that all of this was just an excuse. On his cousin's side, her chat page was actually filled with pioneers, and their target seemed to be an internet-famous town. Her mother had no idea about any of this. The next day, Feng Yi's cousin arrived downstairs with her suitcase. Looking at this intellectual-looking cousin who had just arrived, Feng Yi realized she had changed so much that he almost could not recognize her, making the atmosphere a little awkward for a moment. After some small talk, Feng Yi handed the room key to his cousin. But perhaps she was simply too bad at hiding it. Feng Yi seemed to sense a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation from her. Could his cousin also be a pioneer? After returning to her room, Feng Yi's cousin began chatting with that small pioneer group. They were discussing when to take action. Although they did not know that Feng Yi was the one behind the lava cave incident, they had heard a little about the person who scared off many pioneers with a single slash. So everyone agreed to keep a low profile. However, because of his cousin's arrival, Feng Yi's daily life was affected in several ways. He also could no longer cultivate whenever and wherever he wanted. But the one thing Fang Yi was satisfied with was that he no longer needed to order takeout. At that moment, his cousin's phone suddenly rang. Fang Yi glanced at her, then turned and went back to his room, giving her some space. His cousin was still a little uneasy, so she returned to her own room to talk. What she did not know was that Fang Yi was quietly eavesdropping outside the window. Listening to his cousin's conversation, Fang Yi confirmed that she was indeed a pioneer. What he had not expected was that despite her young age, she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. Fang Yi also learned his cousin's real purpose. The summer camp was just a cover. Her true goal was to find a spiritual energy awakening site. After learning the exact destination, Fang Yi did not hesitate and set off ahead of them. The next day, at Yanhuo town, his cousin met up with her teammates. The person using the online name 81-year-old Beauty actually turned out to be a beautiful, mature woman. As for the e-girl beside her, who was asking his cousin about Fang Yi, his cousin simply said that Fang Yi looked plain and was not her type. At this moment, the other team members arrived, one after another. Including his cousin, the team had a total of 6 people. Fang Yi quietly watched them from somewhere nearby. What surprised Fang Yi was that his cousin's team actually had some strength. The weakest among them were all at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, while the long-haired man leading them had even reached 3-star. Fang Yi already knew their destination. It was on the mountain of this internet-famous town. There was a vine connecting heaven and earth, like a tendril of the world tree. Soon, his cousin and the others arrived at the destination. At this moment, the e-girl suggested that they should not go any farther. She sensed a terrifying presence that made her entire body turn cold. Also, one of her friends had come here before, and that person had been stronger than her. But after arriving at this sky-reaching vine, that friend had vanished without a trace. The e-girl was afraid that if they went any closer, they might end up the same way. The more she spoke, the more frightened she became. The spiritual energy awakening was about to arrive, and she did not want to die here for no reason. After hearing this, his cousin and the others also agreed with her. After all, they really did sense a desolate aura from that vine. It gave them the illusion that the closer they got, the more their life force would be wiped away. From a distance, Fang Yi also sensed that dense aura. It was no weaker than the dark attribute his cousin's group dared to cultivate here anyway, which was, honestly, quite brave. After that, his cousin's group did not continue approaching the vine. Instead, they found a place with relatively abundant spiritual energy. Then, they sat down and began cultivating. However, Fang Yi's cousin truly did have astonishing talent. With the support of the dense spiritual energy, she quickly touched the threshold of the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, leaving her teammates surprised. As if sensing his cousin's breakthrough aura, the sky-reaching vine began spreading toward them. In just an instant, 2 people were entangled by the vines. Even more vines rushed toward his cousin. His cousin, who was fully focused on breaking through, seemed completely unaware of what was happening outside. Seeing this, the e-girl immediately wanted to run. But the mature woman called 81-year-old Beauty felt that they could not abandon their teammates. Unfortunately, she was the only one who thought that way. Even the strongest member, the long-haired man, decided to leave. After all, his cousin had chosen to break through here herself, so she had no one else to blame. Those words made the mature woman so angry that she punched him directly. She would never abandon her companions. Then she turned and ran toward his cousin and the others. But in the end, her strength was still too weak. By going back, she was simply walking into a trap. Not only did she fail to save them, she even got herself caught as well. Seeing this, Fang Yi knew that if he did not act now, it would be too late. After all, he had promised his aunt that he would take good care of his cousin. Just as the vines were about to pierce through his cousin's spiritual energy barrier, Fang Yi leapt down from the cliff. A scorching blade light instantly slashed into the center of the vines. Terrifying burning power immediately reduced the vines closing in on them to ashes. That scorching heat made the vines shrink back for an instant. However, Fang Yi had no intention of letting them go. Endless flames began tearing through the vines, and his sudden appearance left everyone present deeply shocked. Sensing the extreme solar attribute radiating from Fang Yi, they all felt just how small they were. The long-haired man was especially confused. He was clearly already at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. He had already reached the forefront of the pioneers. So why did it still feel like he and Fang Yi were worlds apart? Fang Yi was like the blazing sun in the sky, while he could not even count as a star. Why had such a terrifying pioneer appeared at this stage? At this moment, the system detected an extreme wood attribute and began compiling a new technique. Soon, a technique called Endless Vitality appeared appeared in Fan Yi's mind. It could instantly absorb all surrounding life force and vitality to rapidly heal his injuries. As long as there was life around him, it was basically an endless energy engine. The system also extracted a desolation attribute, which could instantly release a desolate aura and corrode all life force nearby. This made Fan Yi understand why this place was filled with the aura of death. It turned out that the vines had drained away all the life force here. The area within dozens of miles had probably already been sucked dry by it. And after being taught a lesson by Fan Yi, the sky-reaching vine no longer dared to come closer. The beautiful, mature woman slowly walked over and thanked Fan Yi, saying she wanted to repay him for saving her life. Fan Yi simply waved his hand as he turned to leave, indicating that it was nothing and that he did not care. After all, obtaining endless vitality in the desolation attribute was already a huge gain for him. However, the way those two people had abandoned their teammates made Fan Yi decide to pay more attention to his cousin in the future, in case she got played for a fool without even realizing it. Not long after Fan Yi left, his cousin, who had been breaking through, finally woke up. She looked at the traces of battle around her, and the high-grade, solar attribute aura still lingering at the scene, leaving her deeply confused. The long-haired man stepped forward to explain, but he hid the fact that he had abandoned his teammates. Perhaps to keep the team from falling apart, the mature woman known as 81-year-old Beauty chose to remain silent. So his cousin only knew that while she was breaking through, she had been attacked by the Skyreaching vine, and a powerful expert had appeared to save them, frightening the vine into retreating back into the sky. When Fan Yi saw his cousin return home, he asked what was wrong, since her complexion looked a little poor. Hearing this, his cousin said she was fine and was just tired from studying. In truth, it was because she had needed to concentrate fully while swinging the divine axe during her breakthrough, which had consumed too much of her mental energy. Although she was tired, feeling herself gradually become stronger made it worth it. His cousin also knew that living an ordinary life like Fan Yi was no longer possible for her. What she did not know was that Fan Yi was not ordinary at all, and he was also the one who had just saved them. However, Fan Yi did not want to reveal everything yet. For now, dispelling her suspicion would make it easier for him to search for something that could carry the desolation attribute. After all, the essence of the desolation attribute was corrosion. If placed on Fan Yi himself, it might cause a negative reaction. It might also conflict with the thunder attribute in his hand. So the best method was to find a plant similar to that sky-reaching vine. Meanwhile, on his cousin's side, a netizen named Jialan made her pause in surprise. That was because Jialan had never spoken in the group before, and she had not shown up for this offline meeting either. His cousin only knew that she seemed very strong, and now Jialan was telling his cousin to keep a close eye on Fan Yi's movements. Meanwhile, Fan Yi arrived at the city's forest park. Here, he needed to choose a plant that could resonate with his spiritual energy as strongly as possible and express a sense of closeness to him. When Fan Yi closed his eyes, the spiritual energy of endless vitality slowly spread in every direction. He could feel the plants responding to him, but it was not enough. Their responses were still too weak. But just then, one plant surprised Fan Yi. It was only an ordinary wildflower. Yet, when Fan Yi's finger approached it, it not only took the initiative to absorb the spiritual energy from his fingertip, it even acted affectionately toward him. Fan Yi could even sense a shy expression from it. Such a spiritual plant instantly made Fan Yi realize that he had found the target to carry the desolation attribute. In the next second, green light bloomed from Fan Yi's body. Then it poured into the small flower before him, and as the desolation attribute was implanted, a surging aura instantly shot into the sky from the flower. Under Fan Yi's gaze, the life force of this little wildflower became even stronger. Its appearance did not change much, but a jade-green aura began spreading from it. In an instant, the once vibrant forest rapidly withered. Within just a few seconds, the entire forest was drained dry, leaving not a single trace of life. The power of desolation was truly tyrannical. Seeing that the little wildflower still intended to keep going, Fan Yi reached out and pulled it from the ground. If this continued, it would definitely attract the people from the Spiritual Energy Association. After all, Fan Yi had deliberately avoided many surveillance cameras when entering the forest. However, even after being pulled out, this little flower could still survive without roots and had not stopped absorbing life force. It was just that compared to earlier, the absorption speed had become much gentler. At this moment, an alarm sounded from the surveillance equipment in the distance, and Fan Yi understood that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, The Plant Research Department of the Spiritual Energy Association detected the abnormal value of the forest park skyrocketing. After arriving at the destination, they discovered that the abnormal value had reached 30. Even that lava cave had only reached 25. They used detection equipment and found nothing abnormal in the surroundings. For some unknown reason, the plants had simply lost all signs of life. As they continued deeper, the team leader suddenly ordered everyone to stop and warned them not to go any farther. This was definitely caused by the desolation attribute. Just like that sky-reaching vine. His words immediately shocked everyone. That vine had already been classified as a high-grade mutated plant, and the association had conducted an in-depth investigation on it. The reason it was so vicious was precisely because it possessed the desolation attribute that could plunder all life force. This meant that if they casually went deeper, they might have their life force drained and die. The team leader was so certain because he had previously read information about another desolation attribute plant in Sha country. It was an ancient tree located in the ancient tree forbidden zone of Kang City. Any living being that approached it never returned. At this moment, a hand patted the team leader on the shoulder. It was Major Han, the officer in charge of investigating the spiritual energy awakening. He ordered all researchers present to change into protective suits and enter the polluted domain. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 minutes, they still failed to detect the source of the desolation, and the desolate aura was constantly weakening. So, Major Han glanced at Su Qingming and signaled for her to use spiritual energy with him to investigate. As the two streams of spiritual energy continued moving through the area, they finally gathered inside a small pit in the soil. This result made both of them feel a chill down their backs. Neither of them had expected that the source of the desolation had actually been dug away. Since Fan Yi had gone to multiple spiritual energy awakening sites, and now the source of this abnormality had been dug away as well, the military compared the results of several investigations. In the end, they still began suspecting Fan Yi, though they did not yet have solid evidence. So, they found Wang Liang, Fan Yi's close friend who had joined the military, hoping to ask Fan Yi out for a meeting through him. As Fan Yi's old friend, Wang Liang did not refuse. Their main purpose in asking Fan Yi out this time was to test him, but they also made a promise to Wang Liang. If Feng Yi was not the target, they would not make things difficult for him. They could also appropriately reveal some truths about the spiritual energy awakening. Only then did Wang Liang agree. As for Feng Yi, he raised the little wildflower implanted with the desolation attribute like an ordinary potted plant. Its plain appearance just happened to avoid drawing his cousin's suspicion, and against enemies, it could also catch them completely off guard. The next day, Feng Yi met Wang Liang as promised. Looking at this good brother before him, Fan Yi felt a little emotional, because in the chaotic era after the spiritual energy awakening in his previous life, he had never heard any news about Wang Liang. Perhaps as a soldier, Wang Liang had sacrificed himself on some nameless battlefield. Wang Liang gathered his thoughts for a moment, then began asking Feng Yi whether he had encountered anything strange recently. Seeing Feng Yi's confused expression, Wang Liang emphasized that 1 year from now, the world might undergo a world-shaking change, and everything would be reshuffled. This slightly surprised Feng Yi. It was not strange for someone in the military to know about the spiritual energy awakening. What truly surprised him was that ordinary soldiers would definitely be ordered to strictly follow confidentiality regulations. Yet now, Wang Liang was revealing this to him, which meant Feng Yi had already been listed as a suspect by the military. This childhood friend had asked him to meet because the military wanted Wang Liang to test him. But after Feng Yi played dumb, this old friend still kindly reminded him to be careful. Just then, Wang Liang's phone suddenly rang. A fiery voice on the other end ordered him to return to the team within 10 minutes. Seeing Wang Liang hurriedly trying to leave, Feng Yi directly laid his cards on the table and asked if this was about the spiritual energy awakening. Looking at Wang Liang's shocked eyes, Feng Yi told him he could bring him along. After all, was it meeting him also an order from above? Feng Yi also wanted to know what the military was handling. It had to be related to the changes in heaven and earth. But since the Spiritual Energy Association already dealt with abnormalities, what exactly was the military responsible for now? Not long after, they arrived at Military Spiritual Restricted Zone number 19. The moment Feng Yi arrived, he discovered that the spiritual energy here was unusually dense. And, with Wang Liang present, Feng Yi was not stopped. As soon as he entered, he saw the military fighting a demonic hound. The situation did not seem favorable, mainly because this demonic hound possessed a fusion of dark and fire attributes, making it extraordinarily savage. Several soldiers had already been seriously injured, while the person in charge, Jilan, was at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Seeing Wang Liang bring Fang Yi, a stranger, into an important military restricted area. Jilan should have held him accountable, but the situation was urgent, so she only ordered Wang Liang to return to formation immediately. In truth, Jilan also knew Fang Yi's intelligence file and was somewhat assured about him. But now that she was seeing him in person, she did not sense anything special from him, so she simply warned him to keep everything confidential before turning back to command the soldiers. With Wang Liang joining in, the military squad seemed to have filled in the final missing piece and began suppressing the demonic hound again. Jilan also made her move at this moment, taking advantage of the hound being suppressed. She dealt a large amount of damage to it. The pain made the demonic hound howl toward the sky. It roared and extended dark attribute claws, trying to kill the soldier who had approached it. If Jilan had not attacked at just the right moment, that soldier would have been severely injured, even if he survived. Jilan immediately ordered everyone to maintain distance from the demonic hound. Fang Yi took in this scene and could not help sighing at the military's coordination and strict discipline. But at that moment, Fang Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He shouted for everyone to retreat immediately, because a powerful aura fluctuation suddenly erupted from the demonic hound's body. In the next second, the smoke dispersed. The once ordinary hound had evolved into a giant, hideous humanoid form. Its fire and dark attributes had completely fused and mutated. This instantly forced everyone into a passive position. The demonic hound's gaze fell on Wang Liang, who was closest to it. As Jilan grew anxious, lightning flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. If anything happened to Wang Liang, he would immediately make his move. In the end, Wang Liang relied on his reaction speed to dodge the demonic hound's claws. Jilan also began reorganizing the squad. This demonic hound had now been upgraded from a C-rank abnormality to a B-rank abnormality. At the same time, although Wang Liang had dodged the attack, the shockwave still injured him badly, leaving him unable to keep fighting. Even so, he still wanted to stand up and continue fighting alongside his brothers in arms. Meanwhile, Jilan and the soldiers had already prepared themselves to risk their lives. No matter what, they had to keep this demonic hound inside the restricted zone. Seeing this, Fang Yi no longer hid himself, just as Jilan was preparing to fight with her life on the line. A figure she never expected charged out faster than everyone else. Fang Yi moved as fast as lightning, and thunder roared from his right hand like the cries of 1,000 birds. Within seconds, he arrived above the demonic hound's head. Countless bolts of lightning slammed into its skull. Vast thunderlight continuously invaded the demonic hound's body. The commotion left everyone present completely shocked. This B-rank abnormality that they could not defeat was actually suppressed single-handedly by Fang Yi. At the same time, everyone finally confirmed Fang Yi's identity. He was the tyrant who had walked out of Jade Emperor Mountain. At this moment, Fang Yi told them to step back a little. Thunder surged out from his arm and shot straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered overhead. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Fang Yi looked like a king who ruled over thunder. This scene left Jilan utterly shaken. The pressure of this extreme thunder attribute was something that could not be found in a second person anywhere in the world, and it made her clearly feel the enormous gap between herself and Fang Yi. In the next second, a sky-reaching pillar of thunder crashed down onto the demonic hound. At that moment, Fang Yi truly lived up to the name Tyrant. After Fang Yi easily dealt with the mutated demonic hound, everyone looked completely unable to believe what they had just seen. Fang Yi's childhood friend, Wang Liang, also ran toward him in excitement. Wang Liang had never imagined Fang Yi would be this powerful, but he did not become distant from him because of it. At this time, Jilan walked over to Fang Yi and thanked him for his help. Fang Yi said it was nothing, and that he had only treated it as saving his friend. But a life-saving favor was still a life-saving favor, so Jilan hoped Fang Yi could leave his contact information, whether for future communication or for reporting to her superiors. They would need it. Fang Yi did not refuse. At this moment, Jilan changed the topic and began thinking about recruiting Fang Yi. After all, his strength had truly shocked her. They were both at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, yet the gap between them was greater than the heavens. Jilan also knew in her heart that the chances were slim, and that she did not have enough authority to invite him herself. Jilan did not feel ashamed about it either. If Fang Yi was willing to join, she would have a higher-ranking officer personally invite him and give him enough respect. Fang Yi naturally had a good impression of soldiers, but he was used to being free and unrestrained, so he politely rejected Jilan. However, Fang Yi did agree that if they ever encountered an abnormality too powerful to handle, they could ask him for help. Jilan nodded slightly and said nothing more. Fang Yi also took the chance to say goodbye. After Fang Yi left, Jilan made no attempt to hide her praise for him. She told Wang Lian to maintain a good relationship with Fang Yi in the future. After all, he already possessed such strength at this stage. It was impossible to imagine what kind of supreme powerhouse he would become in the future. Meanwhile, after returning home, Fang Yi began cultivating again. For now, he had only exposed his Thunder attribute in front of the military. While he kept one card hidden, the Thunder attribute's ability to counter the Dark attribute was exactly what the military wanted most. In order to recruit Fang Yi, they would definitely give him first-hand information about the spiritual energy awakening. This trip to the military also helped Fang Yi understand the military's role. The army was stationed in dangerous areas with dense spiritual energy. On one hand, it allowed soldiers to cultivate in spirit-rich locations and ensure the military gained combat strength first. On the other hand, they were also drawing a warning line between ordinary people and abnormalities. The military was the night watchman, the blade in the shadows, and the sharp shield of the nation. The spiritual energy associations was responsible for filling the gaps and cleaning up the abnormalities that slipped into the cities. The authorities protected ordinary people through restricted zones, while also releasing signals that spiritual energy was about to awaken. With both approaches, the future would not fall into chaos immediately. And because Fang Yi had previously absorbed the Desolation attribute, along with the massive amount of spiritual energy he absorbed inside the restricted zone, his accumulated foundation caused his strength to begin rising by leaps and bounds. On the other side, Fang Yi's cousin Lin Yi had just returned and walked out of the supermarket entrance. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from in front of her. Lin Yi could not help widening her eyes. Reflected in her pupils was the projection of a divine axe that only pioneers could see. This instantly made Lin Yi understand that someone was breaking through. The massive and majestic divine axe kept chopping downward. Lin Yi sensed the aura growing stronger and stronger, and it quickly surpassed her understanding. An unbelievable guess appeared in her mind. Could someone be advancing into the spirit creation realm? Such a powerful pioneer was actually right beside her. At the same time, inside the Spiritual Energy Association's monitoring room, a blood-red warning blared through the entire space. That abnormal value had reached 99, a level of fluctuation that clearly belonged to the spirit creation realm. Everyone instantly fell into inexplicable panic. If this was an abnormality, then the city beneath their feet might be destroyed completely. No one on site could possibly stop it, so the stationed officer immediately requested support. Aside from weapons of mass destruction, they needed every piece of advanced equipment available. Just then, a soldier came forward to report that the alarm had been lifted. This was not an abnormality, but the fluctuation caused by a pioneer's advancement. As for the person who caused such a massive commotion, even Fang Yi himself had not expected it. He had actually broken straight through to the one-star spirit creation realm. Suddenly, a text message on his phone caught Fang Yi's attention. It was from Wang Lian, telling him that an unknown flame had appeared on the field at Qingbei University. And it was not the previous spiritual energy pollution point at the northern gate, but a second, brand new abnormality. In the end, Wang Lian kindly reminded Fang Yi that his strength was far too great for their side to control, so he had to be extremely careful with whatever he did from now on. This was also why Fang Yi had been hiding his solar attribute. After all, being too high profile would easily make him a thorn in someone's side. At this time, his cousin returned home. She held up the takeout in her hand, showing that she had brought it back for Fang Yi, only to see him lazily playing on his phone. Lin Yi could not help sighing inwardly. Fang Yi had a proper character and no bad habits, but his only problem was that he was too lazy. Pioneers like her were constantly busy searching for opportunities while hiding their identities from ordinary people. Seeing Fang Yi looking so unmotivated, Lin Yi could not help feeling disappointed in him. Still, if the world really fell into chaos in the future, Lin Yi had already made up her mind that she would protect Fang Yi. What she did not know was that Fang Yi was not playing a game at all. He was watching footage of the abnormality at Qingbei's field. From the video, the flames had spread incredibly fast and violently. But aside from that, Fang Yi could not see much else. He could only go to Jilan to learn the specific situation. Just now, outside the sealed Heavenly Fire Zone at Qingbei University, some reporters had smelled a huge story. Unfortunately, they were all stopped outside and could not get in. Under countless gazes, Fang Yi and Jilan walked into the sealed area that everyone else could only stare at from afar. Soon Fan Yi saw the field that had been burned. Ji Lan prepared to make a trip to the principal's office first. Feng Yi did not plan to follow her. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the field ravaged by the heavenly fire. He lightly touched the ground and found that it was already cold, without any sharp aura that heavenly fire should have left behind. Just as Feng Yi was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. The person who arrived was none other than his gorgeous ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli. When Chu Qingli's best friend heard her call Feng Yi's name, she immediately realized that he was the ex-boyfriend Chu Qingli had mentioned before. Knowing how outstanding Chu Qingli was, her best friend assumed that Feng Yi could not forget her and had chased her all the way here, so she began persuading him to give up because the gap between them was too great. Her one-sided speech left Feng Yi completely confused. Some passers-by heard this and stopped to watch the drama. After all, Chu Qingli's stunning looks were already well known among many people. Chu Qingli's best friend even stepped forward and warned Feng Yi to leave immediately, or she would call security. As for Chu Qingli, she felt slightly pleased inside, also believing that Feng Yi had really come here for her. If he could not let her go, he should just admit it. At this moment, Jilan returned and asked whether Chu Qingli was Feng Yi's friend. Feng Yi shook his head slightly and said she was only a high school classmate, not really a friend. Hearing this, Jilan glanced at Chu Qingli, clearly misunderstanding something. Chu Qingli, on the other hand, was somewhat stunned. She felt that Jilan was not only excessively beautiful, but also carried an especially powerful aura. But why would someone like her know a person like Feng Yi? Jilan did not care about any of that. She lowered her voice and began discussing the heavenly fire with Feng Yi, while Feng Yi's identity had also been arranged as a military consultant. Just then, the crowd was suddenly separated. Under everyone's astonished gazes, they actually saw the elusive principal, who almost never appeared in public. Even the vice principal was usually difficult to meet. Chu Qingli's best friend was foolish enough to think that the principal had brought people here to arrest Feng Yi and Jilan. In the next second, under everyone's astounded gazes, the principal smiled and shook Feng Yi's hand in greeting. Then, he even bent down and asked Feng Yi for help, shocking everyone present, including the teachers and students. Chu Qingli's mind nearly crashed. The principal of a top university was showing such respect to an 18-year-old boy. It was enough to make anyone question reality. The security personnel on site also began clearing out the students. Even so, Chu Qingli's eyes still could not leave Feng Yi. The gossiping passers-by who were being driven away also could not come back to their senses. After what they had just witnessed, who exactly was unworthy of whom? At this moment, Chu Qingli looked exactly like a clown. Next, the principal led Feng Yi and Jilan forward. They headed toward the true location where the heavenly fire had appeared. And through their conversation, Feng Yi learned what had happened. Heavenly fire had fallen from the sky, one after another. Although the fire trucks had arrived at the scene immediately, they had only managed to put out several fires on the field. There was still one spot that could not be extinguished, no matter what. Feng Yi followed the direction the principal pointed toward. He saw a basketball hoop burning fiercely ahead, and that was the original point where the fire had started. At this moment, Jilan took out something that looked like a watch. She told Feng Yi that this was a spiritual energy anomaly detector. Normally, as long as the value exceeded 10 points, the area had to be sealed off. The moment she finished speaking, the number on the detector instantly jumped to 60. Jilan immediately realized something was wrong. With such a high anomaly value, if they did not seal it off at once, not only Qingbei University, but even the entire city could be affected. Just as she was about to request support, Feng Yi suddenly leapt forward. He jumped straight into that terrifying heavenly fire. At that exact moment, the detector's value shot straight up to 110. This was already an S-rank anomaly value, a forbidden zone that even the strongest elite soldier in their military district would not dare enter lightly. Jilan never expected Feng Yi to charge in just like that. But Feng Yi dared to enter because he was relying on his extreme solar attribute. As he went deeper, a fire dragon formed from flames appeared before him. The moment it saw Feng Yi, it lunged straight at him. Feng Yi did not dodge. Instead, he reached out with one hand. The instant the fire dragon collided with him, the system's voice rang in Feng Yi's mind. Intense heavenly fire attribute fluctuations detected. Beginning to compile a new technique. Hearing the system notification, Feng Yi gritted his teeth and endured. Even with the solar attribute protecting him, he could still feel that extreme scorching force. This power seemed even stronger than the desolation attribute. At that moment, the system finished compiling, and Fang Yi successfully obtained a Heavenly Fire attribute technique. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire could purge evil sins and seal all demons and wicked beings. Immediately after, the system began extracting the attribute. After obtaining the new technique, Fang Yi instantly activated the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. In the next second, countless chains emerged from behind him and tightly bound the terrifying fire dragon formed from heavenly fire. Jilan and the principal outside the flames naturally saw this scene as well. They were shocked beyond words, never expecting Fang Yi to possess sealing abilities too. Soon, under the constant tightening of Fang Yi's chains, the surging heavenly fire rapidly gathered into his hand. Eventually, the heavenly fire was completely imprisoned within the chains. After completing the seal, Fang Yi placed the heavenly fire back onto the basketball hoop and told the principal that the field should remain sealed for now, but the heavenly fire would no longer continue spreading. Ji Lan silently watched Fang Yi. After Fang Yi finished explaining everything, Ji Lan stepped forward and told the principal that she needed to speak with Fang Yi alone. The principal smiled and nodded, naturally choosing not to stay and be a third wheel. After the principal left, Jilan began teasing Fang Yi for hiding himself so deeply. But as she spoke, her expression suddenly became serious. She knew Fang Yi had been hiding his talent and strength. She also understood that a powerful pioneer like Fang Yi must have his own secrets, and she naturally would not pry into them. Jilan simply had something she needed to say. In this crucial moment, when the world was about to change, Xia country desperately needed top-tier powerhouses. During the spiritual energy awakening, someone like Fang Yi was basically equivalent to nuclear deterrence. That was why both the Spiritual Energy Association and the military restricted zones would want to invite him to join. It was even possible that high-level officials from other countries would offer Fang Yi generous conditions to recruit him. These were things Fang Yi could not avoid, and Jilan did not hide the fact that she hoped he would join the military. Hearing this, Fang Yi became curious and asked why Jilan did not simply invite him to join her own military district. It turned out that there was an extraordinarily powerful place within the military district where the most talented and strongest pioneers in the military gathered. Jilan felt that only that place was qualified to invite Fang Yi. Even Jilan had never met the pioneers from that place. They were mainly spread across different regions, handling powerful and terrifying abnormalities. After learning this, Fang Yi could not help guessing that among those pioneers, there might be someone like him who had already reached the spirit creation realm. This gave him a slight sense of urgency. However, the heavenly fire attribute he had just obtained also made Fang Yi begin thinking about how to use it. Soon, Fang Yi had an idea. An eternal heavenly fire combined with his Tang Saber's extreme solar attribute would definitely raise its power to another level. Before long, Fang Yi returned to the back mountain near his home. But the scene before him made Fang Yi pause. A danger warning sign had actually been installed on the only path leading to the back mountain. Fang Yi did not even need to think to know this was the work of the Spiritual Energy Association. After learning his identity, they had basically marked the back mountain as his personal testing ground. Suddenly, Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. He had not expected some trash to dare enter his territory. This aura was somewhat similar to the dark pollution from the snake and rat factory. But what surprised Fang Yi was that this mutated monkey was actually thinking about the difference in strength and whether it should attack. Fang Yi ignored it and first implanted the heavenly fire attribute into his Tang Saber. At this moment, Fang Yi could not help wondering what kind of power would be unleashed when the extreme solar attribute, heavenly fire, and the crimson flame saber art were combined. Coincidentally, there was now a perfect target for him to test it on. As Fang Yi swung his saber, the blade light instantly transformed into 2 surging fire dragons. However, this mutated monkey was a little too smart. Because it had been on guard the entire time, it avoided most of the damage from Fang Yi's heavenly fire saber technique. Fang Yi did not care. He only wanted to test its power, and judging from the destruction at the scene, this casual slash was already several times stronger than his previous crimson flamed saber art. Also, this power had no effect on Fang Yi himself. When he touched the heavenly fire on the blade, he only felt a cool sensation. Meanwhile, on a small path in the back mountain, an attractive young female influencer had come here to live stream outdoors in search of excitement. And the excitement she wanted had certainly arrived. The mutated monkey that had just been scared off by Fang Yi happened to run into her while escaping. The female influencer had no ability to resist and was pinned to the ground by the mutated monkey, while her fallen phone live-streamed the entire scene. At this moment, the female influencer was completely frozen in fear. just as the mutated monkey opened its huge mouth and was about to bite down. At the critical moment, 2 fire dragons roared over from the distance, pulling off a heroic rescue. Naturally, the livestream viewers saw this scene clearly as well, though some still thought it was just special effects. But that did not stop the viewer count from skyrocketing like crazy. As for the mutated monkey, it was naturally torn apart by the 2 fire dragons on the spot. As the female influencer escaped with her innocence intact, she still did not forget to pick up her phone. She continued live streaming the scene of the flames burning the monkey for her viewers. However, within the flames, Fang Yi's figure was still faintly caught on camera. In an instant, Fang Yi shot to the top of the trending lists across every major website. Naturally, Chu Qingli's best friend saw it too. At first, Chu Qingli was not interested, assuming it was just another short drama marketing stunt buying its way onto the trending list. But seeing the figure in the flames, after all, she was Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend. Of course, she could recognize him, but no matter how she thought about it, she could not believe that person was really Fang Yi. Still, whether it was what happened with the principal that day or today's trending headline, both made her faintly start thinking about lowering her pride and asking Fang Yi to get back together. Since Fang Yi had reached the top of the internet's trending headlines, his ex-girlfriend, his cousin, and even the teammates from the cave exploration all saw his godlike fiery figure. With such massive attention, there was no way the Spiritual Energy Association and the military would not notice. They all gathered together to discuss how they should treat Fang Yi, while Su Qingying, who had interacted with him before, firmly believed that Fang Yi was rational and would not act recklessly. But as insiders, they clearly knew that with Fang Yi's strength, even if he was not the strongest in the world, he was already unstoppable within Xia country. At the same time, the higher-ups were not yet ready to lower their status and contact Fang Yi personally. After all, the previous top pioneers had all come from within the military. However, in order to show goodwill to Fang Yi, if he lacked any resources or needed any new weapons and equipment in the future, they could deliver them to him. This wave of video exposure also made the entire spiritual energy circle of Xia country notice Fang Yi. Meanwhile, in a mysterious hospital, a woman murmured to herself, "A new hope has been born in Xia country. Teacher, your chances of waking up have increased again." Back at Fang Yi's home, the video about him from earlier could no longer be found. Fang Yi immediately understood that the authorities had begun blocking it across the entire internet. After all, this was not yet the time for ordinary people to know the truth. However, an entire day passed, and Fang Yi still did not see his cousin return. A sense of unease rose in his heart. He tried calling her, but the phone only said she was out of the service area. Fang Yi immediately decided to go look for his cousin. As for his cousin, she and Sister 81 had already been trapped in a certain forest for more than 10 hours. Both of them were in terrible condition, and Sister 81 had even suffered an abdominal injury. Even so, neither of them dared to relax for even a moment. At this moment, Lin Yi wished more than ever that she were stronger. Suddenly, a scarlet shadow appeared behind them. Lin Yi managed to react. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered in her hand. It transformed into a slash that severed the head of the monster that had appeared out of nowhere. Only then did they see that this monster was formed from the corpse of someone who had died while trapped in this forest. The two of them clearly understood their situation now. Once their spiritual energy ran out, they would probably be assimilated into walking corpses just like this. Suddenly, Sister 81 cried out in alarm. The full moon above had actually turned into a scarlet eyeball. Immediately after, that eyeball rushed toward them at high speed while continuously splitting apart along the way. Sister 81 wanted to strike and stop them. Lin Yi was just about to remind her to be careful, but the blood-red eye in the sky suddenly erupted with light, and the ground beneath them began to shatter. Before the two of them could react, countless scarlet eyeballs surrounded them. It felt as if countless hands were dragging them down into hell. At this moment, Lin Yi fell into despair. She should not have been so confident and accepted this exploration mission. Although she knew the path of cultivation was full of danger, and had imagined that one day she might vanish in some nameless corner, she still felt regretful that she would not get to witness the magnificent era after the spiritual energy awakening. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for death, a piercing light suddenly lit up the pitch-black space. Lin Yi could not help opening her eyes. What she saw next was a scene that would shock her for the rest of her life. Fang Yi stood there, holding blinding thunder in his hand. He blasted it straight into this lightless abyss. Fang Yi let out a breath of relief. Luckily, he had made it in time. Lin Yi stared blankly at Fang Yi, as if her mind had completely frozen. She never imagined that the person who saved her would actually be Fang Yi. Suddenly, Lin Yi warned Fang Yi to be careful. Behind him, a ghostly shadow covered in eyeballs was charging toward him. Fang Yi directly gripped his Tang saber, and flames quickly wrapped around the blade. This was perfect timing, since he wanted to test how heavenly fire worked against the dark attribute. With just one casual slash, the eyeball ghost let out a miserable scream and was burned to ashes within seconds. Sister 81 also woke up at this moment, staring at the sea of flames surrounding them. She thought she had really fallen into the deepest depths of hell. Fang Yi then dispersed the heavenly fire and told her she was not dead yet. The moment Sister 81 saw Fang Yi, her eyes widened. She immediately lunged toward him with sparkling eyes, clearly recognizing him as the true savior who had saved them from the death vine last time. Lin Yi was even more shocked when she heard this. You mean that extreme fire attribute expert is my cousin? But the word cousin only made Sister 81 even more excited. This was the lifesaver who had cut through the desolation with one slash and even made that older 3-star Ghost Axe veteran lose his composure. He was also the person who had caught Sister Jialan's attention. And he was actually your cousin. Ling Yi was stunned as well. Hadn't Fang Yi just used the thunder attribute? He actually possessed 2 extreme attributes. Soon, Lin Yi thought of something else. Could the expert who broke through to the spirit creation realm last time also be Fang Yi? Fang Yi admitted everything. After revealing the truth to Lin Yi and the others, he also became curious about why only the 2 of them had come to do this mission. Sister 81 explained that the E-girl had fallen seriously ill and was stuck at home, while the older long-haired guy was busy with another mission, so they were not together every time. Lin Yi also said that she accepted this mission because she thought that after breaking through to 3-star, the mission would be a breeze. Hearing this and thinking back to how those 2 had abandoned their teammates before, Fang Yi understood that this team would not last long. The reason Sister 81 said it like that was probably just to save face for those 2. So, Fang Yi suggested that Lin Yi and Sister 81 might as well form a team with him instead. The moment Fang Yi said this, Sister 81 eagerly jumped at the offer. Lin Yi also finally understood everything. A powerful pioneer like Fang Yi must have discovered her identity long ago. Yet not only had Fang Yi never exposed her, he had even been silently protecting her this whole time, which moved Lin Yi deeply. So she happily agreed as well, and even said that when they got home tonight, she would treat Fang Yi to a big feast. Just then, a message popped up on Lin Yi's phone. It was from that mysterious netizen, Jialan. Jialan had issued a mission to enter the extreme dark zone for collection, and the mission was marked as extremely dangerous. This place was located in a border area strictly forbidden by Xia country. The dark attribute inside was incredibly powerful, and pioneers usually avoided it completely when doing missions. Moreover, most abnormalities nowadays had basically escaped from that place. Even the official investigation team that once went deep inside had suffered a serious accident. Fang Yi originally wanted Lin Yi to ask Jialan about the exact mission details, but Sister 81 shook her head slightly, saying that Jialan was extremely mysterious and almost never explained much. From this, Fang Yi guessed that Jialan was either a fearless figure, bold enough to oppose the authorities, or someone from the military or association's higher levels. Fang Yi leaned more toward the latter. Unexpectedly, Jialan actually provided the specific mission details this time, and even reminded them that they might encounter an S-rank abnormality, so they should act according to their ability. These words greatly surprised Lin Yi and Sister 81, but what they did not know was that after Fang Yi's identity was exposed, the people around him were naturally easy to investigate as well. The powerful pioneer being hinted at in the message was obviously Fang Yi. Jialan was using Lin Yi to indirectly invite him. Someone as powerful as you should be interested in this, right? Fang Yi really did want to see it for himself, so he told Lin Yi to sign them up as a team. However, because no specific name was listed in the application, the staff could not help worrying. If Fang Yi did not go, this batch of pioneers would probably die inside. Jialan, however, did not care. She simply said that if he did not come, then fate had not arrived yet. After saying that, she asked her 2 subordinates in return. Was the mission to the Dark Zone really just sending pioneers to their deaths? In reality, its true purpose was exactly the opposite. This was a necessary path for Xia country to build up its strength. Only by collecting the Shikui purifying flower could they save more pioneers, whether they were the future backbone of Xia country, or the top core combat forces who had already gone forward one after another with uncertain fates. No matter what, the Shikui purifying flower had to be collected. It turned out that Jialan's teacher was Xia country's only pioneer who had reached the Vajra realm, and only the Shikui purifying flower could heal and awaken that person. A Vajra realm powerhouse would be no less valuable than a nuclear weapon after the spiritual energy awakening. This was Sha country's greatest bargaining chip in negotiations with other countries before and after the awakening. So even if many pioneers had to be sacrificed now, it was still worth it. After hearing this, Jielan's two subordinates understood, but they were even more worried about Jielan's health after seeing her work day and night. But those words touched a nerve in Jielan. She said in a low voice, "I really am important, because my life was brought back by my teammates." Immediately after, a stabbing headache cut off Jielan's words. After calming down, she apologized to her two subordinates. They did not mind and only asked whether Jielan wanted to go get her medicine. Jielan shook her head slightly, saying it was not time to take her medicine yet. This matter also made her think of her teammates again. She had once personally witnessed her squad enter the Dark Zone to collect the Shikui purifying flower, only to be completely wiped out. Her teammates had given her the chance to survive. They had even passed their attributes to Jielan, placing their hope of bringing back the Shikui purifying flower on her. But they had not known that the attributes they passed on had been corrupted by tainted blood, and an incomplete Shikui purifying flower was useless. Meanwhile, after a long journey, Fang Yi and the other two finally arrived at the extreme Dark Zone. This place was surrounded layer upon layer and guarded with extreme strictness. Even so, everyone could still sense that uncomfortable aura. Sister 81 even felt goosebumps rise all over her body. This disgusting presence was hundreds, even thousands of times more terrifying than the abnormalities she had encountered before. At this moment, quite a few pioneers had already gathered here, and they had not come only for the generous reward. Dark outbreaks had already appeared in more than one city, so there were naturally many people who wanted to prepare for danger before it arrived. Although Fang Yi had arrived at the extreme Dark Zone, he could feel that the situation here was already far from optimistic. Whether it was the mutated rabbit he had first encountered, or the mutated giant rat and giant snake that had worked together to hunt humans, they all seemed to have escaped from this place. Fang Yi did not understand how these mutated creatures had managed to bypass the military's surveillance. But right now, more and more abnormalities were indeed appearing inside the city, and the situation was already becoming difficult to suppress. So, even if it was not for the Shikui purifying flower, Fang Yi still had to go inside and investigate. At the same time, Su Qingying had also joined this mission. Fang Yi's arrival naturally caught her attention. But when she saw that Fang Yi had brought two girls with him, Su Qingying could not help blurting out a curse. Then she immediately covered her mouth and prayed that Fang Yi had not noticed her. Unfortunately, after that sound, it was impossible for Fang Yi not to notice. Su Qingying could only turn around stiffly and greet Fang Yi. Seeing this, Sister 81 curiously asked whether Su Qingying was Fang Yi's girlfriend. The moment those words came out, Su Qingying's face instantly turned red. She hurriedly tried to say no, but Fang Yi explained even faster than her. Fang Yi said she was not, and added that Su Qingying was just someone the association had sent over to run errands for him. Su Qingying's face immediately stopped being red, and she suddenly felt like cursing him instead. Unexpectedly, their conversation drew the attention of others. A middle-aged man looked at them arrogantly, clearly with a disdainful attitude. He said that not greeting their seniors was bad enough, but making so much noise here showed they did not understand what kind of place this was. Sister 81 immediately became unhappy, but Lin Yi quickly stopped her. Fang Yi also shook his head, signaling that there was no need to say anything more. Even so, Sister 81 still left one sentence behind. "Old-timer, worry about yourself. Don't get scared to death by us youngsters later." Just then, the military arrived, and everyone turned to look. The car door opened, and the first person to step out was Jielan. She swept her gaze across the surroundings and remained silent. The powerful aura around her instantly intimidated most of the people present. Seeing such an impressive arrival, Sister 81 could not help becoming curious about Jielan's identity. At this moment, Fang Yi could sense Jielan glancing at him. Then she walked to the sealed entrance of the extreme Dark Zone. A diamond-shaped stone appeared in Jielan's palm. In the next second, the sealed gate of the extreme Dark Zone slowly opened. A dense and terrifying dark aura immediately surged out. Jielan then turned to everyone and reminded them that the Shikui purifying flower they collected had to be complete and free from human blood contamination in order to receive the mission reward. If there were no questions, they could enter now. The arrogant veteran was the first to enter, but he was still complaining that if he did not go, they would simply send others to die. His teammate advised him to say less. After all, if they died, they would only be reported as missing. otherwise paying a huge compensation for no clear reason, would practically admit that the authorities were at fault. Su Qingming also told Feng Yi at this moment that the veteran should have spirit creation realm strength. As for whether there were other spirit creation cultivators here, she was not sure. This surprised Feng Yi a little, although the people here were all top pioneers, and it was not strange for some spirit creation cultivators to appear. That veteran felt pitifully weak in Feng Yi's perception. On Jialan's side, she also finished counting the participants. There were 37 2-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, 12 3-star Ghost Axe Pioneers, and 3 1-star Spirit Creation Pioneers. Inside the extreme dark zone, everything was pitch black and filled with a nauseating aura. Su Qingying's team decided to travel with Feng Yi, and Feng Yi told them to stay closer. The dark attribute here would swallow their vision, and the ground was covered with rotten corpses and brain matter. Sister 81 threw up her guts at the sight. Of course, she was not the only one. Most people could not handle this scene either. Su Qingying reminded everyone that the dark attribute naturally suppressed pioneers, and inside the extreme dark zone, it was extremely active. According to the abnormality ranks everyone knew, a B rank abnormality was usually equivalent to a pioneer in the Ghost Axe realm, and the range of damage it could cause was still controllable. An A rank abnormality was equivalent to the Spirit Creation realm, and was often found in places where spiritual energy rioted or gathered. As for S-rank abnormalities, they were comparable to the Vajra realm or even higher, almost always reaching the level of major disasters. Because the extreme dark zone gave extra enhancement to dark attribute abnormalities, their ranks usually rose by 1 level here. For example, a B-rank abnormality here was equivalent to A rank. Su Qingying had handled many abnormalities, so she was fairly used to sights like this, and through her recent efforts, her own water attribute had also mutated into an ice attribute. Everyone could now feel that after entering the extreme dark zone, not only did their bodies feel uncomfortable, but their spiritual energy was also heavily suppressed. So they all felt it was better to speak less and conserve their strength. Feng Yi, however, felt no discomfort at all, probably because of his extreme thunder and solar attributes. Meanwhile, that spirit creation veteran was already slaughtering his way through the zone. While trying to prove his strength to everyone, he also became increasingly arrogant, thinking that the extreme dark zone was nothing special. But as time passed, Lin Yi's body also gradually began to feel unwell. After Feng Yi noticed this, he gently patted her and injected solar attribute power into her body. Instantly, Lin Yi felt as if she had been wrapped in sunlight. The nausea and coldness corroding her body completely vanished. She could not help marveling that fire attributes were truly powerful, while her own wood attribute was only good at absorbing spiritual energy from plants. Hearing this, Feng Yi corrected her. This was not the fire attribute, but the solar attribute. He also revealed that the Northern Gate incident and the heavenly fire at Qingbei University's field had both been solved by him, so fire and solar attributes were completely different. This was the first time both Lin Yi and Su Qingying had heard this, and they were instantly shocked again. Did that not mean Feng Yi had 3 attributes? Sister 81 only had the metal attribute, but at this moment, she no longer cared about anything else, and immediately wanted Feng Yi to help her drive away the dark corrosion too. Feng Yi directly granted Sister 81's request. This immediately made Su Qingying's teammates look at him with anticipation as well. Feng Yi repeated the same method without favoring anyone, injecting his solar attribute into all of them. After Feng Yi cleared away the cold corruption from the girls, a mutated beast suddenly attacked. Su Qingying reacted the fastest and launched the first attack, but it barely had any effect. Sister 81, who failed to react in time, became the mutated beast's main target. Seeing this, ice spiritual energy rapidly gathered in Su Qingying's hand. But when she launched her attack, the mutated beast actually turned elemental and dodged it. Just as Su Qingying was searching for its traces, Feng Yi swept his gaze across the surroundings and immediately warned everyone to be careful. The corpses of those who had died here before were now being controlled by that mutated beast and were rushing toward them. Immediately after, Feng Yi took one step forward. Brilliant golden flames flickered in his eyes. With one slash, terrifying fire instantly swept across the entire area. Whether it was the mutated beast or the corpses, all of them were burned to ashes in the flames. Unexpectedly, a plea for mercy suddenly rang out. Feng Yi turned to look at Su Qingying, clearly asking how a mutated beast could speak human language. Su Qingying guessed that it might have learned after eating too many humans. At the same time, Not far from Fan Yi, Jalan slowly withdrew the spiritual energy in her hand. She was also shocked. She had originally been prepared to save them, but Fang Yi had dealt with that extremely powerful mutated beast in one move. Even she would have needed several rounds to defeat it. On Fang Yi's side, Lin Yi learned from Su Qingying that the abnormalities in the Dark Zone might have all been nourished into intelligent monsters. Without spirit creation realm strength, it would be nearly impossible to move here. So, she wanted the frightened Sister 81 to pull herself together, or else if another abnormality attacked, she might not be able to resist at all. But the moment she finished speaking, the sound of waves, which should not have existed here, suddenly reached everyone's ears. Immediately after, the ground shook violently. The pioneers ahead of them were all desperately running for their lives. This included that spirit creation veteran. Behind them, vast darkness dyed everything black, sweeping forward like a towering tsunami. This was the most terrifying abnormality in the Dark Zone. The Dark Tide. The spirit creation veteran stopped, and spiritual energy burst from his body. He no longer wanted to run. Just because the military could not defeat it did not mean he could not. With that belief, he advanced instead of retreating, actually daring to charge toward the Dark Tide that even the military avoided at all costs. The result was obvious. He shattered on contact and was instantly devoured. In the end, he only managed to say brokenly, "This is clearly an S-rank abnormality." The speed of the wave far surpassed everyone's running speed, and before long, most of them were buried inside the Dark Tide. Seeing this, Fang Yi could not help asking Su Qingying what the Dark Tide was. Su Qingying explained that the Dark Tide was the extreme form of the Dark Attribute, capable of devouring all corruption. Even the abnormalities inside it would be consumed. They had clearly calculated their entry time to avoid it, so it shouldn't have appeared now. Lin Yi had also seen on the forums that the Dark Tide was said to be able to easily destroy an entire city, so she asked Fang Yi whether they should avoid it. Fang Yi responded by fusing his extreme thunder and solar attributes into a barrier, telling them to stay inside it so they could resist the Dark Tide's corrosion. Su Qingying realized what he was planning and quickly told him not to act recklessly. After all, that spirit creation veteran had just been swallowed instantly. Fan Yi chuckled softly as thunder and fire intertwined around him. He is him, and I am me. Don't lump us together. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Yi charged straight toward the Dark Tide. A crimson beam of light immediately crashed into it. The extreme darkness could not get anywhere near Fang Yi. As he continued deeper, Fang Yi finally understood clearly. The Dark Tide was not a real wave in the usual sense. It was formed by countless abnormalities gathered together, ranging from B rank to A rank, and from A rank to S rank. Calling this entire Dark Tide an SSS rank abnormality would not be an exaggeration. No wonder human spirit creation cultivators had no power to resist it. In the next second, lightning bloomed in Fan Yi's hand, and he kept striking these abnormalities. Anything below A rank basically shattered on contact. Even when S rank abnormalities charged toward Fang Yi, beneath his blazing sun, their only fate was to be burned to ashes. At this moment, Fang Yi paused slightly. It turned out that the spirit creation veteran had not been completely devoured by the abnormalities yet. Although his spirit creation foundation was not as solid as Fang Yi's, he was still a genuine spirit creation cultivator, and that had preserved one last thread of life for him. Fang Yi raised his right hand and called out sharply, "Divine Thunder 100 Refinements." A dazzling pillar of lightning instantly struck those abnormalities. The spirit creation veteran was also rescued by Fang Yi, but although he still had a trace of life left, it was not much. Whether he survived would depend entirely on fate. At the same time, however, the Dark Tide was not something that could be solved so easily. In just a few seconds, it completely recovered to its original state, as if it possessed the ability to multiply without limit. Watching it surge toward him again, Fang Yi formed a spiritual energy barrier around himself, making it impossible for the tide to break through. At the same time, the system detected an extreme dark attribute, but to Fang Yi's surprise, because this attribute was special, the system still could not extract it for now. After learning that he still could not absorb the dark attribute, Fang Yi decided to use another method. Even the current him could not completely destroy the Dark Tide, so there was only one option left. Meanwhile, outside the Dark Tide, the girls could no longer sense Fang Yi's exact aura, and the barrier Fang Yi had left behind began flickering on and off, making them worry. Su Qingying comforted Lin Yi, saying it was fine. The spiritual energy barrier had only flickered for a moment, and they just needed to pour their own spiritual energy into it to maintain it. Besides, if something really happened to Fang Yi, then they would only end up buried with him. However, Su Qingming simply did not believe that a monster like Fang Yi, who possessed several extreme attributes, would fail. Those words also comforted Lin Yi. Just then, a crimson pillar of light broke through the dark tide's blockade and shot straight into the sky. Fang Yi was using the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire sealing art. With Fang Yi at the center, 9 fire dragons roared around him, under everyone's shocked gazes. The dark tide that every pioneer feared and avoided was being continuously devoured and eaten away by those terrifying 9 fire dragons. In the distance, Jialan was stunned as well. She could clearly sense that extreme dark attribute. Yet no matter how the dark tide attacked, it could not break through the heavenly fire surrounding it. This meant that Fang Yi had actually sealed the dark tide. Immediately after, thunder surged out from Fang Yi's body. To be safe, Fang Yi fused the extreme thunder attribute, the natural counter to evil, into the heavenly fire as well. In the next second, he slammed the dark tide into the ground. As Fang Yi called out sharply, the ceiling flames began shrinking continuously. Gradually, the dark tide that had once covered heaven and earth was compressed until it was only the size of a basketball. After that, Fang Yi dragged the spear creation veteran back and asked how they should deal with him. Su Qingming said they could just hand him over to his teammates, while Lin Yi excitedly stepped forward and looked at Fang Yi with worship in her eyes. Su Qingming noticed something and asked Fang Yi why he did not look happy after sealing the dark tide. It turned out that this was only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here was far too dense, and the seal probably would not last for too long. As for the other pioneers, most of them had already been devoured by the dark tide. Only that one veteran had survived. To prevent further danger, Fang Yi let the girls walk in front while he guarded the rear. In truth, Fang Yi did not walk away empty-handed from sealing the dark tide. Inside the remaining pool of black water, the system successfully detected a new dark attribute ability and began compiling it. The dark aura that made others retreat in fear began circling around Fang Yi. Then it slowly flowed into his body. As the system announced that the compilation was complete, Fang Yi obtained a dark attribute technique, Boundless Dark Realm. When used, it could condense a sealed black mist space. Inside this space, spiritual energy would be corroded by the dark attribute, and existing spiritual power would be greatly weakened. Simply put, it was basically a domain, and if combined with Fang Yi's other attributes, it would probably create an even stronger weakening effect. Even if an abnormality more bizarre than the dark tide appeared in the future, he could eliminate it across levels. Just then, Su Qingming turned around and saw this scene, instantly shocked again. She could clearly feel Fang Yi's realm breaking through, but there was no pure spiritual energy here at all. Suddenly, Su Qingming realized something. Could Fang Yi be absorbing the dark attribute? Her scalp went numb, and her pupils contracted. One had to know that the dark attribute was a power formed from the negative emotions and hidden malice deep inside all living beings. Naturally, absorbing the dark attribute was strictly forbidden by the authorities. Back when it had not yet been banned, there had been pioneers who tried to absorb dark attribute abilities. However, one 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer had only absorbed a single wisp of dark attribute left behind by a C-rank dark abnormality, before suffering a violent backlash. His skin rotted, his mind collapsed, and he was still locked in a psychiatric hospital to this day. It was not that the authorities had never tried researching it or finding ways to evolve and purify the dark attribute, but they had paid a terrible price for it. Because of this, dark attribute abnormalities were listed separately, although their ranks still ranged from D to S. Even a D-rank dark abnormality could make a newly advanced Ghost Axe pioneer suffer greatly, let alone the S-rank dark tide. After Fang Yi's spiritual energy calmed down, he looked toward a spot not far away and said, "Come out. How long are you planning to keep following us?" That was right. Fang Yi had long since noticed that Jialan had been tailing him the entire way. Jialan appeared directly in front of everyone and questioned Fang Yi, asking whether he had just absorbed the dark attribute. Fang Yi openly admitted it. The moment Fang Yi finished speaking, Jialan reached into her collar. In the next second, she pulled out a gun and aimed it at Fang Yi's head. After Fang Yi admitted that he had absorbed the dark attribute, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Lin Yi and Sister 81 immediately grew nervous. Su Qingming even chose to stand in front of Fang Yi, questioning Jialan about what she was trying to do. Fang Yi signaled that it was fine, then asked Jialan in return Wasn't the mission supposed to be about finding the Shikui purifying flower? She had clearly been following them the entire time, yet she did not seem anxious at all. Instead, it was almost as if she was unhappy that they had not died here. Hearing this, Sister 81 finally realized that the woman before them was Sister Jialan, the one who had issued the mission. She angrily asked why Jialan was pointing a gun at Fang Yi. Not helping was one thing, but if it had not been for Fang Yi, they would have been wiped out long ago. And now Jialan still wanted to make trouble for him? Jialan suddenly smiled and said she was only joking. Seeing Fang Yi so loved by his teammates, she congratulated them for passing the test. Hearing this, Su Qingning and the others immediately blushed and denied it, awkwardly insisting that they did not like Fang Yi. Fang Yi ignored Jialan's teasing and asked whether her purpose in coming here was simply to test him. Jialan did not deny it. For a pioneer with talent as high as Fang Yi's, she had to personally confirm what kind of person he was. As for why she had not acted earlier, it was because pioneers could only follow the rules of the world after spiritual energy awakened. This was the fate of pioneers. Life and death could change in an instant. But Lin Yi and the others were lucky, because they had someone powerful enough, trustworthy enough, and reliable enough to protect them. And the reason no abnormalities had attacked them so far was because the power Fang Yi used to seal the Dark Tide was still guarding this area. After explaining this, Jialan took the initiative to lead everyone toward the Shikui purifying flower. However, Fang Yi felt that something was wrong with Jialan's mental state. Su Qingning knew the inside story, so she told him about the destruction of Jialan's squad. With that, Fang Yi understood the reason. As someone from the military, Jialan had an almost absolute obedience and coldness toward missions and rules. At the same time, the sacrifice of her teammates had left her with a self-destructive tendency similar to post-war trauma. Only now, there seemed to be a belief still supporting her. So Fang Yi told the others to be more understanding toward this wounded person. Hearing that Jialan was injured, everyone could not help feeling curious. It turned out that Jialan's spiritual barrier was severely damaged. She had at least the strength of a 2-star spirit creation cultivator, but because of this injury, saying her combat strength had dropped by 2 levels was not an exaggeration. Jialan naturally heard their discussion. While thanking Fang Yi for understanding, she also said that her injury was not a problem. Not long after, they arrived at the mass graveyard inside the extreme dark zone. Fang Yi and the others reached the area. Countless corpses immediately entered Fang Yi's sight. Jialan spoke and gestured for everyone to look ahead. On a small mound in front of them, an ordinary little flower stood out strangely, and it was precisely the Shikui purifying flower they were looking for. At this moment, Jialan slowly walked forward. Her expression suddenly began to look strange. After Fang Yi noticed this, solar attribute power immediately gathered in his hand. Then he threw it straight toward Jialan. This instantly snapped Jialan back to her senses. While waving her hand to neutralize Fang Yi's attack, Jialan was secretly shocked by this extremely rare solar attribute. However, the influence of the dark attribute on her also slowly disappeared. Su Qingying suggested that Jialan should stay where she was and let Fang Yi collect the Shikui purifying flower. As Fang Yi continued forward, the dark attribute could not corrode him at all. The moment it approached, it was immediately dispersed. He was now only a few meters away from the Shikui purifying flower. Just then, a mutated wolf demon burst out from underground. It opened its gaping maw, trying to devour Fang Yi whole, and inside its mouth, there seemed to be countless evil spirits. In response, thunder flashed in Fang Yi's hand. It instantly transformed into 3 lightning spears that pierced through the wolf demon's body. Fang Yi could sense that this wolf demon was at least an S-rank abnormality, and those lightning strikes had not killed it. Seeing this, Fang Yi decided to test his newly obtained ability. Domain expansion. Boundless dark realm instantly wrapped around the wolf demon. The power of the extreme dark attribute began corroding the wolf demon's body. In an instant, its original S-rank strength was reduced all the way down to B rank. Fang Yi could not help laughing. It had actually dropped by 2 whole ranks. It seemed that even the S-rank abnormalities in the extreme dark zone had unstable foundations. Immediately after, Fang Yi drew his long saber. With one slash, terrifying flames burned the wolf demon until nothing remained. Outside the domain, everyone was extremely shocked by what they saw. They could sense that the power before them belonged to the dark attribute, yet it did not carry that disgusting, cold pressure. Jialan told them that Fang Yi had somehow mastered the power of a domain on his own, and creating a domain with spiritual energy was an extremely difficult feat. Previously, the only person who could use spiritual energy attributes to create a personal domain space was her teacher. Across the entire world, there were at most 3 people who possessed domains, and the other two had unknown identities. What they did know was that in that country infamous for looting, when its capital was predicted to face a world-ending disaster, her teacher had expanded a domain to suppress it, only to suffer severe injuries. Just now, Fang Yi withdrew the boundless dark realm. After signaling that everyone was fine, he turned and walked toward the Shikui purifying flower. Then, he picked it. At this moment, even Jylon could not help feeling nervous. After all, this tiny Shikui purifying flower was the hope of awakening her teacher. Fang Yi then told everyone that it would be best to evacuate quickly, because the dark tide could break through the seal at any time. Besides, they were still carrying dead weight with them. Hearing this, Jielun nodded gently and thanked Fang Yi for turning the situation around. Without him, they absolutely would not have been able to collect the Shikui purifying flower. Fang Yi had saved the life of Elder Wu, Xia country's only Vajra realm powerhouse. Hearing this, Fang Yi's heart stirred slightly, but he did not say anything more. Not long after, they arrived at the exit of the extreme dark zone. The news that the Shikui purifying flower had been successfully collected had spread ahead of time, and a large group of people was already waiting for them. They were extremely curious about who had completed such a difficult mission. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly froze. A war chariot named Star God appeared before everyone. Anyone who knew about it understood that Star God was famous throughout Xia country. Not only was it the #1 war zone among the 10 great war zones, but it was also the gathering place for Xia country's current top combat power. Jialun came from there, and she handed the Shikui purifying flower to them. The leading officer received it solemnly. Then everyone saluted Fang Yi to show their respect. After that, the officer promised Jialun that they would immediately send the Shikui purifying flower to the hospital. Jialun quietly watched them leave. Seeing Fang Yi walk over, she asked whether he wanted to join the Star God war zone. Fang Yi's name and performance had already spread throughout the major war zones. Jialun did not deny that Fang Yi alone was strong enough to crush their most elite squad, but joining Star God still came with many benefits. Not only would he receive certain privileges, he could also obtain the highest level cultivation resources. But regardless of whether he joined or not, the reward for this mission would be doubled. Hearing this, Fang Yi still rejected Jialun's invitation. Jialun's expression became serious. Now that heaven and earth were changing, what the country valued most, or feared most, were dark attribute abnormalities. Their numbers were increasing rapidly, and their influence was constantly expanding. They could cause major disasters at any moment, which was why so many restricted zones have been established and heavily guarded. Jialun was not saying this to morally pressure Fang Yi. She simply wanted him to understand that the current situation was far from optimistic. Fang Yi promised that if he encountered abnormalities, he would never stand by and do nothing. Jialun no longer pushed him. This result was already the best outcome. Then, she handed Fang Yi a token. She told him that with this token, he could enter any restricted zone to cultivate at any time. The Star God War Zone would also welcome him whenever he chose to join. Suddenly, Jialun changed the topic and asked whether Fang Yi wanted to meet her teacher. It was fine if he refused. She simply wanted to befriend him. This time, Fang Yi did not refuse. In the next second, lightning flickered in his hand. Before Jialun could react, thunder had already wrapped around her. Fang Yi felt that the dark attribute inside Jialun's body should be removable with the thunder attribute, and Jialun had never expected thunder to have a healing effect. She could feel her entire body tingling. The places that had once been cold and painful now felt warm, and the wounds corroded by black mist were healing. Her damaged organs also recovered their former health, while the meridians and blood vessels contaminated by dark residue inside her body were being cleansed and restored one by one. After about 10 minutes, Jialun felt as if she had been reborn. Meanwhile, beside the ambulance, the doctors were in a difficult position because the spirit creation veteran was far too badly injured. Su Qingning happened to see what Fang Yi had just done, so she curiously came over to ask about it. After learning that the dark attribute inside Jialun had been shattered and cleared by Fang Yi's thunder attribute, she could not help looking at Fang Yi with expectation, making Fang Yi feel a little uneasy. Su Qingying turned and motioned for the medical staff to come over. Then she asked Fang Yi expectantly whether he could cooperate with them. With his thunder attribute spiritual power combined with medical equipment, they should be able to save many pioneers troubled by the dark attribute. Seeing Su Qingying plead with him like this, Fang Yi demonstrated it again. The medical staff came closer and observed carefully, discovering that Fang Yi's pure high-grade thunder attribute had no problem destroying dark attribute power. Jialun asked whether simply shaking hands with Fang Yi would clear away the dark attribute. After all, that was how she had just been healed. And the injured man was also in the spirit creation realm. So it should be fine, right? Su Qingying and the doctor both said no at the same time. The spirit creation veteran was far too badly injured. To heal him, Fang Yi would probably need to provide at least 10 times the thunder spiritual power he had used on Jialan. Even then, it would only save his life. Whether he could wake up was still unknown. Immediately after, the doctor invited Fang Yi to the ambulance. The process was like drawing blood. Fang Yi only needed to continuously release spiritual power, and the device would be able to store it. Ling Yi watched from the side, feeling proud and happy for Fang Yi. At this point, Fang Yi likely already held an extremely important position in Sha country. Fang Yi noticed Lin Yi's gaze and asked what the two of them planned to do next. Lin Yi said they were fine, then explained that they planned to act on their own from now on. She would team up with Sister 81 and take on missions for training. She did not want to rely on Fang Yi forever, but they would never have the chance to improve. Fang Yi gladly agreed. In this era of spiritual energy awakening, overprotecting them would only backfire. After saying goodbye to Su Qingying and the others, Fang Yi decided to follow Jialan to visit the only Vajra realm powerhouse she had mentioned. This made Su Qingying furious. She had clearly met Fang Yi first, yet Jialan had snatched him away. But she also knew there was nothing she could do. The Spiritual Energy Association's management was too chaotic, and many of its higher-ups were far too pretentious. Su Qingying only hoped those so-called top elite squads would not act too arrogant. Forget building a good relationship with Fang Yi. As long as they did not cause trouble for him, she would already be thanking the heavens. Not long after, at Star God's Supreme Medical Hospital, Fang Yi finally saw Elder Wu, the person Jialan had spoken of. However, Elder Wu's condition was even more shocking than Fang Yi had imagined. This made Fang Yi curious about what could possibly reduce a Vajra realm powerhouse to such a state. It turned out that on the day the dark catastrophe descended upon the capital, Elder Wu had tried to seal it by himself in order to prevent the dark attribute abnormality from affecting the capital. At that time, the military had also used a special method to transfer everyone's spiritual power into Elder Wu. But this dark catastrophe had already surpassed S rank and was countless times more terrifying than the dark tide. If it had truly descended, it would not have destroyed only the capital. Even the surrounding cities would have been wiped out. The capital held extraordinary significance. If it were destroyed, the entire country would fall into despair and chaos. So, Elder Wu forcibly used his own domain to seal the catastrophe that was about to descend. But no one expected that even after gathering everyone's strength, the terrifying catastrophe they faced was still far more dreadful than their assessment. Elder Wu suffered a backlash from the dark attribute. If he had not been a Vajra realm powerhouse, he would have been reduced to ashes in that instant. Hearing this, Fang Yi sincerely admired the old man lying on the hospital bed. In his previous life, many pioneers had also stood in front of him, which was why he had managed to survive in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Fang Yi raised his hand toward Elder Wu, making Jialan nervous. Fang Yi said he wanted to try. The Shikui purifying flower had already begun taking effect, but he still wanted to see whether his thunder attribute could remove the stubborn dark attribute inside Elder Wu. Thinking of Fang Yi's previous feats, Jialan finally decided to let him try. Perhaps Fang Yi could create another miracle. During this, she also reminded Fang Yi to be careful. The dark attribute inside Elder Wu was even more terrifying than the one inside the dark tide. Under Fang Yi's careful spiritual sensing, he detected an incredibly powerful darkness. The moment his spiritual power touched it, the stimulated dark aura instantly burst out from Elder Wu. Then it tried to corrode Fang Yi's body. In response, the solar attribute wrapped around Fang Yi's entire body. But in the next second, when Fang Yi opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. A massive eye was staring straight at him. Fang Yi immediately understood that he had been dragged into an illusion by that dark power. Although the pressure from the eye was intense, Fang Yi was not afraid. At this moment, the eye attacked first. A spear formed from blood-red cursed lightning was thrown toward Fang Yi. In that instant, the golden sun breathing technique activated at full force, and Fang Yi avoided the center of the blood-red spear. The power of this cursed lightning was no weaker than the thunder he had absorbed back on Jade Emperor Mountain. Seeing that the cursed lightning missed Fang Yi, the blood-red eye summoned endless flying insects, each comparable to a B-rank abnormality. They surged toward Fang Yi like a plague of locusts. But Fang Yi had no intention of dodging. Extreme flames turned into the Tang saber in his hand. Immediately after, Fang Yi leaped up, charged through the swarm and slashed toward the blood-red eye. Perhaps because of the Shikwe purifying flower's effect, or perhaps because this was only an illusion, the endless insects were impressive in appearance only. After taking Feng Yi's slash, the blood-red eye revealed that it was currently only at the level of an A-rank abnormality. Even so, Feng Yi did not deny its power. After all, this was only a trace of dark power left inside Elder Wu by that abnormal catastrophe. Feng Yi decided to end this quickly. Dark power gathered in his hand, and the boundless dark realm unfolded around him, dragging the blood-red eye straight into his domain. Seeing Feng Yi use dark power, the eye could not help wondering whether Feng Yi was really human. However, Feng Yi had no need to explain anything to it. He used his full power and pulled the eye into his domain. The blood-red eye seemed to know its fate and left behind one sentence: "We will return very soon." Those words made Feng Yi's heart tighten. We? Could it mean that the catastrophe had other beings like it? As for the remaining dark attribute, without that consciousness interfering, it was quickly destroyed by Feng Yi's thunder attribute. At the same time, in the outside world, Feng Yi's consciousness returned. A mass of black shadow was pulled out of Elder Wu's body by Feng Yi's thunder power. This was the dark power that the catastrophe had left inside Elder Wu. Immediately after, Feng Yi used the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art to seal this dark power. While explaining to Jialan why Elder Wu had been unable to wake up before, Elder Wu had been using his own body as fuel to forcibly suppress the dark consciousness inside him. Anyone else would have died countless times already. Elder Wu truly deserved to be Sha Country's #1 pioneer. Whether it was collecting the Shikwe purifying flower or eliminating the dark attribute inside Elder Wu, Jialan firmly believed that Feng Yi was the great benefactor who had saved Elder Wu's life. Feng Yi simply shook his head and did not say much. Instead, he shifted the topic to the moment when he eliminated the dark consciousness inside Elder Wu. More specifically, to the words it had left behind about returning again. Hearing this, Jialan was not surprised. It turned out that the monitoring departments of the military and the Spiritual Energy Association regularly summarized the spiritual energy anomaly fluctuations collected by both sides. These data records were all strictly controlled to prevent leaks. Rumor had it that the deduction results showed Sha Country's current reserve strength would not be enough to survive the first year of the spiritual energy awakening. Although this news was only speculation, many people believed it. This made Feng Yi feel doubtful. After all, in his previous life, he had survived until 3 years after the spiritual energy awakening. Could it be that his rebirth had changed the future? Very soon, Feng Yi threw these thoughts aside. The urgent priority was still to grow stronger as quickly as possible. He also promised Jialan that if the dark catastrophe descended again, he would stand together with them. This time, he was determined to change everything. After that, Feng Yi returned home. After 2 clashes with S-rank abnormalities, Feng Yi's realm was already ready to break through to 2-star spirit creation, but he still felt that his breakthrough speed was too slow. Although the abnormality inside Elder Wu's illusion had been weakened countless times, it still could not hide its truly terrifying strength. Suddenly, the little flower carrying the power of desolation sent Feng Yi a message. It wanted to fight alongside Feng Yi, but because it could not be carried around easily, it was destined to be unable to participate at all times. Still, to comfort it, Feng Yi decided to take it out for a walk. Their destination was the back mountain behind his house. The Spiritual Energy Association was highly efficient. The trees Feng Yi had burned down had already been fully restored. Feng Yi took out the Desolation Flower and told it that it could only absorb a little. It could not go too far, or the entire forest would not be enough for it. The moment the Desolation Flower touched the ground, its roots and vines instantly spread in every direction. In less than 3 seconds, the surrounding area had already turned into a forbidden zone of life. Feng Yi immediately pulled it out and told it that it could not absorb anymore. At the same time, he became curious about where it would rank among wood-type evolved life forms. The top 10 should not be a problem. Suddenly, a lion's roar made Feng Yi stop. He looked toward the source of the sound in the distance. A mutated magic lion was leading a pride of lions, roaring toward the sky. They seemed to be evolving together. By the time Feng Yi approached, the leading Lion King had already completed its evolution. The terrifying aura it released was no weaker than an A-rank abnormality. The lions also noticed Feng Yi, the human intruder, and began surrounding him. But Feng Yi's gaze stayed only on the Lion King. Because the Lion King was originally a wood attribute creature evolved from the forest, Yet the poison attribute now surrounding it was clearly a sub-attribute of darkness. This meant the Lion King had absorbed the dark attribute, giving itself dual attribute power. However, its strength was still only A rank. Fang Yi was too lazy to make a move himself. This was the perfect chance to test the Desolation Flower's strength and see just how powerful pure Desolation power really was. Meanwhile, at the foot of the back mountain, the Lion King had actually already been marked by the Spiritual Energy Association. After sensing the Lion King's rapidly growing aura, they curiously asked the inspection staff how much its spiritual energy reading had increased. The moment the answer 90 came out, everyone present was instantly stunned. That meant the Lion King had at least reached the strength of a 1-star spirit creation cultivator. As for the rest of the Lion Pride, they each ranged from 2-star to 3-star Ghost Axe strength. But the strongest person in their squad was only a 3-star Ghost Axe cultivator. Thinking about what could have caused this, the squad leader immediately guessed that the Lion King might have evolved his second attribute, and he quickly prepared to call the association for reinforcements. They absolutely could not allow the Lion King to keep growing any stronger, or the city at the foot of the mountain would face total destruction. But, right at that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The spiritual energy detector in their hands also started rising like crazy. The power erupting from the mountaintop was clearly the power of desolation. Seeing this, although none of them understood what was happening, that did not stop them from collectively turning around and running. At the same time, they also prepared to notify all nearby residents to evacuate immediately. However, while fleeing, they discovered that the desolation power was not spreading down the mountain. Instead, it was pouring deeper into the forest. On Fang Yi's side, an endless sea of flowers had already bloomed across the mountain forest. The Lion King kept trying to destroy the sea of flowers, but it was completely futile, because the flowers would keep regenerating and multiplying until the Lion King and its pride were drained dry. The Lion King still had enough strength to struggle, but its pride members did not. Once they were entangled by the vines, their only fate was to be drained dry and left behind as withered skeletons, and the nutrients absorbed from them would in turn become nourishment for the little flower's further evolution and growth. Realizing it was facing mortal danger, the surviving Lion King exploded with all its power and spat out violet poisonous breath at the Desolation Flower. But it had no effect at all, because the Desolation Flower's roots had already burrowed deep into the earth beneath the entire forest. The endless sea of flowers drew from the mountain and used the mountain in return. The Lion King, which had already awakened intelligence, seemed to understand this as well, so it immediately shifted its target to Fang Yi, its master. As the Lion King charged straight toward Fang Yi, the Desolation Flower's body suddenly began to grow larger and directly moved in front of him. Its petals did not dodge at all. Instead, they slammed straight toward the Lion King. And the result was that those petals opened like a giant fanged maw and swallowed the Lion King whole in a single bite. Sensing the threat of death, the Lion King desperately unleashed its dark attribute, trying to pollute and corrode the Desolation Flower instead. But Fang Yi could clearly see that the little flower had no intention of loosening its grip at all, allowing the dark attribute to erode it as it pleased. As for the Lion King's final outburst, it lasted only a few seconds before all of its power was exhausted. In the end, the only fate waiting for it was to be completely wrapped up and devoured by the Desolation Flower. This situation was beyond Fang Yi's expectations. Fang Yi had not expected the little flower to form a perfect ability of its own, without needing him to compile another technique for it. Once any abnormality fell into this endless sea of flowers, it would be unable to escape. Even if the spirit flowers were destroyed again and again, they could reform and use endless desolation power to reduce the target to bones. So, Fang Yi named this ability Endless Spirit Sea. At this moment, the bud of the Desolation Flower began to bloom. Countless petals surged into the sky. Fang Yi could clearly sense a force of evolution being born inside the little flower. At the same time, a red alert rang throughout the Spiritual Energy Association, filling the entire screen. This was a level of warning used only when a crisis-level abnormality appeared. The association's higher-ups immediately asked for the exact location. When they learned that it was the low mountain ridge Su Qingning had previously been responsible for, the squad at the foot of the mountain also sent in a message. The area where they had been tracking the Lion Pride had produced an excessive amount of desolation power, and that power had directly wiped out the entire pride. However, the desolation power had not spread down the mountain. Instead, it had burrowed deep into the mountain itself. For now, the only visible phenomenon was a vast sea of flowers. They were unable to approach and investigate, so they asked whether the association should send reinforcements. if this new desolation abnormality erupted, it might be even more terrifying than the sky ghost vine. When Su Qingying learned that the location was Fan Yi's back mountain, she already had a feeling that this matter was probably related to him. So she reported her specific guess to the association. And even if Fang Yi was not the cause, he could still protect everyone in that area. On Fang Yi's side, the desolation flower had already completed its evolution. And the new attribute it had awakened was actually fire. This surprised Fang Yi again, but he also discovered that the little flower seemed able to keep evolving as long as it kept devouring. Compared to pioneers like them, this method of cultivation and advancement was almost unfairly easy. At this moment, the system also issued a prompt. The evolved, desolate fire spirit flower had an extremely strong desire to absorb spiritual energy and could be placed inside the boundless dark realm for nourishment. This reminded Fang Yi that the boundless dark realm contained a large amount of dark attribute abnormalities and a suitable soil environment. If the desolate fire spirit flower absorbed them and evolved a dark attribute as well, it might be able to become an S-rank abnormality. Just then, because of the desolate fire spirit flower's feedback, Fang Yi's spiritual energy began spreading continuously, triggering a heavenly phenomenon. From the sky, a giant pair of hands formed from spiritual energy descended, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began pouring into Fang Yi's body. This was the sign that Fang Yi was about to break through to two-star spirit creation. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy and his physical body were naturally merging, as if they had been one from the beginning. Unexpectedly, someone was hiding in the dark. His face was full of excitement, and he shouted with a twisted expression, "I finally found you, the master of the legendary heavenly fire slash." It turned out that ever since he saw Fang Yi on the trending searches, he had been searching for him non-stop. Because he wanted to prove that he was the true #1 fire attribute pioneer. It turned out that the man's name was Jian Lu. He belonged to no organization and answered to no one. He was a wild pioneer who loved nothing but challenges and fights. Because he possessed a high-grade fire attribute, he believed himself to be the #1 fire attribute pioneer in Sha country. After Fang Yi suddenly appeared and took the top spot, Jiang Lu became extremely dissatisfied. So, he had been searching for Fang Yi non-stop, wanting to defeat him and reclaim the title of the strongest fire attribute pioneer. Watching Jiang Lu turn into a streak of fire and charge straight toward him, Fang Yi raised his right hand and called out sharply, "Divine Thunder." Instantly, thunder flashed across the sky. In the next second, it transformed into a lightning serpent and shot toward Jiang Lu. Under Jian Lu's shocked gaze, before he could even react, the thunder shattered the flames wrapped around his body. Jiang Lu was still a 1-star spirit creation cultivator, after all. Although he was not killed in one strike, his entire body was shocked senseless, and both knees slammed to the ground. Part of it was because he was paralyzed by the shock, but he still could not understand it. Wasn't Fang Yi supposed to be a fire attribute pioneer? At this moment, Fang Yi arrived in front of Jian Lu. He reached out and grabbed Jian Lu by the hair. Thunder erupted from Fang Yi's hand as he pressed Jian Lu's head down and smashed it heavily into the ground. Fang Yi looked at him and asked, "That's it?" Hearing this, Jian Lu gritted his teeth and tried to turn his head to speak, but no words came out. His heart was filled with indescribable shock. Why was he so helpless in Fang Yi's hands? He was clearly already a 1-star spirit creation cultivator and possessed a rare high-grade fire attribute. In his own circle, no one was stronger than him, and everyone had submitted to his power. Seeing that Jian Lu had no response, Fang Yi shocked his entire body with thunder again and said something that made Jian Lu feel utterly humiliated. "I thought you were strong." Kids these days really are confident. Jian Lu had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. Because he now understood the massive gap in strength between himself and Fang Yi. The threat of death had completely descended over him. His arrogant expression disappeared, leaving only pleading on his face as he begged Fang Yi not to kill him. Fang Yi silently shocked him one more time. Then, he told Jiang Lu that a pioneer's power was not meant for showing off or attacking their own people, but for killing the abnormalities that were about to invade the real world. After saying that, Fang Yi could not even be bothered to look at him anymore and had no intention of taking his life. Having survived the ordeal, Jiang Lu could only stare blankly as Fang Yi left. At this moment, Jian Lu finally understood that there was always someone stronger and always a higher sky above. Not long after, inside a high-end hotel, Jian Lu returned in a dazed and broken state. His companions did not notice anything wrong with him at first. They even joked that his new hairstyle looked pretty good. Still, one of them could not help reminding him that spiritual energy had not fully awakened yet, so he should not casually challenge people everywhere and make enemies. That would only invite disaster. They had nagged him like this more than once, but today, they noticed that no matter what they said, Jianlu did not impatiently argue back, like usual. So they finally realized something was wrong and asked him what had happened. Where had his usual, "Heaven is first and I am second," arrogance gone? Under his companion's repeated questioning, Jianlu finally opened his mouth and said 3 words. "Got one shot." His companions were confused. What got one shot? Jianlu could no longer hold back and cried from humiliation, saying word by word that he had been instantly defeated. He now deeply regretted going to challenge Feng Yi. Back then, he should have turned around and left immediately. If he had, he would never have encountered something so terrifying. In just one strike, the flames he was so proud of had been completely shattered by thunder. After hearing this, his companions understood what had happened, but they still found it hard to believe. With Jianlu's extremely high fire attribute talent, even someone from a high-level war zone should not have been able to defeat him in one move. After all, when Jianlu had first awakened, he had already defeated a 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer of the same attribute, while fighting above his level. So they wondered whether Jianlu had found the wrong person. They still did not believe that the so-called Master of the Heavenly Fire Slash was truly that powerful. Jianlu immediately denied it. He had gone straight to Fan Yi's territory, so how could it not have been Fan Yi? They had not experienced it themselves, so they simply did not understand. Deep down, Jianlu already regarded Fan Yi as a monster. That powerful and violent thunder attributes still seemed to be roaring in his ears. He was absolutely certain that Fan Yi was a supreme-level dual fire and thunder spirit creation pioneer, and his realm had to be at least 3-star spirit creation. His 2 companions were also frightened. If what Jianlu said was true, then Fan Yi would definitely become the nightmare of all genius pioneers. Such terrifying attributes and talent were far beyond reach. Only after the fact did Jianlu realize that in the face of such a massive gap in strength, he now actually felt the urge to become Feng Yi's disciple. In reality, Feng Yi was not 3-star spirit creation. He was still at 1-star spirit creation. The feeling he had earlier of being about to break through to 2-star spirit creation had disappeared. It was not because Jianlu had interrupted him, nor because something was wrong with Feng Yi himself. The problem came from outside. For some unknown reason, the surrounding spiritual energy could no longer gather and respond, making it impossible to form the conditions needed for an advancement phenomenon. Because the external spiritual energy was in chaos, Feng Yi could not break through. He could not help wondering whether something major was about to happen. So Feng Yi planned to contact Jialan and ask about the situation on the military side. However, the call could not connect. If a major abnormality had appeared, the military would definitely have contacted Feng Yi. That meant the worst possibility was that they had been forced to lose contact. At this moment, Su Qingying called Feng Yi, but her voice on the other end was broken and intermittent. She was mainly calling to request Feng Yi's support. Feng Yi originally wanted to ask for more details. However, a mutated bat suddenly smashed through the window glass. It screeched and lunged toward Feng Yi, which was practically a death wish. Feng Yi did not even stand up. Lightning merely flashed between his fingers. It transformed into a sharp blade that directly pierced through the attacking mutated bat. Hearing the noise, Lin Yi hurried over and asked Feng Yi what had happened. After learning that a mutated bat had appeared so openly, she said that she had just received news as well. Other people had also been attacked by mutated bats. This was definitely abnormal. A 2-star Ghost Axe abnormality would usually hide in the darkness, not rampage through a busy city area, let alone attack a pioneer's home directly. That meant the worst possibility was that a massive change was about to occur here, just like the disasters they had once seen in the news. A hard battle was likely coming next. They just did not know what it would be. Feng Yi told Lin Yi to call every pioneer she could contact to his house. For now, he would leave the safety of the house to her, as long as she did not let any abnormalities get inside. At the same time, the authorities issued a notice that the city would soon face its heaviest rainstorm in half a century, and red alerts had already been issued in multiple areas. Everyone was required to stay at home and avoid going outside in order to reduce the chance of being attacked by abnormalities. Meanwhile, Jianlu and the others, who had previously been instantly defeated by Feng Yi, were riding toward Feng Yi's house. But the strange weather made them feel increasingly uneasy. Just then, a mutated bat charged toward Jianlu. Flames surged in Jianlu's palm. He directly blasted the mutated bat with a blazing fireball. Unexpectedly, it did not burn the bat to death. But very soon, Jianlu realized something was wrong. It wasn't immune to fire. It had actually resurrected. They immediately decided to head back. Meanwhile, on the Spiritual Energy Association side, because the signal was being affected, they could not contact Fang Yi either. If an abnormality beyond their predicted level truly appeared, then they would have no choice but to handle it themselves. It turned out that several hours earlier, the Spiritual Energy Association had already detected abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations, and the readings were climbing rapidly. They had originally planned to invite Fang Yi to assist. But then, news came from the front line that an A-rank abnormality was about to descend upon the city center. However, before the association could remain shocked for long, a roar came from the front line. Someone shouted that the latest prediction showed that descending abnormality was S-rank, with no confirmed upper limit. Su Qingying immediately ordered everyone to report the abnormal pollution concentration values in their respective areas. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings caught the attention of the three of them. A massive swarm of bats was charging toward them. On the other side, the military restricted zone was also being attacked by a swarm of mutated bats. Jialan stood at the very front as countless sword lights flashed across the sky, tearing the bat swarm apart. This was Jialan's high-grade mutated metal attribute ability. It allowed her to transform spiritual energy into any shape and strengthen it, unleashing 200% of its power. At this moment, Jialan's expression did not relax at all. These dark attribute bat abnormalities kept multiplying endlessly, making them impossible to kill off, as if they were trying to stop her group from doing something. Suddenly, a man with traces of lightning flickering around his body arrived behind Jialan. He said the situation was bad. Right now, only the two of them among the higher-ups were guarding the entire military zone. But there was nothing they could do. Their military zone signal had already been disrupted by the abnormality, and even the anti-interference system had failed, making it impossible to contact other military zones. The other military zones were probably in the same situation. What they had to do now was defend the restricted zone, then find a way to break out and regroup with the other military zones. But what Jialan and the others did not know was that the abnormality's true target was not the restricted zone, but the city. Although the authorities had already warned people to reduce going outside, there were still plenty of people commuting to and from work. They had no idea that danger had already descended. By the time they reacted, the mutated bats were already treating them. As the mutated bat swarm appeared on a massive scale, countless workers outside were attacked. Teams from the Spiritual Energy Association rushed everywhere to rescue people, and these ordinary civilians discovered the existence of supernatural power for the first time. But they had no chance to process this new reality, because the mutated bats were increasing in number, and they even showed signs of further evolution. There was no time to explain anything to ordinary people. The association members had to clear the abnormalities first and save as many people as possible. On Fang Yi's side, he rushed forward at full speed, planning to find Su Qingying and the others to understand the situation. Any mutated bat swarms he encountered along the way were casually cut down with a single slash. But the undying nature of these mutated bats made Fang Yi realize that the situation was definitely still worsening. However, with the boundless dark realm, they could only be sucked into Fang Yi's domain and become nourishment for the desolate fire spirit flower. Even so, Fang Yi's worries did not lessen. Although he had already called the pioneers he had teamed up with before to his house, and with Lin Yi's ability, plus the backup measures he had left behind, self-defense should not be a problem. But if the situation continued to worsen, no one could predict the consequences. On the other side, as Su Qingying kept carrying out rescues, her spiritual energy began to run dry. Her recovery speed could not keep up with her consumption at all. Suddenly, cries for help came from the tall building behind her. Su Qingying gritted her teeth and rushed up, thinking that this was bad. These abnormalities were now starting to attack people inside buildings in large numbers. This was almost exactly like what had happened in the capital. She no longer had the strength to stop it. With her spiritual energy rapidly depleted, the current Su Qingying could only passively defend against the mutated bats. At this moment, Su Qingying's eyes suddenly widened. A strange change appeared in the sky as countless mutated bats began gathering together. Su Qingying understood that her guess had come true. A king of abnormalities was about to be born. Meanwhile, on the Spiritual Energy Association side, they had already detected a dark attribute abnormality, codename Cocoon. Its energy had reached the Vajra realm, and its danger level was S rank. According to the prediction, It was about to meet the standard of a king of abnormalities. In other words, this abnormality was no weaker than the catastrophe that had almost descended upon the capital. Worst of all, it seemed that no one could stop its birth. Even the Spiritual Energy Association and the military seemed to have no one capable of turning the tide of this hopeless situation. Right now, all pioneer squads were sacrificing their lives to stop the mutated bats from spreading. Many squads had already perished together with the bat swarms. Casualties were devastating, while the gap in numbers between them and the bats continued to grow. It was already too late to mobilize pioneers from other regions. The entire city had been surrounded by a massive black mist, and reinforcements from the military zones and other regions could not get in. Their city had become an isolated city. After hearing this, the elderly higher-up leading the Spiritual Energy Association also understood that they had reached a life-or-death moment. He was unwilling to flee alone. As the guardian of this city, even if he had to die, the abnormalities would have to step over his corpse first. He had already prepared to send the final code to headquarters. Once they could no longer stop the catastrophe, they would immediately launch a destructive strike to prevent the dark attribute from spreading any further. As for Su Qingying, she used the last bit of spiritual energy she had left to launch an attack at the mutated bats. Unexpectedly, her attack was directly deflected. What appeared before her was a 3-star spirit creation bat king with just one claw. It tore through Su Qingying's spiritual energy barrier. Her final bit of spiritual energy completely vanished. With no power left to resist, Su Qingying fell from the sky. She understood that she had no chance of surviving, so she prepared to burn through her own life and perish together with that Bat King. At the critical moment, a streak of fire shot past her. It slammed into the bat swarm, and the exploding sea of flames began devouring the mutated bats. Sensing that familiar spiritual energy fluctuation, Su Qingying immediately turned toward the source of the firelight. At this moment, thunder and fire intertwined in Fan Yi's eyes. In his hand, he held a long saber, wrapped in lightning. He charged straight toward the Bat King that had broken out of the flames. It was met with a terrifying lightning slash that spanned the sky. As the blade light swept forward, the inner flame hidden within the lightning exploded right after. Feng Yi landed beside Su Qingying and said there had been too many abnormalities on the way, so it had taken him quite some time to find her. Su Qingying reminded Feng Yi to be careful, because these mutated bats could resurrect. In response, Feng Yi unfolded the boundless dark realm in his hand. He directly devoured all of the mutated bats inside the domain. Seeing this, Su Qingying, who should have already fallen into despair, felt new hope ignite again. Perhaps Fan Yi really could stop the coming catastrophe. After devouring the bats, Fan Yi turned to look at the injured Su Qingying. He gently patted her shoulder and injected thunder power into her body, clearing away the dark attribute left inside her. Without the corrosion of the dark attribute, Su Qingying could clearly feel her injuries recovering rapidly. The Spiritual Energy Association naturally detected this situation as well, but they showed no signs of optimism. That was because the pioneers coming from surrounding cities to provide support had all been attacked and lost contact. This meant that the number of abnormalities outside the city had not decreased at all, while pioneer squads inside the city were losing contact one after another. So they believed that the king of abnormalities was about to be born, causing the abnormalities inside the city to gather together and temporarily decrease in number. Despair weighed on everyone's hearts. On Feng Yi's side, he asked Su Qingying whether they had confirmed exactly what abnormality was about to descend. Su Qingying said she did not know. All she could confirm was that this abnormality was definitely no weaker than the one that had nearly struck the capital. This was a true catastrophe. This cocoon was like a warning, as if humans could only learn that disaster was about to descend, but could not stop it from happening. What was being nurtured inside was an extremely terrifying life form. Once it was successfully born, no one knew how many cities would be destroyed. Although abnormalities could devour each other to evolve, dark attribute abnormalities were different. They had a bloodline hierarchy. Just like the group effect of the mutated bats, a perfectly evolved abnormality of the same kind would create something similar to bloodline suppression, causing ordinary abnormalities to automatically place themselves in the role of servants. We call this kind of perfect evolved form a king of abnormalities. As she spoke, Su Qingying actually wanted Fan Yi to leave the city. Since Fan Yi had not broken through to the Vajra realm yet, she was not sure whether he could fight the king of abnormalities. It would be better for him to leave first, then come back for revenge after breaking through. She did not want Sha country to lose a genius pioneer. In response, Fang Yi directly flicked Su Qingying on the forehead and cut her off. This was Fang Yi's home. Whatever the cost, even his own life, he would never run away from a battle. Feeling Fang Yi's determination, Su Qingying smiled at him and no longer tried to persuade him. Then, Fang Yi looked up at the enormous cocoon above. A flaming long saber bloomed in his hand. In the next second, the golden sun-breathing technique activated at full power. Before charging toward the giant cocoon, Fang Yi borrowed the watch device on Su Qingying's wrist because it could contact the Spiritual Energy Association. At the same time, the Spiritual Energy Association discovered that Su Qingying's connection had been restored. But they immediately noticed something was wrong. Su Qingying's position was rapidly rising and moving toward the source of the pollution. How was this any different from suicide? The communications officer shouted anxiously, ordering Su Qingying to stop moving immediately, avoid meaningless casualties, and wait for rescue from the association headquarters and the military zones. After Fang Yi heard the association's voice, he wasted no words and stated directly that he was going to take down the king at the center of the abnormality. He told all their communication staff to bring out every piece of equipment and every bit of information they had, and cooperate with him in launching a surprise attack on the giant cocoon to wipe it out. Although the communications officer did not know who Fang Yi was, after hearing his determination, he could only bet it all on a Hail Mary. He immediately ordered everyone to put down their current work and use every undamaged satellite radar system to provide Fang Yi with information. Very soon, with their full cooperation, they detected a massive number of abnormalities surrounding the giant cocoon. The closer they were to the cocoon, the more the abnormalities spiraled like a typhoon. The northern route had relatively fewer abnormalities and could be used as a breakthrough point. The main road was densely packed with abnormalities, so they recommended breaking through from the southeastern side road. Suddenly, the communications officer's anxious voice rang out again. An abnormality had discovered Fang Yi. 2 targets, both estimated to be between A rank and S rank, with 2-star spirit creation strength. Just as everyone was worrying about Fang Yi cut both abnormalities in half with a single slash. He asked, calmly, "Anything else?" The communications officer was so shocked that he could not speak, and this display of strength made them finally understand. Fang Yi was the very person the association's higher-ups feared and knew so little about. Tyrant himself. Hope reignited in everyone's hearts. Fang Yi looked at the S-rank abnormalities that were recovering and realized that after the Tang Saber's enchantment had been strengthened, its flames also countered dark attribute abnormalities, greatly slowing down their revival speed. If Fang Yi had successfully advanced earlier and increased his strength just a little more, that slash just now would have completely stopped these abnormalities from reforming. Since that was the case, he could only rely on speed and high-frequency attacks to deal with them. In an instant, hundreds of saber lights lit up beneath the dim sky. The heart wrapped at the center of the abnormalities suddenly began beating, clearly sensing danger. The abnormalities that had been attacking everywhere immediately turned around and rushed toward the heart in the sky. This scene left the squads fighting the bat abnormalities somewhat confused. But the higher-ups of the Spiritual Energy Association felt that something was wrong. The King of Abnormalities had begun recalling the abnormalities. Could it be trying to accelerate its descent? And because Fang Yi was charging toward the King of Abnormalities, all the mutated bats began returning to defend it. The army led by Jialun originally needed more than half an hour to break through and reach the city for rescue, and that was only after using large-scale destructive weapons. That amount of time was already enough for the King of Abnormalities to hatch successfully, which would inevitably plunge several nearby cities into darkness. Just as Jialun felt anxious and desperate, her expression suddenly froze, because she saw that the mutated bats that had been blocking them were all gathering toward the area where the King of Abnormalities was being born. And, from that direction, dazzling flames kept flashing. Jialun immediately understood. Fang Yi had made his move. Unprecedented confidence returned to her heart. She immediately ordered the army to unleash full firepower and stop worrying about backup energy reserves. Meanwhile, Fang Yi kept pushing forward through the densely packed bat swarm. This fire dragon saber art was also recognized by Su Qingying, Lin Yi, and the others, making them feel incredibly excited. Fang Yi's mind was completely focused, as countless bats rushed in to surround and kill him. The only response they received was his scorching saber light. A dazzling radiance pierced into the endless darkness, tearing open a gap in it. At this moment, Fang Yi suddenly felt it again. Even under the chaotic spiritual energy conditions, he once again felt the sensation of being about to break through. So Fang Yi decided to go all out. In the next second, dark power gathered in his hand. Suddenly, the boundless dark realm unfolded across the sky. Aside from devouring the mutated bats, it also gave the desolate fire spirit flower nurtured inside it the conditions to bloom in midair. Immediately after, Fang Yi gave the order, "Drain them all and help him break through." The desolate fire spirit flower instantly erupted with all of its desolation power. Countless vines shot out from its body. They pierced through the mutated bat swarm, one after another. As the devouring power activated, all those bats became nourishment for the desolate fire spirit flower. A portion of pure spiritual energy was also fed back into Fang Yi's body. But Fang Yi frowned, because only after chasing it into the air did he realize that although the giant cocoon was clearly visible in the sky and appeared as a strange phenomenon, it was actually like a reflection in water. Visible, but untouchable. However, Fang Yi could clearly hear the heartbeat of the King of Abnormalities. It sounded like a deep, savage war drum from an ancient battlefield, like a declaration of war that could stir the most evil and insane desires in the depths of the human heart. Yet, it was still acting so timidly and refusing to truly show itself, which likely meant it had not fully finished hatching yet. Fang Yi asked the people from the Spiritual Energy Association whether they had detected the exact location of the King of Abnormalities. The association quickly replied that they had found its precise position. In the next second, a beam of red light shot out, pointing directly toward the King of Abnormalities' location. Seeing this, Fang Yi activated the golden sun breathing technique at full power. Brilliant golden light instantly rose into the dim sky. Some of the weaker mutated bats were vaporized on the spot. This golden light, like the sun itself, shone down on the pioneers below the city. They immediately understood that this was the purest yang power that stood against darkness, the extreme solar attribute. The association's detection staff also saw that the number of abnormalities was rapidly decreasing, and the diameter of the encirclement was shrinking quickly. Meanwhile, the military troops that had already reached the edge of the city also saw the sun rising in the sky. Although Jialan was shocked, her expression remained full of worry. She was not sure whether Fang Yi alone could truly stand against the King of Abnormalities. Just as she was about to order the troops to enter the city as reinforcements, her deputy suddenly pointed toward the sky. Jialan's pupils instantly contracted. The giant cocoon wrapping the King of Abnormalities had appeared, which meant it was about to break out early. Everyone saw this scene, but there was no fear in their eyes. Lin Yi did not want to just sit there and wait. She wanted to help Fang Yi too, but with their strength, they could not directly help him. Just as she was feeling troubled, she saw the desolate fire spirit flower in the sky and suddenly realized something. Wasn't it a plant similar to the desolation attribute ghost vine they had encountered last time? If that was the case, then they could send their own spiritual energy into the giant net formed by the desolate fire spirit flower, letting it absorb their power and grow stronger. Not far away, the higher-ups of the Spiritual Energy Association also noticed this scene. At first they thought the pioneers were just missing their targets, but when they saw the desolate fire spirit flower absorbing that spiritual energy, they finally understood their true purpose. So, the old man immediately erupted with all of his spiritual power. Along with him, many pioneers from the association also threw out their own spiritual energy. Then, a magnificent and shocking scene appeared. The rain of countless streams of spiritual energy descended, representing their determination to protect their home. When all the pioneers saw this, every single one of them contributed their strength. The spiritual energy supplied by an entire city of pioneers finally made the King of Abnormalities truly feel threatened. There were 200,000 B-rank mutated bats, equivalent to 3-star Ghost X cultivators, 100,000 A-rank abnormalities, equivalent to 1-star Spirit Creation cultivators, and even over 10,000 S-rank abnormalities. All of them were summoned by the King of Abnormalities to tear Fang Yi apart. Fang Yi had no fear. No matter how many came, he would destroy them all. Just as Fang Yi finished speaking, a giant hand reached out from the massive cocoon. Fang Yi's gaze sharpened. He knew the King of Abnormalities was about to break out. Sure enough, a hideous and evil giant beast crawled out of the cocoon. It resembled a bat and possessed a pair of enormous wings, but it had only a single vertical eye on its body, exuding an even more terrifying oppressive aura. The moment it broke out of the cocoon, the power leaking from its body caused the city ground to split open. Everyone trembled in fear. Now, the only hope capable of fighting it was Fang Yi, and everyone could only silently pray for him. Fang Yi drew out all of his power. This city was his home, and he cherished his current life. He would never allow anyone to destroy it. In the next second, black and white, light and darkness, collided violently in the sky. Fortunately, the collision happened in the air. Otherwise, half the city would have been destroyed by that impact. As the smoke dispersed, the King of Abnormality's disdainful voice rang out. "A mere one-star spirit creation insect dares to challenge me?" The King of Abnormalities opened its massive mouth, and along with a terrifying, storm-like suction, Fang Yi was swallowed whole into its stomach. This caught Fang Yi off guard. He had not expected that even after taking his full power strike and being burned by the solar attribute, the King of Abnormalities could still counterattack so easily. The digestive fluid inside its stomach also had terrifying corrosive power. Needless to say, the concentration of dark attribute within it was extremely high. If an ordinary pioneer had been here, they would have vanished from this world without a trace, long ago. But what puzzled Fang Yi was that an abnormality evolved to this level should already possess advanced intelligence. Was it not afraid of him attacking from the inside? After all, the inside of a body was often the most fragile part. Thinking of this, flames gathered in Fang Yi's hand. He punched heavily into the flesh wall. It was not completely ineffective. Judging from the way its intestines writhed, he had indeed caused some damage. But the mucus had weakened most of the impact. So Fang Yi prepared to take out the desolate fire spirit flower and let it drain the beast dry from within. But, to Fang Yi's surprise, the desolate fire spirit flower actually despised the King of Abnormality's dark attribute. From the desolate fire spirit flower's rejection, Fang Yi knew that his plan to drain the King of Abnormalities from the inside had failed. With no other choice, Fang Yi could only attack the King of Abnormalities himself. Outside, the King of Abnormalities let out a painful roar. This left everyone confused. Su Qingying, however, could roughly guess that Fang Yi was probably fighting it from inside its body. All she could do was evacuate the civilians as quickly as possible. On the other side, the military had already entered the city. Right now, the mutated bats and the King of Abnormalities had no time to continue attacking the city, making this the best opportunity for them to evacuate the civilians quickly. Jialan glanced at the King of Abnormalities. Although she desperately wanted to help Fang Yi, the safety of the people could not be compromised. They could not afford to gamble right now. At this moment, the King of Abnormalities actually swallowed its subordinate bats into its mouth. At the same time, a liquid like sulfuric acid surged into its stomach cavity. Fang Yi could only use the golden sun breathing technique to protect himself. But the solar attribute cloak wrapped around him was slowly being corroded. Fang Yi's mind also began to blur. This highly concentrated, sulfuric acid-like stomach fluid did not only corrode him, it also dragged him into an illusion. The scene before him was the apocalypse from his previous life, where he had struggled desperately to survive. The abnormal giant beast that had torn him apart appeared once again. Fang Yi felt no shadow of fear, but when he tried to counterattack, he discovered that he could not use spiritual power. As the sheer force of the giant beast's punch came crashing toward him, Fang Yi had no choice but to dodge first. That dodge made him realize that his physical reflexes were still at their cultivated peak. This meant that this was only the King of Abnormality's cognitive displacement ability, trying to make Fang Yi believe he had returned to his previous life. It wanted Fang Yi to think he had not awakened and had not become a pioneer. In other words, the King of Abnormalities was not powerful enough to strip away all of his strength. Its strength was not above Fang Yi's, and Fang Yi's abilities had not truly disappeared. What he needed to figure out now was how to break through this layer of shielding. There had to be a breakthrough point inside the illusion, and that breakthrough point was the weakness the King of Abnormalities had exposed to Fang Yi. Watching the illusory abnormality grab him, Fang Yi stopped struggling. At this moment, half of its face turned into Fang Yi's appearance. It opened its gaping maw, trying to recreate the scene of Fang Yi's death from his previous life. It wanted Fang Yi to know that even after gaining power, his fate would remain the same. It wanted Fang Yi to fall completely into despair and understand that death was his only destination. Hearing this, Fang Yi laughed with disdain as golden light suddenly burst from his body. So this is all you can do? You don't understand at all. I was reborn to protect my home and everyone around me. As his words fell, even more dazzling golden light erupted from Fang Yi, as if it would tear the entire illusion apart. When the light faded, Fang Yi's eyes shone like brilliant golden suns. Half of his body turned into flames, and he spoke calmly. Time to get to work, system. In the next second, 3 golden giant hands tore through the illusion space, and the system's voice rang out. Detected that you have met the breakthrough requirements, Breakthrough to 2-star spirit creation. As Fan Yi broke through, the flames on his long saber spread across the entire blade. A blinding saber light directly cut the abnormal giant beast in half. King of Abnormalities, I really should thank you. You made me realize that my rebirth may be the turning point that changes this world destined to be devoured by your kind. The King of Abnormalities laughed in disdain. What nonsense are you saying? You only broke through to 2-star spirit creation. An ant is still an ant. You can't change anything. Inside the illusion, the King of Abnormalities' soul appeared in person. It could not wait to devour Fang Yi and turn him into part of itself. But at that moment, it suddenly froze. The corners of Fang Yi's mouth lifted. A burst of fire lit up from inside the King of Abnormalities' stomach, and its furious voice immediately followed. Despicable human. The opportunity would vanish in an instant. Fang Yi reached out and called out sharply, 9 dragons, heavenly fire, purge evil, and eradicate sin. 9 giant pillars of flame erupted across the King of Abnormalities' body, causing it to let out a miserable scream. It simply could not believe that this was the power a 2-star spirit creation cultivator should possess. At the same time, in the outside world, the King of Abnormalities turned into a brilliant golden sun, illuminating the dark and oppressive sky. A moment later, the place where the King of Abnormalities stood transformed into a black hole. Fang Yi was using the boundless dark realm to pull its body inside. After everything temporarily came to an end, Fang Yi began dispersing his power. Seeing this, the pioneers throughout the city did not merely breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they all began cheering. The city had been defended, and they had lived to see another day. Jialan's deputy asked whether they should go find Fang Yi. Jialan shook her head slightly. There were more important things waiting for them to do. For example, restoring these people's lives to normal and bringing the city back to how it once was. Inside the Spiritual Energy Association, everyone was cheering as well. They had done it. They had contributed to stopping the King of Abnormalities from descending. Fortunately, Fang Yi had appeared and actually defeated the king. If not for Fang Yi, they would have had to bear the blame for letting the city fall. Even if they died, they would not be free of responsibility. On the other side, Su Qingying looked at the pioneers being carried away and asked whether they could still be saved. The old man gave her a definite answer. Their medical center had not been destroyed by the mutated bat swarm. Su Qingying fell silent for a moment. She understood that this was all thanks to Fang Yi. Without him, these people would not even have had a chance to receive treatment. Sometimes, she could not help wondering who Fang Yi really was. Why did he possess such terrifying strength? Why could he always turn the tide and accomplish things no one else could even imagine? The old man nodded. After this battle, headquarters would likely make a move. Su Qingying had also completely given up on chasing after Fang Yi. When she had first started monitoring him, she had thought there was still a slight chance of competing with him. But now she could not even catch a glimpse of his back anymore. And Fang Yi's talent clearly went far beyond this city. Even across all of Xia country, he was one of the very top geniuses. The old man agreed deeply. After all, the scene of golden light breaking through the clouds and fire dragons sealing and slashing down the abnormality was something everyone had witnessed with their own eyes. It must have already sparked a huge discussion, and that discussion would only grow louder from here. Not only among pioneers, but also among ordinary people. So they had to act ahead of time as well. The codename Burial Sealer sounded pretty good, didn't it? After Fang Yi sealed the King of Abnormalities, Lin Yi and Sister 81 rushed out anxiously, searching everywhere for him. Lin Yi could not stay at home any longer, and before long, she finally found Fang Yi. She immediately let out a breath of relief and asked with deep concern whether Fang Yi was injured. In truth, Fang Yi did not have any serious injuries. Even so, the King of Abnormalities had lived up to its name. That final strike and seal had nearly drained all the spiritual energy Fang Yi had gained after breaking through to 2-star spirit creation. This was the first time since the spiritual energy awakening that Fang Yi had ended up in such a battered state. Lin Yi supported Fang Yi's body, but then suddenly sensed something and asked in shock whether he had broken through again. Hearing this, Sister 81 was also stunned. This talent was way too ridiculous. At the same time, Fang Yi's previous performance naturally reached the top of the Pioneer Circle's trending headlines. While everyone was curious about his identity, they also respectfully called him the Burial Sealer. Jian Lu, the pioneer who had previously been instantly defeated by Fang Yi, recognized Fang Yi's identity at a glance. At this moment, he no longer felt that being one-shot by Fang Yi was a humiliation. Instead, he felt it was the greatest honor of his life. He even decided to go find Fang Yi and become his disciple. His companions advised him to forget it. Right now, countless major figures were probably looking for Fang Yi, so Jialu might not even get to meet him. Meanwhile, somewhere in Xia country's capital, 8 mysterious figures were also discussing Fang Yi's sudden appearance. One of them said, unhappily, that he had originally wanted to watch the military and the Spiritual Energy Association tear each other apart. Another person said indifferently, we're looking for a useful weapon. Could it be him? The moment those words came out, the mysterious woman in the lead immediately refuted him. A so-called chosen genius, the savior of the world, how could he be worthy of being reduced to a mere weapon? As she spoke, her manicured nail slid across Fang Yi's photo. There was no need to rush now. Anyone who stood in their way would be destroyed one by one, no matter what realm they had reached. 2 days had already passed since Fang Yi sealed the King of Abnormalities. The elderly higher-up from the Spiritual Energy Association and Su Qingying came to visit with gifts, offering Fang Yi their sincere gratitude for saving the city. Fang Yi smiled and said it was nothing, telling them to come inside first. The old man glanced at Fang Yi's living environment and felt deeply dissatisfied. What was the Spiritual Energy Association doing? They should have applied for a better residence for Fang Yi long ago. He kept this matter in mind, then said there was something they needed Fang Yi's approval for. They planned to officially promote the title Burial Sealer. At present, powerful pioneers had appeared in cities all across Xia country. Many of them were famous and well-known within the pioneer circle, and this S-rank abnormality was the most terrifying catastrophe so far. The reason the old man wanted to promote the title Burial Sealer was also to make Tai City a key strategic city after the spiritual energy awakening. They had also confirmed that after this S-rank disaster, Tai City needed a famous and powerful pioneer to serve as its leader. Su Qingying also said that heavenly phenomena would become increasingly frequent in the future, and abnormality invasions would happen more and more often. They did not want to fall into another situation where the city was nearly abandoned. After all, if Fang Yi had not been here this time, the city could basically have been declared dead. After hearing this, Fang Yi fell silent. He had been focused entirely on cultivation before, and had overlooked the city's development structure. Tai City, where Fang Yi lived, had been one of Xia country's key provincial capital cities before the spiritual energy awakening, but in terms of strategic depth and development, it could not rank among the top 3. Among more than 100 cities, the top spots belonged to the capital, Shen City, Tian City, and Kong City. So for Tai City, this disaster was also an opportunity. The old man explained that every city had now begun counting and reporting the number and strength of its pioneers, while developing its own local combat power. The stronger a city's pioneers were, the higher the city's rating would be, and the more resources it would receive. More and more wild pioneers were also beginning to join the spiritual energy associations of different cities, and all of them, whether pioneers or ordinary people, needed a pillar of strength, a visible hope, and a guiding light on the path of evolution. The spiritual association would also protect Fang Yi's privacy, and mainly emphasize his mystery. True and false information would be mixed together, allowing outsiders to guess and imagine for themselves. After all, human imagination was sometimes more intimidating than reality. Fang Yi had no objection to this. Since it benefited both him and the people around him, he simply said he hoped they would have a pleasant cooperation. After that, with the strong cooperation of the spiritual association and the military, Tai City returned to normal operation at an unbelievable speed. Meanwhile, at the Spiritual Energy Association headquarters in Shen City, some of Fang Yi's information had also been sent over. Everyone sighed in admiration. Fang Yi truly deserved to be called a chosen genius. Not only did he possess a high-grade solar attribute that stood against darkness, but he was also the high-grade thunder attribute Tyrant, designated by the military zone. And that was not even all. Suddenly, a blue-haired woman heard them discussing information about the Burial Sealer. She told everyone to move aside, because she needed to look at the Burial Sealer's file. After letting out a soft sound of admiration at the beginning, she also understood that many pioneers probably had not personally witnessed Fang Yi's abilities. That was why some of them were unconvinced. Even she wanted to see Fang Yi's brilliance with her own eyes. At the same time, inside a library somewhere in Kang City, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, the former campus belle, had fled here from Tai City. Her looks were as stunning as ever, and many people still came over to strike up a conversation. However, she rejected them all coldly. Although Chu Qingli had fled to Kong City, she had awakened spiritual power along the way, and become a one-star ghost axe pioneer. People who could become pioneers were extremely rare, and she just happened to be one of the chosen ones. She believed leaving Tai City had been the right choice, and she felt that her bright future had only just begun. As for Fang Yi, her ex-boyfriend, he had probably already been drained dry by the bats back in Tai City. Looking at the burial sealer's fame online, Chu Qingli also felt that only someone like him was worthy of her. Just now, in order to win Fang Yi over, the Spiritual Energy Association had decided to give him both a car and a house. Whether it was a luxury villa, a large downtown apartment, or a top-tier sports car, as long as Fang Yi liked it, they would pay for it all. Lin Yi was extremely excited as well. She had never imagined that one day she would be able to live in such a high-end home. Fang Yi, however, did not feel much about it. Those people knew very well that the value of a sufficiently powerful pioneer could not be compared to a few houses. But suddenly, a foul stench hit their noses. Fang Yi frowned slightly. Something felt off. It did smell a little like sewer backflow, but with Tai City's infrastructure, that should not have happened. Suddenly, Fang Yi sensed something and turned to look behind him. It turned out that 3 pioneers had come looking for trouble because of Fang Yi's title as the burial sealer, and that foul smell was their handiwork. The muscular man leading them looked extremely disdainful, thinking that Fang Yi had walked into the range of his potion without even reacting. In his eyes, Fang Yi was nothing but a pretty boy, and Tai City had actually chosen someone like this as its team leader. Then the 3 of them rushed forward together to attack Fang Yi, shouting for him to hand over the benefits Tai City had given him and show them some respect. Lin Yi was the first to counterattack, but the man holding a scythe dodged her strike. Immediately after, he slashed toward Lin Yi, and she used spiritual energy to protect her body and block it. As for the iron rod swung by the bald man, Fang Yi caught it with his bare hand. With a single squeeze from Fang Yi, the iron rod was instantly crushed. Fang Yi looked at him with disdain. What kind of trash dares to rob me in broad daylight? In the next second, what greeted the man was a scorching fire fist smashing into his face. Seeing their boss get instantly defeated, the guy releasing the foul gas was filled with disbelief and muttered, "How is that possible?" Fang Yi had clearly been hit by his special spiritual universal penetration potion. His entire body should have been paralyzed, and his spiritual power should have stagnated. It turned out that the foul gas he released was made by a pioneer with a wood attribute mutation into paralysis. It was created using sweat rich in spiritual energy from daily cultivation, refined and extracted, then mixed with a special black market drug. According to experiments, it could penetrate an opponent's spiritual energy barrier, though it only caused a short and relatively weak paralysis effect. But in a duel, small details often decided victory or defeat. As for its only weakness, it simply smelled far too disgusting. Fang Yi sneered after hearing this. Even without his extreme fire attribute countering it, this thing would not have any effect on him at all. Seeing Fang Yi's attention shift, the man with the scythe still tried to launch a sneak attack. But Lin Yi delivered a vicious kick, and for the rest of his life, he would probably only be able to use the women's restroom. Fang Yi no longer wanted to continue this boring fight. While telling Lin Yi to step back, sun-like spiritual power instantly erupted from his body. Within a radius of dozens of meters, everything was immediately covered by fireballs. The 3 pioneers were roasted back and forth like grilled meat. Just then, Su Qingying shouted for him to wait and leave them alive. Seeing that they still had signs of life, Su Qingying finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the Spiritual Energy Association had already begun registering all pioneers for management purposes. These 3 had spirit creation realm strength and were priority surveillance targets for the association. Fang Yi said directly that he did not like being disturbed. If anyone came to provoke him again, they should not blame him for showing no mercy. Su Qingying also angrily cursed the 3 of them. If this had happened 2 days earlier, she would not have cared whether they lived or died. They were truly stupider than pigs. How did they dare rob the very person officially chosen as number 1? Lin Yi then asked what punishment they would receive. Su Qingying said that even though they were in the spirit creation realm, they would still face life imprisonment. They could forget about ever having freedom or rights again, and they would have to use their remaining value as pioneers inside prison. Fang Yi was quite satisfied with this punishment. In truth, the reason they would be punished so severely was because the Spiritual Energy Association had to consider Fang Yi's feelings. Many of them believed Fang Yi was the future of Xia country. They absolutely could not allow fools who failed to understand the situation to destroy the good relationship they had finally built with Fang Yi. This time, They had to make an example out of them. After that, Su Qingying swept away the bad mood from earlier and smiled, saying that it was time for Fan Yi to choose his new house and car. Under Su Qingying's introduction, Fan Yi took a liking to two properties. One was a top-floor luxury apartment in the city center with the best view, complete facilities, and great convenience. The other was a highly private 3-story villa by the mountains and water, perfect for resting. Fang Yi told Su Qingying that he wanted both of them. Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up, and Su Qingying said there was no problem. She would have the higher-ups approve it right away. Immediately after, Su Qingying brought Fan Yi and the others to a luxury car dealership, where Fan Yi could choose any sports car he wanted. This scene naturally drew the attention of the sales staff. Judging by Fang Yi and Lin Yi's refined auras, they mistakenly thought Lin Yi was Fang Yi's girlfriend. As for Fang Yi, they assumed he was some rich young master buying a car for his girlfriend. But one female salesperson wearing glasses was shocked when she saw Fang Yi. She was Chu Qingli's best friend, and she recognized Fang Yi, Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend. She quickly snapped a photo with her phone and sent it to Chu Qingli. If this had been the old Chu Qingli, the emotional impact would have been unimaginable. But now, she no longer cared. Although she was surprised Fan Yi had not died in the catastrophe, and did not know where he had gotten the money, perhaps by latching onto a rich woman, none of that mattered to her. After all, she was now a pioneer herself. The gap between her and Fan Yi was no longer on the same level. On the other side, Fang Yi moved into his new villa. The luxurious setup inside made Lin Yi so excited that she could not calm down. Fang Yi looked at her with fondness. In his previous life, he had never even heard of Lin Yi. Perhaps she had also been a pioneer trusted by others, dying silently in some unknown corner. But this time Fang Yi would not let her die while carrying responsibility again. At this moment, Jialan called him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she asked Fang Yi whether his new house was comfortable. Clearly, she already knew that the Spiritual Energy Association had given Fang Yi a house. However, she did not think there was anything wrong with that. A powerful pioneer like Fang Yi would definitely not care much about worldly wealth, and the Spiritual Energy Association probably did not know what else to give him. The gap between ordinary people and pioneers now came down to whether one had power, and that also represented the difference in their perspectives. Even the strategic resources of a Star God war zone were nothing special to Fang Yi. As she spoke, Jialan shifted the topic to a top-secret internal mission and asked whether Fang Yi was interested. Fang Yi immediately understood the true purpose of Jialan's call. It turned out that Kang City had a massive shopping center called Tianbao Tower, but it had recently been sealed off. This had caused widespread complaints throughout Chang City. In reality, an abnormality invasion had killed many people inside, and the place had now become a true haunted building. Tianbao Tower was also a landmark of Kang City, the busiest large commercial complex in the city, and could even be called the city's public face. But recently, because abnormalities had been acting up there frequently and causing multiple incidents, the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association had no choice but to seal it off for handling. On the third day after accepting Jialan's request, Fan Yi arrived in Chang City. Jialan had said that 4 people would team up with Fan Yi, and had reminded him not to reveal his identity for now. So Fang Yi followed Jialan's instructions, and among those 4 people, although their exact realms were still unknown, 2 came from the military zone. As for the other 2, they came from the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association, while Fan Yi served as the captain of this mission. On the way to Tianbao Tower, the 2 people from the Spiritual Energy Association tried to liven up the atmosphere, but they were completely ignored, which immediately dampened their enthusiasm. Fang Yi silently watched everything and understood the reason. The members on this mission had probably been temporarily transferred from different places. Although Chang City was a famous major city, the quality of its Spiritual Energy Association members seemed quite a mixed bag. While Fan Yi was observing others, naturally, others were also observing him. The people from the military zone knew that Commander Jialan had invited a top-tier powerhouse to help them. But Fan Yi was simply too young, so they could not help looking down on him a little. No matter how they looked at him, he did not seem like a strong expert. Still, they trusted Jialan, and they also wondered whether Fan Yi might be the burial sealer who had saved Tai City. Either way, they felt much more reassured about this mission. Meanwhile, inside Jialan's office in the Star God War Zone, she received a call and was told that Tianbao Tower had already fallen. The abnormal concentration had risen to 12,000, and casualties had reached 53 people. Jialan told them not to worry, and guaranteed that the person she had sent this time can solve the problem. They wanted to know who it was, but Jialan refused to reveal any more information. Over at Tianbao Tower, the abnormal aura alone had already formed a large mass of dark clouds. Even the falling rain had turned blood red. All of this showed that whatever was inside was definitely not weak. The 4 people who knew the details also shared their information. Tianbao Tower's interior was relatively narrow, and the building had 40 floors. It was the tallest building in Kang City. More than 2,000 employees and customers had once been evacuated, but before the building was fully sealed, some people had refused to cooperate. As a result, many people were still trapped inside. Kang City had sent rescue teams in before, but none of them returned. So the figure of over 50 casualties was only a temporary estimate. They also could not contact anyone inside. All they knew was that after the tower was sealed, the entire building became like a dead structure. The once brand new building now looked as if it had been abandoned for decades. Corpses that had been gnawed on by abnormalities often fell from the windows, and the death count was inferred from those bodies. Hearing this, Fang Yi could not help saying that the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association handled things far too casually. The real number of casualties was definitely much higher than this. To ordinary people, abnormalities were no different from a higher dimensional strike, especially inside a sealed environment. Because of the careless and irresponsible attitude of the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association, Fang Yi decided to enter the building immediately. Even putting the civilians' lives aside, if those abnormalities finished evolving by devouring living people, they would become even more troublesome. Although Fang Yi was the team's commanding captain, the others still questioned him because he had not deployed any strategic plan. But they knew almost nothing about the situation inside. Fang Yi felt that no matter how much they planned, it would not be useful. Seeing that they were about to start arguing, the military girl quickly stepped forward to mediate. Fang Yi could not be bothered to waste more words, and simply said that anyone who did not want to enter did not have to follow. With no other choice, they could only follow Fang Yi into Tianbao Tower. Once inside, the abnormally quiet atmosphere immediately made everyone feel that something was wrong. Suddenly, a black shadow swept overhead. When they looked up, a bald-faced abnormality was already lunging toward them. Fang Yi's eyes flashed. Flames surged in his hand, and a scorching saber light instantly slashed upward through the incoming abnormality. In the next second, the abnormality's body was torn apart. Right in front of everyone, the abnormality was effortlessly one-shot by Fang Yi. Every single one of them was left completely dumbfounded. Fang Yi ignored them and picked up the abnormality's corpse. He discovered that it was a fusion of a bird and a gecko, which meant it had already eaten quite a few people. After regaining their senses, the others stepped forward to look and became even more shocked. That was because this abnormality was actually A+ rank, equivalent to 2-star spirit creation strength. Their hearts were even more shaken, and Fang Yi's slash just now made them think of the burial sealer. After all, Fang Yi's heavenly fire slash had once reached the top trending headlines, and everyone knew it was the burial sealer's move. They never expected Fang Yi to actually be that big shot. At the same time, they were also curious about how Fang Yi had suddenly taken out a long saber. Fang Yi said that after advancing, he had fused his Tang saber with spiritual energy, transforming it into a spiritual object that could be summoned and shaped with spiritual power at any time. It was not difficult. Many people could do it. Immediately after that, Fang Yi stopped wasting time and began searching for survivors. As they continued forward, Fang Yi looked at the endless bloodstains around them and judged that the casualties here were probably far beyond 500 people. Suddenly, Fang Yi's expression froze. Although he had seen plenty of bloodstains, he had not seen a single corpse. No matter how voracious the abnormalities were, they couldn't possibly consume everything without leaving a single trace behind. Suddenly, another abnormality launched a sneak attack. The others were simply too weak and could not react in time. In the end, Fang Yi had to step in and save them. And this abnormality could not escape the fate of being one-shot either. At this moment, Fang Yi asked everyone whether they felt something was wrong. Seeing their confused expressions, Fang Yi explained that although these 2 abnormalities had strength comparable to elites, if there were only this many of them, they should not have been able to stop the rescue pioneers from escaping. So this place was probably not the real Tianbao Tower they were looking for. The moment he said this, everyone became even more confused. It turned out that although the path was covered in blood, the foul, oppressive smell here came entirely from the dark attribute and the abnormalities. There was no trace of dead humans at all. At this moment, Fang Yi hesitated over whether he should verify his guess. After all, doing so required using the dark attribute, and he was not sure whether it was worth exposing it in front of these people. The purple-haired girl from the military agreed with Fang Yi's idea. She had also noticed that there seemed to be no signs of biological activity along the way, as if this place were a fake empty shell model. Since it had come to this, Fang Yi no longer hesitated. In the next second, dark power gathered in his hand. As the boundless dark realm unfolded, amid the shocked voices of the 4 teammates, the system issued a prompt. Similar dark attribute detected. Dark inner realm. Activate data. It turned out that a dark inner realm was a space divided and created by the dark attribute. It could also be called the dark attribute's lair, and it could absorb the original space, forming an environment similar to the extreme dark zone. To enter the true dark inner realm, one had to find the gate it constructed. Similarly, to leave, one also had to find that gate. Most people inside would have their brains and emotions affected by the dark attribute, producing massive illusions. That was why some people would think windows were doors leading to survival. This also explained why those who supposedly escaped through the windows all ended up dead. Because their minds had already been manipulated by the dark attribute, and they died inside the inner realm. Because of Fang Yi's dark domain. The moment the true dark inner realm appeared, it was immediately counterattacked by the dark power. The others were truly weak. After being corroded by the spreading dark power, they could not even activate their own spiritual energy barriers. Their heads felt like they were splitting open, as if something was about to crawl out of their skulls. Fang Yi's gaze sharpened. Solar attribute spiritual energy instantly formed a barrier around them. Immediately, all negative effects disappeared, and they looked at Fang Yi in shock. They had not expected Fang Yi to be completely unaffected by the dark power. He could even help them. If Fang Yi had not been here, they would probably have been wiped out right here. Fang Yi finally confirmed the location of the gate. A fire dragon was released from his hand and devoured all of the dark power. Immediately after, Fang Yi gripped his long saber with his other hand. He slashed heavily forward. In an instant, the space in front of him shattered. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a pitch-black gate appeared before them. Fang Yi showed no carelessness and told everyone to stay close and follow his steps. With Fang Yi's solar attribute spiritual energy protecting them, the dense dark power was completely blocked outside. As they continued deeper, the metallic stench of human blood assaulted their senses. Ahead of them, countless corpses were piled together. At the same time, the arrival of living people awakened the sleeping abnormalities that were packed densely together. Quite a few of them had already reached A+ rank, far beyond what the others could handle. Fang Yi released the Tang saber in his hand. Then, he kicked the hilt. In an instant, the Tang saber shot upward like a projectile. It directly pierced through that A+ ranked abnormality. But this was far from over. Another abnormality tried to use this chance to sneak attack Fang Yi. Fang Yi calmly drew his long saber, going from slow to fast in less than a second. The blade light flashed across the sneak-attacking abnormality in an instant. It could not even get close to him. As the inner flame erupted, raging fire burned all of these abnormalities to ashes. The 4 teammates were shocked once again, and at the same time, they felt deeply frustrated. Ever since entering the building, they had been no different from dead weight. Fang Yi did not need them to act at all. Fang Yi alone could solve everything, making them marvel that he truly deserved the title Burial Sealer. His reputation was absolutely well-earned. Then Fang Yi walked toward the corpses. Flames spread from his blade onto the bodies. He could not promise them anything, but he could at least kill those abnormalities and bury them along with the dead. After that, Fang Yi looked toward the 4 of them. Although they could not fight, they still had to do something, so Fang Yi handed them the task of searching for survivors. As for Fang Yi himself, he began clearing the abnormalities floor by floor. After all, the true Tianbao Tower had already been completely occupied by abnormalities. After slaughtering and feeding on so many people, their realms had continuously risen. At this point, they all had at least 1-star spirit creation strength. And Fang Yi had fought his way up to the 15th floor. The 4 people following him felt an unbearable chill on this floor, one so strong that it could even pierce through their spiritual energy barriers. Suddenly, the military man froze, noticing that something seemed to be moving on the corpses. Taking a closer look, he saw feathers wriggling like maggots. He immediately reminded everyone to cover their mouths and noses to prevent those fibers from being inhaled. Suddenly, the sound of dripping blood echoed through the empty floor. A centipede-like body flashed above everyone's heads. Immediately after, a hideous bald-faced giant beast with several eyeballs lunged toward them. Fang Yi calmly glanced at it. Finally, something a little interesting had arrived. A high-level, centipede-like abnormality launched its attack. Its venom shot toward Fang Yi like a violent rainstorm. Fang Yi did not dodge. The Tang saber in his hand spun into a flurry of blades, deflecting all the venom. After its first attack failed, the abnormal centipede decisively tried to burrow into a crack in the floor and escape. But with such a massive body, how could it possibly flee in an instant? In response, Fang Yi raised the flaming Tang saber high. Then he threw it forward, and the saber light it carried instantly annihilated the enormous centipede. Seeing this, Fang Yi knew he had overestimated the abnormality. He had thought it had the strength of a 3-star spirit creation creature, and could at least give him a little trouble. During the next part of their exploration, a sudden sound caught everyone's attention. For some reason, there was a hidden private room here. It was probably a secret storage room used by a major brand store to keep important items. So 5 people had hidden inside, and luckily survived. However, after such a long time, their mental states were more or less abnormal. Fang Yi tried his best to show a gentle expression and told them it was fine now. The monsters outside had all been killed, and they would be able to leave soon. However, one of them tried to say something in a broken voice. Suddenly, he shouted at Fang Yi in shock. "You killed such a powerful monster with 1 slash." Meanwhile, outside the building, the detection staff from Kang City also felt hope ignite in their hearts. When they detected that Fang Yi had already broken through to the 40th floor in only 9 minutes and 56 seconds, they were even more shocked. That was not even enough time for an ordinary person to climb the stairs. They all had great confidence in Fang Yi. If this news spread, the entire pioneer circle of Kang City would be shaken. Suddenly, they detected S-rank pollution values erupting from the top floor. On Fang Yi's side, a giant bird-like abnormality made of eerie white bones appeared before everyone. It was the king of abnormalities controlling Tianbao Tower, Bone Bird. Without wasting a word, Fang Yi charged toward it while observing this king of abnormalities. Although it looked like a skeletal bird, the insects that seemed to be parasitizing its body were actually part of its main body as well. In an instant, Fang Yi swung his saber, and a terrifying blade edge slashed toward Bone Bird. However, Bone Bird folded its wings together like a shield and blocked the strike. This surprised Fang Yi a little. As for Bone Bird, it even tried to trap Fang Yi's Tang saber. It wanted to use this chance to counterattack Fang Yi. Seeing this from below, the others wanted to help, thinking Fang Yi might not be able to defeat this king of abnormalities alone. But their judgment was destined to be wrong. Fang Yi's probing had gone far enough, and it was about time to end this. Surging thunder exploded with a deafening roar. While breaking through Bone Bird's blockade, the thunder once again transformed into a terrifying saber light and slashed fiercely across Bone Bird's body. But this was not over yet. That lightning-covered blade came down from above and directly severed Bone Bird's wing. Bone Bird immediately let out a long, miserable scream. Fang Yi said impatiently, "You're too noisy. Weren't you going to fight back? If you're destroyed this easily, you don't deserve to be the king of abnormalities here. Even if you turned the entire Tianbao Tower into a feeding ground, your strength still can't compare to that bat catastrophe." As Fang Yi continued his one-sided slaughter, the 4 teammates watched in stunned silence. They had thought this would be a king versus king battle, but the result was one side being violently beaten down. They felt their previous thoughts were laughable. At this point, this king of abnormalities could no longer pose any threat. It did not even have the ability to fight back or struggle. Because the strength of both sides was never equal, Fang Yi was already far stronger than this king of abnormalities. Bone Bird, whose entire body had been chopped apart by Fang Yi, still tried to restore its body and escape Fang Yi's torment. Fang Yi sneered. How could he possibly let it have its way? Endless thunder erupted from his hand. Fang Yi leaped toward Bone Bird's head. The surging thunder pierced straight through the entire building, together with Bone Bird, shooting toward the blood-red sky. Under the purification of the thunder, the blood-colored sky finally returned to its rightful color. This scene was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. They truly could not believe what kind of pioneer could do something like this. He was simply not on the same level as the pioneers of Kang City. Perhaps this was the gap between top-tier geniuses. They had also heard that the S-rank abnormality invasion in Tai City had already been officially named Sacrificial King Hell. The catastrophe incubator had been sealed, and the remaining solution and details had already been locked away by Tai City as top-secret files. However, this classic case was probably impossible for anyone else to replicate. After dealing with the king of abnormalities Bone Bird, Fang Yi was originally planning to return directly to Tai City. Seeing this, the 4 teammates immediately reported the news to the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association. They emphasized that Bone Bird had been eliminated and the Tianbao Tower crisis had been resolved entirely because of Fang Yi alone. They hoped the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association would show proper hospitality and express their gratitude to Fang Yi. Unexpectedly, they learned that Kang City had just selected its strongest pioneer captain. That person was already rushing toward Tianbao Tower, and his intentions were clearly hostile. Hearing this, the military girl was the first to get angry. Fang Yi had been invited over by the Star God Warzone to help them. Now they were going to send him back to Tai City. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to provoke him would bear the consequences. Fang Yi naturally heard their words. He had not expected the other side to arrive so quickly. A figure suddenly descended rapidly from the sky. He introduced himself as Yue Thingjiang, the pioneer captain of Kong City. Wind attribute spiritual energy gathered into a blade in his hand, and its target was Fang Yi. This was Fang Yi's first time seeing a wind attribute pioneer. Although this man acted high profile, he had deliberately hidden part of his spiritual energy. It seemed he was at least in the spirit creation realm. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yi had already clashed with him. This probing attack, along with Fang Yi's young appearance, made Ye Thingjiang look down on him a little. Yu Fengjiang thought a young brat like Fang Yi would be easy to manipulate. When the time came, not only could he take Fang Yi under his command, he could also establish the authority of the Yue family. To give himself a proper excuse, Yue Fengjiang said on the surface that he was very grateful to Fang Yi for resolving the Tianbao Tower crisis. But within his words, he also suggested that as the pioneer captain of Tai City, Fang Yi had crossed the line. Young people should know the unspoken rules of the world. Fang Yi was not going to indulge him. When he came to Tong City, there had been no so-called captain here. He had come at the military zone's request. No matter how one looked at it, he had done Chong City a favor. Now this man was sure to cause trouble. Fang Yi's words were exactly what Yue Fengjiang wanted. The more disrespectful Fang Yi acted, the more justified Yue Fengjiang would be in teaching him a lesson about respecting his elders. Yue Fengjiang had also taken a liking to Fang Yi's tongue saber. He said he wanted to borrow it for a few years, or Fang Yi could forget about leaving Chong City. Wind attribute spiritual energy erupted from his body as he tried to pressure Fang Yi with his aura, but to his surprise, it did not affect Fang Yi in the slightest. As for borrowing the saber, Fang Yi casually swung his blade, and a terrible pressure erupted from his body, like roaring mountains and seas, even more blazing than the sun, while Yue Thingjiang was the one being intimidated instead. Fang Yi spat out one sentence: "Borrow your own damn family." The Tang saber followed immediately, slashing down toward Yue Fengjiang as a scorching blade light rushed at him. Yue Fengjiang hurriedly retreated dozens of meters. Once the two started fighting, the signal was affected and cut off. The military girl immediately told Lin Shui and the others to notify their superiors, while they would report to the military zone as well. Fang Yi then told the two from the Spiritual Energy Association that he would give Kang City only 10 minutes to handle this, unless they wanted to lose a captain. The male Spiritual Energy Association member wanted to say this was a threat, but before he could finish, the military girl covered his mouth. Then she dragged them away to find help. The male Spiritual Energy Association member was still unhappy, thinking that Sang City was one of the top 3 cities in the country. Although Fang Yi was strong, was he not being a little too arrogant? As the 4 of them left, Fang Yi also stopped holding back. He only hoped this guy would not die too quickly. Ye Fengjiang thought Fang Yi was just talking big. If Fang Yi wanted to kill him, then he should go ahead and use his full strength. Yet, in the next second, Fang Yi appeared behind him. A golden sun instantly lit up Sang City and flames shot into the sky. That slash was not easy for Yue Fengjiang to endure. For a moment, he felt as if he had almost died. The eruption of that extreme solar attribute actually made his body tremble in fear. If he wanted Fang Yi to use his full strength, then he probably would not last 10 minutes. But Yue Fengjiang suddenly became excited. He believed this power came from the Tong saber in Fang Yi's hand, and even connected it to a new secret weapon developed by the Spiritual Energy Association. Spiritual weapons contained terrifying attribute power. Once forged successfully, they could even split mountains and sever seas. Ye Fengjiang believed that after the Spiritual Energy Association developed it, the only successfully forged spiritual weapon must have been given to Fang Yi. This made Yue Fengjiang even more tempted. This weapon should belong to him. Yue Fengjiang, the captain of Khan City, was now clearly trying to kill Fang Yi and seize his treasure. This also enraged the higher-ups of the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association. Fang Yi had clearly been invited over to resolve a crisis. Yet not only had he received no gratitude, The other side was now trying to burn the bridge after crossing it. When the old higher-up learned that Fan Yi had given the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association 10 minutes to clean up this farce, the Kang City higher-ups were instead confident in Yue Fengjiang's strength. They silently allowed and indulged his actions, showing no intention of stopping him at all. This made the old man furious. Su Qingying asked in detail about Yu Fengjiang's realm and learned that he had 3-star spirit creation strength. She also understood where Tang City's confidence came from. They thought Yu Fengjiang would have no problem dealing with Fan Yi, who was only 2-star spirit creation on the surface. The furious old man sneered inwardly. How could Fang Yi be as simple as he appeared? He had no intention of begging for mercy on their behalf. When the time came, they could pay for their own arrogance. And that was exactly what happened. From the very beginning, Wei Fengjiang had no power to fight back against Fang Yi. Fang Yi beat him all the way toward the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association. Yu Fengjiang was completely stunned by the beating. He had never expected things to turn out like this. He simply could not withstand Fang Yi's terrifying saber art. In less than 2.5 minutes, Fang Yi had already beaten Yue Fengjiang all the way to the entrance of the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association building. Originally, out of respect for the military zone, Fang Yi had still wanted to give Yue Fengjiang and the others one final chance. But even now, the Sang City Spiritual Energy Association had made no move at all. Fang Yi understood their choice. Scorching flames erupted around Fang Yi. The blazing fire burning high in the sky was also seen by ordinary civilians. They even saw with their own eyes that this terrifying scene had been caused by a person. While shocked, they also realized that the recent rumors about spiritual energy awakening did not seem to be lies. Fang Yi looked at Yue Fengjiang and asked coldly, "Didn't you want me to use my full strength? How can you already be unable to endure it when I've only used 30%? As he spoke, Fang Yi slashed toward Yu Fengjiang. The scorching saber light instantly struck him. Together with Yu Fengjiang, it smashed violently into the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association building. At the same time, a violent red alert sounded inside the Shen City Spiritual Energy Association headquarters. They detected a massive energy reaction above the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association, and it was still continuously rising. This was not an invasion by a dark abnormality. Just as everyone was confused, they quickly received news from Kang City and learned the full story. The headquarters higher-ups were instantly enraged. They immediately ordered someone to warn the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association to apologize and mediate at once. Otherwise, every single one of their higher-ups could pack their bags and get lost. On top of that, headquarters would also send someone over to appease Fang Yi. At this moment, a headquarters pioneer codenamed Sea Selector, Gu Yuro, volunteered to go to Kang City. Back in Kang City, Yue Fengjiang had turned into a meteor and smashed hard into the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association building. This grand and violent scene also gave many wealthy people in Chang City a deep sense of crisis. They decided to move away from Kang City and head to the city with the highest safety rating. In truth, the reason Fan Yi showed no mercy at all was because just 1 minute earlier, Yue Fengjiang, who had been brutally beaten by Fan Yi, still refused to repent and even warned Fan Yi to know when to stop, or the Yue family would never let him go. The Kang City Spiritual Energy Association was no better. Not only did they fail to stop Yue Fengjiang, they kept warning Fan Yi to stop. They claimed Fan Yi was provoking all of Tang City, and if he did not stop, they would show no leniency and he would bear the consequences. Anyone who saw this attitude would feel chilled to the bone. So, Fang Yi had no intention of indulging them. He directly slashed toward those Chang City Spiritual Energy Association higher-ups. Whether they survived or not would depend entirely on their own strength. Then, Fang Yi turned to look at Yue Fengjiang. Did he not want the Tang saber in Fang Yi's hand? Fang Yi threw it straight toward him. Whether he could catch it or not would depend on his own ability. Seeing this, Yue Fengjiang advanced instead of retreating. He was extremely confident in his own strength. This saber was finally his. A treasure like this should have belonged to him in the first place. In response, Fang Yi felt only coldness in his heart. People like this gained extraordinary power, then tried to seize anything that did not belong to them, to plunder and slaughter. Pioneers like that were no different from abnormalities in the end. If more people like him appeared, they would become one of the major reasons humanity might fall. Since the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association had allowed such a person to run wild without doing anything, Fang Yi would be the one to deliver judgment. In the next second, Yue Fengjian was struck by the Tong saber and turned into a massive fireball in midair. In the final moment of Yue Fengjian's life, Fang Yi told him that this Tong saber was not some spiritual weapon forged by the Spiritual Energy Association. It was a personal spiritual object Fang Yi had created himself, and it recognized only Fang Yi as its master. With the death of Yue Fengjiang, the captain of Chang City, the higher-ups of the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association felt as if the sky had collapsed. Wang Zong, the highest person in charge, could not believe his eyes. Yu Fengjiang was the only 3-star spirit creation pioneer in Chang City. He had outstanding talent and had received heavy resource support. In another month, he would have been able to touch the Vajra realm. With his talent and his identity as the inheritor of Yue-style saber arts, he could rank in the top 5 among all city captains in Xia country. Yet, in the end, he was no match for Feng Yi at all. Feng Yi's strength had probably already surpassed the level of city captains and reached a level capable of destroying a city. Wang Zong and the others from the Spiritual Energy Association were truly terrified. Seeing Feng Yi walk toward them, they feared becoming souls beneath his blade and desperately begged for mercy. At this moment, a military helicopter arrived. The pilot reported that apart from detecting an extremely pure and powerful solar attribute, the flames in Kang City were also gradually weakening. Hearing this, Gu Yuro knew they had arrived too late. She also personally sensed how overwhelmingly terrifying Feng Yi's strength was. In such a short time, he had nearly crushed Kang City, the third-ranked city. This was probably the strength of a national-level pioneer. As she thought this, spiritual energy gathered in her hand, falling toward Kang City below, like rain, to extinguish the flames still burning there. Gu Yuro knew this was only the result of Feng Yi showing restraint. She could not see through his true strength. If Feng Yi had not taken the initiative to withdraw the fire below the city, her rain might not have been able to put it out. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Looking at the flaming long saber in Feng Yi's hand, she sensed the purity of its power and the degree of fusion within it. Based on her understanding of the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association, their development of spiritual weapons was nowhere near this level. This meant that Feng Yi had personally forged this Tang Saber spiritual weapon himself. Feng Yi looked up into the sky and knew that the newcomer was a water attribute pioneer. This pure power was much stronger than Yue Fengjiang's. Among all the pioneers Feng Yi had met, she could be considered one of the best. As for the people from the Kang City Spiritual Energy Association, when they saw that someone from headquarters had arrived, they immediately regained their confidence. Believing their backer had come, their cowardly appearance from earlier vanished instantly. They became bold again and began accusing Feng Yi of being violent and cruel. Feng Yi said coldly that he had given them 10 minutes, but after receiving the news, they had not come to give him an explanation. In that case, it seemed they also believed their Kang City captain deserved to die. Also, if they dared to speak to him like that again, he would burn them together with everything else. These merciless words made them think that Gu Yuro would surely develop a bad impression of Feng Yi. After all, no matter what, headquarters had to control public opinion. Feng Yi had killed a city captain, so surely he had to be taught some kind of lesson. Otherwise, what would the pioneer captains of other cities think? How would headquarters manage the spiritual energy associations across the country after this? On top of that, someone from headquarters was right here. Yet Feng Yi still said something so disrespectful. Wang Zong believed things would develop exactly as he imagined. Unexpectedly, after introducing herself, Gu Yuro directly bowed 90 degrees to Feng Yi and apologized, saying that this incident was headquarters' failure and that they would give Feng Yi a satisfactory explanation. Hearing this, Feng Yi only nodded slightly, but Rang Zhang, who was standing nearby, was completely stunned. Still, he was ultimately the person in charge of the Chang City Spiritual Energy Association. He could see the unease in Gu Yuro's apology. Even if he still found it hard to believe, he now understood what attitude headquarters had come with this time. However, the other higher-ups were still dissatisfied. Yue Fengjiang, the captain of Kang City, had been burned alive. Did that not require an explanation? Wang Zhong found them ridiculous. They still dared to feel dissatisfied? How could they be so blind? What a bunch of idiots. While he was feeling both uneasy and tempted to curse them out, Gu Yuro walked toward him. When she asked who the person in charge of Kang City was, Wang Zhong could only raise his hand with a stiff expression. Gu Yuro wasted no words. She directly gave Wang Zhong and the others 3 days to calm the people of Kang City, come up with a suitable public explanation, and temporarily suppress public opinion. Then her tone suddenly changed, and her expression became incomparably cold. 3 days later, Every single one of you will be removed from your current positions. Headquarters will soon send people to take over King City. If you fail to act during these 3 days, you will bear the consequences. This was somewhat beyond Fang Yi's expectations. He had not expected headquarters to directly dismiss all of Kang City's higher-ups. Gu Yuro then turned to Fang Yi and asked whether he was satisfied with this result. In truth, she was also expressing headquarters' stance. Anyone who provoked Fang Yi, just like the Kong City Spiritual Energy Association and Yue Fengjiang, was openly provoking the Spiritual Energy Association headquarters. Fang Yi did not care much about how San City's higher-ups were handled. What he was curious about was why they still had to suppress public opinion. Gu Yuro understood what Fang Yi was confused about. After Tai City and Song City experienced 2 major abnormality incidents in succession, could public opinion really still be suppressed? In fact, many people had already guessed most of the truth. Supernatural events were appearing frequently in the real world, and disasters caused by abnormalities were constantly emerging. It was just not yet time to make everything public. If it were revealed now, the global situation would change in an instant, and chaos would begin tearing everything apart from within. The surface order was still being maintained. In truth, if Fang Yi had not existed back then in Tai City, Sha Country's spiritual energy awakening era might have become known to the public on the very day Tai City was destroyed by the King of Abnormalities. Or, without Elder Wu of the Star God War Zone, ordinary people might have been forced into the spiritual energy awakening era even earlier, and far more suddenly. Fang Yi understood what she meant. Chaos among the small group was still better than chaos among everyone. If they wanted to continue maintaining the illusion of equality, peace, and stable lives, then they needed pioneers, who could now stand above billions of ordinary people after the spiritual energy awakening, to face the crises head-on. No wonder so many pioneers were restless and wanted to create even greater chaos, while Sha Country was so forceful in suppressing public opinion. In a sense, this restrained conflicts caused by pioneers limited the spread of abnormalities and allowed ordinary people to transition more smoothly into the spiritual energy awakening era. But to accomplish all of this, they needed sufficiently powerful pioneers to cooperate. At this moment, Fang Yi also understood that his strength was still far from enough. Although Gu Yuro had not interacted with Fang Yi for long, she had already seen something in him. She could not help envying Tai City. Not only did it have someone with city-destroying power, but that person also had the character to shoulder great responsibility. She then told Fang Yi that she could send him back to Tai City now, but she had a small request. Fang Yi did not refuse. Gu Yuro slowly extended her hand. In the name of Gu Yuro, not Sea Selector, I would like to be your friend. Is that alright? Jialan of the Star God War Zone also learned what had happened in Chang City at the same time. As expected, she was equally furious, and her dissatisfaction with Kang City instantly reached its peak. She even began considering whether Chang City's future strategic position should still remain third. The yellow-haired man who reported the news to Jilan said that Sea Selector from the Spiritual Energy Association headquarters seemed to be trying to poach from her. So should they show some sincerity as well? The answer was obviously yes. The compensation given to Fang Yi absolutely could not be lacking. At the very least, it could not be worse than what the Spiritual Energy Association headquarters offered. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man nodded slightly. He had to admit that he deeply admired both Fang Yi's strength and personality. Fang Yi was ruthless when necessary, yet knew when to advance and retreat. That was exactly the kind of person suited to lead a city. He took out a top-secret restricted zone file, believing that this compensation would be perfect for Fang Yi. Jialan could not help sighing with a smile. If she did not know that the yellow-haired man truly admired Fang Yi, others might think he was deliberately making things difficult for him. The yellow-haired man said that great risks always come with great rewards. Only that place was worthy of Fang Yi's cultivation. Besides, their war zone also had a genius in closed-door training there. In the future, things even more terrifying than sacrificial King Hell would appear one after another. Each one would shatter humanity's existing beliefs. Only by allowing Fang Yi to advance quickly could they raise a light in the darkness of the future. Jialan agreed with his words. Besides, a restricted zone that was extremely difficult for them might be surprisingly simple for Fang Yi. At this moment, a subordinate rushed into the office. It turned out that Elder Wu, the man who had once saved the capital, had awakened. At the same time, Fang Yi's home received a bank transfer notification. It was not much, only 10 million. When Lin Yi saw that Fang Yi had returned, she excitedly described how she had seen his overwhelming display of power on the forums, saying that Yue Fengjiang from Chang City completely deserved to die. Fang Yi flicked her forehead and told her to browse the forums less and focus on cultivating to improve her realm. As for Fang Yi himself, he also needed to return to his room and cultivate for a breakthrough. Lin Yi was a little surprised. Had Fang Yi not just broken through to 2-star spirit creation not long ago? Was he already about to break through to 3-star spirit creation? At the same time, she seemed to sense that something was on Fang Yi's mind. After returning to his room, Fang Yi immediately began cultivating, and black spiritual energy appeared around his body. It was the purest dark attribute he had plundered from Bone Bird. Fang Yi merged it into the boundless dark realm. As expected of a king of abnormalities, the fusion of its attribute caused the boundless dark realm to upgrade. When enemies were dragged into the boundless dark realm, Bone Bird and the other abnormalities inside would fight for Fang Yi and further weaken his opponents. This made Fang Yi pause slightly. Was this ability not just like becoming a Dark Lord? He could command these abnormalities and use them for himself. At the same time, outside the villa, a massive phenomenon appeared in the sky out of nowhere. An endless spiritual energy began surging toward it. Naturally, this enormous phantom was also seen by ordinary people nearby. Darkness and light intertwined around Fang Yi's body. Fang Yi's consciousness entered the boundless dark realm, where the abnormalities he had previously slain and devoured were like servants obeying their king. Their existence would also strengthen Fang Yi's boundless dark realm. At this moment, a ferocious giant hand formed from dark power lifted Fang Yi high like a throne. And in Fang Yi's hand was the king of abnormalities, Bone Bird. It would now join the big family of the boundless dark realm. Fang Yi promised these abnormalities that if they worked hard, he would not treat them badly in the future. After all, their power was extremely pure and greatly benefited his growth. However, to maximize the boundless dark realm's new ability, he still needed to further increase his spiritual energy reserves. Just then, a pillar of spiritual energy broke through the sky. Fang Yi's realm officially reached 3-star spirit creation. He could feel that the abilities he had absorbed and the techniques he had learned were now integrating more smoothly with his body. His power had also been refined and made even purer. Because of the boundless dark realm's upgrade, using the dark attribute no longer felt as stagnant as before. As for the other changes, he would have to explore them in battle. Meanwhile, in the Star God War Zone, the awakened Elder Wu asked Jialan how much time had passed since Fang Yi had picked the Shikui flower and saved his old life. Jialan fell silent for a few seconds before saying one number: half a month. Even she could not help feeling shocked. In just over 10 days, Fang Yi had already done so many unbelievable things. Elder Wu was also full of admiration. Fang Yi had only just entered the spirit creation realm, yet he had already suppressed the dark tide and gathered the Shikui flower. His suppression of dark power was probably unmatched. He had consecutively cleared the kings of abnormalities from 2 cities, resolved urban disasters, and purged the scum among the pioneers. All of this had taken only a dozen days. Elder Wu truly could not wait to meet this chosen genius, Fang Yi. Naturally, the Tai City's Spiritual Energy Association also detected Fang Yi's advancement fluctuation. The energy caused this time was even greater than that of the previous king of abnormalities, so they immediately activated their response plan to ensure that Fang Yi would not be disturbed by the outside world. Ever since Tai City experienced Sacrificial King Hell, the Burial Sealer's authority among pioneers had grown tremendously. Even ordinary people, who had not yet awakened, had already accepted such phenomena. They remembered Fang Yi's spiritual energy and felt reassured because of it. As for those snobbish fools from Kang City, they had at least served some purpose by constantly describing Fang Yi's power on the forums. After this, no one should dare to cause Fang Yi trouble again. After Fang Yi's breakthrough, Lin Yi curiously asked about the changes in his body. In truth, aside from his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly, there were no major changes for the time being. If he wanted a true qualitative transformation, he would probably have to wait until he advanced to the Vajra realm. Hearing this, Lin Yi took out her phone and said that Sister Jialan was asking whether they wanted to go to Tianhai, where a heavenly phenomenon had appeared. Fang Yi did not refuse. He also knew that this was the Star God War Zone's way of compensating him. Meanwhile, in Chang City, Shu Qingli, Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, was becoming increasingly anxious. Although she had awakened and become a pioneer, her cultivation progress was extremely slow. Even now, she was still only a 1-star ghost axe. She wanted to ask online for information about the Burial Sealer, but after those people learned how low her realm was, not a single one of them paid attention to her. One could imagine how furious Chu Qingli felt. She refused to believe that if they saw her appearance in real life, they would still remain unmoved. What troubled her now was that she could not find any information about the burial sealer, nor could she meet him. But according to online information, Sang City had already offended the burial sealer. In other words, this place was no longer suitable for her development. She had to return to her hometown, Tai City. Right now, her only trump card was her appearance, and she had to make good use of it to find a way to meet the burial sealer. If Chu Qingli learned that the burial sealer she had been desperately searching for was actually Fang Yi, her ex-boyfriend, who knew whether she would suffer a mental breakdown on the spot? On the other side, Fang Yi had already arrived at Tianhai, a restricted zone under the Star God War Zone's jurisdiction. The spiritual energy concentration here was over 60%, and the mutation rate of plants and animals was extremely high. It was an excellent holy land for pioneers to cultivate. At the same time, it could also be a breeding ground for unknown, terrifying mutations. The person responsible for receiving Fang Yi was the same military girl from Sang City last time. Entrusted by Jialan, she told Fang Yi some information. It turned out that Tianhai Forest had undergone a rather troublesome change. A mutated flame, different from the dark attribute, had naturally formed inside the forest. Its aura was extremely gloomy, and it could neither burn itself out nor be extinguished. The military girl originally wanted to accompany them, but Fang Yi said there was no need. Seeing this, the military girl did not insist. She could clearly sense that, aside from Fang Yi, his seemingly delicate cousin Lin Yi was also releasing extremely powerful spiritual energy. Her talent was definitely above the military girl's own. She was truly curious about what these two siblings had grown up eating to be so monstrously gifted. Before long, Fang Yi and Lin Yi arrived before that unknown mutated fire attribute. Its frenzied cold death aura was not inferior to the dark tide at all. Fang Yi told Lin Yi to take a step back. Immediately after, solar attribute's spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. The mutated flame instantly surged toward Fang Yi, and he could feel its desire to devour everything. But even if it was a special fire attribute, it was still fire in the end. Before the supreme solar attribute, it could not do anything at all. During this clash, Fang Yi discovered that the source of the black flames was inside the cave. Since Lin Yi had wood attribute spiritual energy, Fang Yi placed a solar attribute barrier around her and warned her not to leave it, no matter what. In the next second, the flaming Tang saber appeared in Fang Yi's hand. He slashed open the passage, surrounded by black flames, and the cave entrance appeared before them. As they continued deeper, the aura of death became increasingly heavy. Suddenly, the sound of dripping echoed beside Fang Yi and Lin Yi's ears. Seeing Lin Yi's curious expression, Fang Yi explained that it was the sound of magma dripping. Suddenly, Lin Yi's gaze became serious. Because they had arrived at their destination, what flowed ahead of them was actually pitch-black magma. At this moment, the system detected a heavenly phenomenon and began compiling a new technique attribute. Fang Yi reached his bare hand into the magma. What he grabbed was not magma, but flame. The system then reminded Fang Yi that he had successfully obtained the wood fire attribute technique. Wood God Domain. Its ability could devour the surrounding attribute power and use the absorbed power to strengthen the solar attribute. It was similar to a fire-type version of the Desolation attribute. At the same time, Fang Yi obtained a new ability, Death Brand. The system gave a special reminder. This ability is unique. Please implant with caution. Its effect granted the ability of infinite deaths. After Fang Yi killed a target, the death brand would be driven into their body, causing them to lose the pain and fear of death as they stepped into an endless cycle of death. And that was not all. It also carried 3 abilities. The first was Netherworld Flame. Netherworld flames attacking from all directions would endlessly burn anyone marked with the death brand. The second was Death Collapse, which carried intense toxicity and would make the target suffer deathly erosion and curses, causing their body structure to collapse endlessly. The third was Hell's Evil Well. The gates of hell would open for anyone marked with the death brand, and the evil spirits of hell would line up to escort them to their graves. All of this showed that the ability was incredibly powerful, but it was not suitable for the current Fang Yi. So, Fang Yi told the system to preserve the death brand ability for now, without learning or implanting it yet. On the other side, Lin Yi saw that Fang Yi had even absorbed this hellish flame. Her heart was shaken once again. She could barely understand how many attribute abilities Fang Yi had obtained by now. It was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, Fang Yi reminded Lin Yi not to lose focus. something else was still there. A giant dragon had appeared behind Lin Yi at some point. It was a mutated lizard that had absorbed a little of the wood-fire attribute and evolved into a Western dragon. But in Fang Yi's eyes, it was nothing more than an overgrown four-legged bug. It was perfect as a test subject for his newest ability, Wood God Domain. Sensing danger, the dragon fired a breath attack toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi did not dodge. The Tang saber in his hand released a massive golden blade light that slashed toward the incoming dragon breath. When the two attacks collided, the resulting volcanic eruption of energy could not be contained, even deep inside the cave. Seeing this from outside, the guards realized something had gone wrong and immediately called for support. At the same time, the Star God Warzone also detected a high-level abnormal mutant appearing in Tianhai Forest, with a danger level above S rank. Although Jialan and Elder Wu trusted Fan Yi's strength, they still decided to go there personally. The two quickly rushed toward Tianhai Forest. In less than a minute, Elder Wu had already arrived at the destination. The military girl was utterly shocked when she saw this. So this was the power of the Vajra realm? If the Burial Sealer's strength was so powerful that unleashing it could trigger heavenly phenomena, then Elder Wu was someone who could shake everything with a simple movement, even without mobilizing spiritual energy. This low-key figure among pioneers found the exact location and arrived at the scene in only a few seconds, facing the shattered rocks blocking the way. Elder Wu simply raised his palm and waved lightly. In an instant, a hole blasted open ahead of him. As Elder Wu and the others walked into the cave. Deep inside the cave, under Lin Yi's worried and shocked gaze, the giant dragon had already fallen beneath Fang Yi's blade. At this moment, Fan Yi looked outward. A figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, that figure arrived in front of Fan Yi. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Elder Wu asked whether Fan Yi was his lifesaver. At this time, Jialan and the others finally arrived as well. Elder Wu suddenly froze. Looking at the dead dragon, he asked Fan Yi, "Did you really grow to this point all on your own?" This mutated lizard had been on the verge of completing its evolution. That meant it was about to surpass the spirit creation realm. Once it fully transformed into a dragon, it would have become equivalent to the Vajra realm. And judging from the injuries on its body, it had clearly been one-shot by Fang Yi. Elder Wu also noticed that Fang Yi carried a woodfire aura similar to the half-dragons, and it was extremely pure. Could it be that the detection warning just now had not been referring to this half-dragon? Jialan also arrived in front of the half-dragon and muttered to herself, "He actually solved it again." Once this half-dragon successfully broke through, it would have possessed Vajra realm power. On top of that, the Warzone had never detected its existence before. If it had completed its breakthrough, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After the initial shock, everyone began exchanging greetings. Elder Wu then asked Fang Yi to keep the existence of this half-dragon a secret, preventing anyone outside Tianhai Forest from learning about it, including the Spiritual Energy Association. Fang Yi immediately understood what he meant. Tianhai Forest seemed to be a mutation and cultivation zone under the Star God Warzone's jurisdiction. But in reality, as a place with extremely frequent spiritual energy fluctuations, no one knew what might appear here. The things that appeared here might be even more abnormal than the dark abnormalities in the extreme dark zone. The Star God Warzone was bearing a heavier responsibility and did not want to place an even greater burden on the Spiritual Energy Association. Fan Yi said he had no problem with that. As for the woodfire attribute he had just absorbed, its core was devouring. It was extremely similar to the legendary Tao Ti. That lizard had merely absorbed some of the woodfire attribute, yet it had already mutated into a half-dragon. Could Tianhai Forest's secret be that Tao Ti once existed here? The abnormal changes brought by the spiritual energy awakening were already causing terrifying damage, even when ordinary creatures mutated. If it involved a fierce beast like Tao Ti, then it would truly be a disaster. No wonder the Star God Warzone valued this place so highly. Seeing Fang Yi deep in thought, Elder Wu knew that he understood the meaning behind it. Elder Wu smiled and shook Fang Yi's hand in banks, while Fang Yi said it was nothing. Before any clear signs appeared, there was no need to put too much pressure on too many people. Not long after everyone walked out of the cave, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. Breathing it in, left everyone feeling incredibly refreshed and clear-minded. Jialan's expression froze slightly. She was very familiar with this spiritual energy fluctuation. This was the genius of their Star God Warzone, coming out of seclusion to break through to the Vajra realm. A figure could be seen flashing rapidly through the forest. He was Su Bai, the wood attribute pioneer of the Star God War Zone. Everyone felt incredibly excited. The Star God War Zone was finally about to produce another Vajra Venerable. But Fang Yi sensed that something was slightly off. Su Bai arrived before everyone and smiled, saying that he had not disappointed them and had finally come out of seclusion. Naturally, his gaze also noticed the unfamiliar Fang Yi. Elder Wu stepped forward and introduced them to each other. Su Bai was the ace of the Star God War Zone and had been cultivating in seclusion in Tianhai Forest in order to break through to the Vajra realm. Su Bai then added that he had only broken through to the half-step Vajra realm and had not fully advanced yet. Elder Wu continued by introducing Fang Yi as the captain of Tai City, codenamed Burial Sealer. He had resolved 2 King of Abnormalities invasion incidents and was also Elder Wu's lifesaver. Fang Yi smiled and nodded. He now understood why Su Bai's spiritual energy had felt strange earlier. Still, Su Bai's spiritual body was clear and transparent, with spiritual energy flowing through his entire body. He did indeed show signs of the Vajra realm, but fully breaking through would not be that easy. Su Bai had not expected so many things to happen during his breakthrough. He was one of the earliest awakened pioneers, and his talent was among the very best in Sha country. Elder Wu said that Su Bai's breakthrough speed was almost on par with Feng Yi's. After the spiritual energy awakening, humans were the slowest among all blue planet lifeforms when it came to absorbing spiritual energy attributes for cultivation. Based on the mutation and evolution of plants and animals, humanity had temporarily divided levels into 5 stages. Up to now, among the very strongest humans, there were only 5 3-star Vajra pioneers in total. As one of the 5 strongest people in the world, Elder Wu explained why breaking through to the Vajra realm was so difficult. Even though spiritual energy was becoming denser, the Vajra realm was still a massive heavenly chasm, and the slightest mistake could cost one's life. But once someone broke through, it would bring a rebirth-like transformation, infinitely close to the transcendence and ascension described in ancient legends, and spiritual energy would flow through the body with far greater clarity. Now that Su Bai had safely broken through to half-step Vajra without his spiritual energy going berserk, and had instead become even more stable and gentle, Elder Wu felt deeply relieved. Facing the praise, Su Bai shifted the topic to Fang Yi. He felt that his own achievement was nothing special. Fang Yi was the truly impressive one, so he wanted to spar with him. Fang Yi could sense that although Su Bai seemed humble on the surface, the battle intent within him was no weaker than his own. In that sense, Su Bai was quite similar to Fang Yi, so Fang Yi did not refuse his request to spar. Seeing this, Elder Wu said he would act as the referee and reminded them to hold back and stop when the outcome was clear. In the next second, spiritual energy erupted from both of them at the same time. Everyone present looked on with anticipation. One was the sudden rising star of Tai City. The other was the monstrous genius representing the Star God War Zone. Who would gain the upper hand? At this moment, Su Bai clapped his hands together. The power of all things spread in every direction. As a wood attribute pioneer, he was naturally able to control plant growth, and this entire Tianhai forest was his home turf. Lightning flickered in Fang Yi's hand as he easily tore apart the vines and shrubs, attacking from all sides. Immediately after, the spiritual energy in his hand shifted, and scorching flames turned into saber light that slashed toward the vines. But unexpectedly, the vines did not burn as he had imagined. Instead, the branches and vines began regenerating rapidly. This slightly surprised Fang Yi. So once Su Bai's power of all things empowered the plants, their only weakness to fire would disappear. In other words, his plant army could not be countered by ordinary fire attributes. Just then, dozens of vines burst out of the ground beneath Fang Yi's feet. In an instant, they formed a cage and trapped Fang Yi inside. Seeing the move succeed, Su Bai became slightly smug and asked Fang Yi what he thought of it. His cage was not just for binding. The giant tree he controlled already carried poison, and once used by him, that poison became even purer and denser. Even if Fang Yi was a 3-star spirit creation pioneer, he would not be able to fully resist it. However, the moment Su Bai finished speaking, flames that seemed capable of burning everything suddenly bloomed inside the small plant cage. Under Su Bai's shocked gaze, the flames erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for far too long. The plants strengthened by his spiritual energy should not have been burned by any fire attribute. Yet now the entire Tianhai forest was being swallowed by flames. Su Bai was deeply shaken by this terrifying power. In the instant he lost focus, Fang Yi had already appeared behind him with a saber in hand. Although Su Bai dodged this slash, he still could not understand it. Fang Yi was clearly only at 3-star spirit creation, so why did his strength seem to be above Subai's? Looking at the burning forest behind him, Subai understood that Fang Yi had predicted he would pour spiritual energy back into Tianhai Forest, and had already estimated his retreat route. Burning Tianhai Forest was something Fang Yi had done on purpose. Subai's guess was correct. After all, he was indeed quite strong. Fang Yi cut off his escape route to prevent Subai from injecting even more spiritual energy into Tianhai Forest and making the situation more troublesome. Subai's composure began to crumble. He had always considered himself a genius of the war zone, yet now, Fang Yi was not only at a lower realm than him, but was also suppressing him inside his own home turf, Tianhai Forest. Growing even more unwilling to accept this, Subai's spiritual energy surged wildly from his body. He poured all of it into the ground beneath his feet. Seeing this, Elder Wu and Jialan's expressions changed drastically. Subai was planning to recreate another Tianhai Forest, but the consequence would be draining his own spiritual energy dry. However, Subai could no longer listen to any advice. Amid Elder Wu's angry scolding, the burned forest began rapidly regenerating under Subai's spiritual energy. Dense wood attribute energy filled every direction. Fang Yi signaled to Elder Wu and Jialan that the sparring match was not over yet, and that he would handle the rest. Hearing this, Elder Wu stopped himself from stepping forward. Fang Yi's eyes transformed into blazing suns. He burned away the forest vines that came wrapping toward him. Then, holding his flaming long saber, he slashed down towards Subai from above. Even though Subai dodged it, his own spiritual energy had already begun to backlash against him. Yet, he still refused to admit defeat. Fang Yi shouted softly, "Is this all you've got?" In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Subai and punched him squarely in the chest. Subai was smashed down hard into the ground. Seeing this, the others nearby could not help muttering to themselves. Was Fang Yi disappointed in the strength of the Warzone's genius? Subai was already one of the very top talents in the Star God Warzone, but no one could refute it. Lin Yi knew very well that Fang Yi still had several attributes he had not shown yet. He had only used his fire attribute, yet he had already beaten Subai down. Elder Wu was also somewhat disappointed in this successor of the Star God Warzone. Subai's mental state was too weak. Jialan, however, understood that Subai was a pure battle maniac. His heart was actually as pure as a child's. He simply wanted to compete with Fang Yi and decide who was stronger, without caring about anything else. Although this #1 genius of the Star God Warzone had been beaten into a miserable state by Fang Yi, his battle intent had not decreased at all. As long as there was still spiritual energy in his body, he could continue fighting. But Fang Yi felt there was no need to continue anymore. At this moment, Subai activated his trump card. Several spiritual energy clones appeared around him. Fang Yi quietly watched the scene. Subai was indeed the strongest opponent Fang Yi had encountered so far, and he had consumed quite a bit of Fang Yi's spiritual energy. But that was all. As Fang Yi swung his tongue saber, the flames turned into divine dragons and devoured all of Subai's clones. Immediately after, under Subai's shocked gaze, a fire dragon coiled around him like a serpent. The terrifying burning sensation made it impossible for Subai to forcefully break free. At that moment, Fang Yi pointed the tip of his saber at him. Standing on the fire dragon, Fang Yi asked, "This fight can end now, right?" Everyone present knew that Subai's defeat was already certain, and Elder Wu could not help marveling at Fang Yi's strength. Although Jialan had expected Subai to lose, she had not expected him to lose so completely. The other two had already witnessed Fang Yi's power, so they felt this was within expectations. No matter how many plants Subai created, he would not be Fang Yi's opponent. As for Subai, he also realized the gap between himself and Fang Yi, so this was all a half-stack Vajra Realm genius amounted to. Then, he cupped his fists toward Fang Yi and thanked him for the pointers, saying he had something to do and would leave first. Hearing this, Jialan loudly asked Subai where he was going. Subai gave a brief response: seclusion. Jialan was a little dissatisfied. There were still many things waiting for him in the war zone. Elder Wu, however, said nothing. After suffering such a setback for the first time, it was better to let Subai calm down. Then Elder Wu turned to Fang Yi and asked whether he had any intention of staying in the Star God War Zone. He wanted Fang Yi to become his successor. This left Fang Yi somewhat puzzled. It turned out that Elder Wu wanted to cultivate Fang Yi, and when it came to resources, if the Star God War Zone claimed to be second in Sha Country, no one would dare claim first. Later, he would also introduce Fang Yi to the people of Shen City. As Sha country's #1 city, Shen City controlled an enormous amount of hidden resources. And the Star God War Zone itself had been supported and raised by Shen City. It had only changed its stationing location later. Those who could hold a place in Shen City were all among the very best pioneers. In Shen City, Fang Yi would also be able to fully display his abilities, spar with those people, and rapidly raise his realm, perhaps even surpassing Elder Wu himself. Hearing this, Fang Yi expressed his gratitude to Elder Wu, but also stated that he had no intention of joining any faction. His hometown was Tai City, so he had only taken the title of captain under the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association. The moment he said this, everyone was shocked. This was the Star God War Zone they were talking about. Elder Wu understood Fang Yi's thoughts, and also knew that the stronger a pioneer was, the less they liked being restrained. So Elder Wu decided to treat this as forming goodwill. Even if Fang Yi did not join the Star God War Zone, he could still make any request. Fang Yi then asked to continue cultivating in Tianhai Forest with his cousin. Elder Wu listened to the thunder rumbling in the sky. Tianhai Forest's weather was ever-changing and already contained rich amounts of various attributes. After Fang Yi's battle with Su Bai, the thunder attribute here had absorbed even more energy. Elder Wu knew that Fang Yi possessed the thunder attribute, but Fang Yi had barely used it in the battle just now. Elder Wu immediately understood Fang Yi's intention. He laughed loudly, agreed to the request, and told everyone else to leave so they would not disturb Fang Yi. Elder Wu glanced at Fang Yi from the corner of his eye. As long as Fang Yi was a pioneer of Xia country, that was enough. Fang Yi had expected this as well. The Star God War Zone would not refuse his request, nor would they pressure him in any way. This was the advantage of having absolute strength. Fang Yi looked up at the sky. It was coming. Dark clouds covered the heavens, and endless thunder spread across the sky, streaking across the heavens like lightning serpents. The vast heavenly might made ordinary people afraid to look directly at it. Fang Yi leaped up and charged straight into the center of that terrifying thunder. Su Bai, who was about to enter seclusion, was extremely confused when he saw this. Fang Yi's fire attribute was clearly so extreme. If he rashly came into contact with such pure thunder power, the two extreme high-grade attributes would clash violently inside his body. After all, even dual attributes or mutated attributes were still divided into primary and secondary attributes. If one attribute was dominant, the other had to serve as support or exist in harmony with it. Otherwise, two extreme attributes colliding would cause the body to explode. Su Bai could not understand it. Did Fang Yi not even know this basic common sense? At this moment, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky, as if it wanted to smash Fang Yi, who had dared to challenge heavenly might, into dust. Fang Yi did not dodge or evade. He allowed the bolt of thunder to land directly on his body. The military girl asked Jialan and Elder Wu whether they were not going to stop Fang Yi. The thunder of Tianhai Forest was not something any living creature could touch. Jialan simply replied calmly that Fang Yi also possessed an extreme thunder attribute. Besides the burial sealer, he had another title, Tyrant. The moment these words came out, the two were deeply shocked. When Jialan first learned this, she had felt the same way. Now that everyone kept calling him the burial sealer, she had almost forgotten that Fang Yi also had the title of Tyrant. Across all of Sha country, Fang Yi was also a genius capable of suppressing an entire era. To him, the stronger the thunder was, the more he could turn it into his own power and use it to temper himself. That was why Fang Yi wished the thunder would come in greater amounts. He had been worrying that his spiritual energy was not abundant or full enough. Fang Yi began fully activating the Divine Thunder 100 Refinements technique, using the thunder filling the sky to temper his body. His bones, meridians, flesh, and every part of his body were being refined within the surging sea of thunder. Every attribute he had obtained became more harmonious. After his inner flame attribute finished being tempered, his heavenly fire attribute, solar attribute, and even dark attribute were tempered once as well. Divine Thunder 100 Refinements brought Fang Yi's physical body to great completion. His flesh and spiritual energy became more fully integrated, and his spiritual energy reserves became even more abundant. Fang Yi casually threw a punch toward a nearby mountain. The mere wind from his fist struck the small mountain, instantly erasing it from the map. This scene deeply shocked Su Bai, because the spiritual mountains and stones in Tianhai Forest had been nourished by spiritual energy for years, and their hardness had long surpassed ordinary rock. Su Bai could also tell that Fang Yi had not even used 30% of his strength just now. Even thunder attribute pioneers of the same level, who had the same natural advantage in tempering their bodies as Fang Yi, could never be this exaggerated. Fang Yi had reached this level with just the wind from his fist. However, Su Bai was not discouraged. Instead, his battle intent surged even more fiercely. In their next spar, he would not be this miserable again. On the other side, seeing this, Elder Wu truly wanted to keep a top-tier talent like Fang Yi in the Star God War Zone. Not only could Fang Yi directly defeat Su Bai, who was at the half-step Vajra realm, he could also slay an unformed catastrophe. In both strength and character, Fang Yi was exceptional, and he had already entered the top ranks of Sha country through his own cultivation. His talent was even more terrifying. He was absolutely the perfect successor for the Star God War Zone. Jialan agreed deeply, but right now it was the Star God War Zone that needed Fang Yi, not Fang Yi who needed the Star God War Zone. Hearing this, Elder Wu shifted his gaze to Fang Yi's cousin, Lin Yi. Perhaps they could invite her instead. Fang Yi also came to Lin Yi's side. This was a rare cultivation opportunity, and she should seize it well. Elder Wu stepped forward at this time and said he had a new proposal. Fang Yi did not need to agree to any conditions. He simply wanted to invite Lin Yi to cultivate in the war zone. For Lin Yi, this was an excellent opportunity to improve herself. It just depended on what she thought. Fang Yi also told Elder Wu that Lin Yi should make her own decision. Of course, he personally approved of the offer. Coincidentally, Lin Yi finished cultivating at that moment, and the moment she spoke, Elder Wu was rejected again. She was very grateful for Elder Wu's kindness and the opportunity, but she did not want to go to the Star God War Zone. Elder Wu was genuinely curious and asked why she did not want to come. Although part of the reason was that Lin Yi did not want Fang Yi to be put in a passive position, and she did trust the Star God War Zone's credibility. More importantly, she was also a pioneer. She had her own pride and wanted to obtain everything she deserved entirely through her own ability. Fang Yi was slightly surprised when he heard this. He suddenly felt a sense of pride, as if the little girl had finally come into her own. This answer satisfied Elder Wu greatly, and he looked forward to Lin Yi's future, saying that he would keep a close eye on her progress. After receiving Elder Wu's approval, Lin Yi was even more delighted. A few hours later, Fang Yi and Lin Yi returned to their small villa. Now that the problem of spiritual energy reserves had been solved, the next step was to sort out his new wood fire attribute. He needed to think about how to use it, especially that death brand. But before Fang Yi could think too much, a figure appeared in his sight. It was Su Qingying, who had been waiting for a long time. Fang Yi curiously asked why she was crouching outside his house. Su Qingying explained that something major had happened in the border city of Yue City. Their captain had come to the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association for emergency help. This Yue City captain was currently severely injured and was still receiving treatment at the Spiritual Energy Association. She had escaped from Yue City with her life on the line to deliver the message, and with no other choice, she specifically asked for Fang Yi. The next day, at the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association hospital, the Yue City captain had recovered quite a bit after receiving treatment. Su Qingying came to her side. She introduced Fang Yi as the captain of Tai City, codenamed Burial Sealer, while the woman before him was the captain of Yue City. Hearing this, Chen Nuo desperately grabbed Fang Yi's hands, pleading with him to help them. Fang Yi looked at his tightly held hands and frowned slightly. Chen Nuo knew she was being abrupt, but she was truly desperate. The abnormal concentration was clearly only B rank, yet far too many people had gone missing. Not only her younger sister, but even the people from a neighboring city who had come to help had disappeared. This made Fang Yi feel puzzled. Although Yue City was a border city, it should not have been without reliable pioneers. Fang Yi asked Chen Nuo whether those missing people were already dead. Chen Nuo shook her head. She and her younger sister had a special connection, and she could feel that her sister was still alive. Suddenly, Chen Nuo paused slightly and began searching through her backpack. Then, she took out a box and solemnly handed it to Fang Yi. Fang Yi could sense that the item inside was sealed layer upon layer, but that familiar solar attribute aura could not be mistaken. Seeing Fang Yi's unusual interest, Chen Nuo said that the item inside had appeared during Yue City's heavenly transformation. It was a spiritual crystal, extracted and condensed from a mountain where solar attribute power had erupted. It contained enormous solar attribute spiritual energy, and was also Yue City's treasure. Originally, they had wanted to use it to cultivate a solar attribute pioneer, but no one could absorb even the slightest bit of its power. Instead, some people had been burned by it. Su Qingying also explained that the conditions for forming spiritual crystals were extremely strict, Even the Spiritual Energy Association and the major military zones had very few of them. Its function was to give ordinary people a chance to awaken an attribute after absorbing it. Because of this, spiritual crystals were highly sought after by every major force and were basically priceless. The reward Chen Nuo offered was extremely generous, so Feng Yi naturally agreed to her request for help. On the way to Yue City, Feng Yi asked Chen Nuo what exactly the abnormal phenomenon was like. It turned out that at first, tombstones had mysteriously appeared in the mountains of Yue City. Villagers who witnessed them said they could hear movement inside, but the tombstones themselves did not move. When the Yue City Spiritual Energy Association went to inspect them the next day, the spiritual energy fluctuations were also within the normal range. So the association sealed off the area, dispersed the villagers, and told them not to approach. However, that very night, skeletons crawled out of the tombstones and dragged a villager who had been gathering herbs into one of the tombstones. As they talked along the way, they finally arrived at the destination. What entered their sight were mountains covered in tombstones as far as the eye could see. But Feng Yi did not detect any abnormal aura. Chen Nu also explained that after that day, tombstones had begun appearing randomly all over the place, and skeletons would appear at random as well. Yue City was on the verge of being swallowed by tombstones. Yet Feng Yi sensed that the abnormal concentration here was pitifully low. Although skeletons could crawl out of the tombstones themselves had no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Combined with the previous instances of skeletons appearing, grabbing people, and dragging them into the tombstones as burial sacrifices, this seemed more like some kind of ritual. This was not an isolated case. Abnormalities, like humans, could also conduct sacrificial rituals, but they did so for the revival of an even greater abnormality. Although this was different from the catastrophe species in Tai City, the form was similar. The abnormal bat swarm had slaughtered large numbers of Tai City residents to bring about the descent of the king of abnormalities. These words made Chen Nuo stop in her tracks. She seemed to think of something, and asked whether catastrophes were also sacrifices. The moment she said this, both Feng Yi and Su Qingying became confused. It turned out that the mountain village residents in Yue City disliked how rapidly the outside world was changing. Now that abnormalities had appeared, not only did they refuse to leave, they even wanted to hold another sacrificial ritual. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. A skeletal hand burst out from the earth. Feng Yi dodged its attack and sensed that its strength was only around B rank. With a casual slash, he cut off the skeletal hand. But just as he was about to swing the next slash, another skeletal hand actually caught his Tang Saber barehanded. This made Feng Yi fall briefly silent. Immediately after, a massive skeleton crawled out of the ground. This left Su Qingying confused. Were these skeletons not afraid of Feng Yi's solar attribute? At this moment, more and more skeletons crawled out from the tombstones. Feng Yi's silence just now was only because he had been a little surprised. As for these skeletons that did not fear the solar attribute, he was becoming more and more interested in them. But Chen Nuo did not know that. She took out a flute, and the sound waves she played tore the skeletons apart. At the same time, Chen Nuo explained that these skeletons were not high level, but they had no sense of pain and no concept of death or losing the ability to attack. Now that so many skeletons were pouring out, and Feng Yi's attack seemed ineffective, she could not help feeling a little desperate. Su Qingying attacked the skeletons while comforting Chen Nuo and telling her not to lose heart. At that moment, the dark sky was suddenly dyed fiery red. Feng Yi shouted softly, and the wood god domain unfolded. The skeletons that could not die were all burned into ashes and absorbed into Feng Yi's wood god domain. At this moment, the system detected a special death attribute and formed an energy conversion to strengthen the solar attribute. As the wood god domain continued expanding, all the skeletons were devoured completely by Feng Yi. Su Qingying gazed at the scene from afar. This was the strength of the burial sealer. Chen Nuo was also completely shocked. She realized how narrow her perspective had been just now. Not long after, Chen Nuo brought Feng Yi and the others to the Yue City Spiritual Energy Association's temporary gathering point. Chen Nuo told everyone that she had brought reinforcements back. When the three of them learned that Feng Yi was the captain of Tai City, the burial sealer who had single-handedly resolved 2 King of Abnormalities disasters. Aside from being shocked and once again surprised by how young Feng Yi was, they still did not place much hope in his arrival. Yue City's situation was completely different from other cities. Right now, the entire city was about to be swallowed by tombstones. There were only a few people left from the Spiritual Energy Association, and Chen Feng felt that Feng Yi and the others should leave Yue City as soon as possible. This was absolutely not some B-rank abnormality, and there was no need for them to stay and die with UA City. Chen Hua still wanted to explain something, but Feng Yi only said one sentence. Since he had already accepted the commission, there was no reason to give up. He would solve the problem here. Hearing this, Chen Feng said that UA City was remote after all. Their way of life was relatively primitive, and whenever they encountered something they could not solve, they would pray to the gods. Even now, with graves covering the land, that still had not changed. They could take Feng Yi to see the primitive villages, the simple beliefs, and the ancient rituals. Chen Feng always felt that these things seemed somewhat similar to the abnormalities that had appeared. At this moment, the sound of drums entered everyone's ears. The remaining residents of UA City were holding a ritual to pray to the gods. Seeing this, Chen Nuo's expression immediately tightened. With so many people gathered together, if skeletons erupted from the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Yi, however, became even more interested and walked toward the ritual site. At Moon Circle Square in UA City, the prayer flames burned fiercely under the villagers' gazes. They knelt on the ground, crying and begging the gods to save them, to show mercy and save their children. For this, they were even willing to offer their own lives. As the sound of kowtowing continued to echo, the flame they regarded as divine fire began to go out. Not only that, cracks began spreading from the center of the square beneath their feet. Immediately after, tombstones appeared. Along with those skeletons, the young people turned and fled, while the elderly still knelt on the ground, treating all of this as a test from the gods. A little girl huddled in her mother's arms and asked whether the heavenly god would really come to save them. But the only answer they received was the despair of skeletons dragging people into tombstones. The little girl's mother was also knocked down by a skeleton. As the girl cried, she herself had already been targeted by a skeleton. Just as its hand was about to touch the little girl, flames shot into the sky and erupted violently. The skeletons were instantly burned to ashes. Seeing this, the fleeing villagers stopped in their tracks. Then, they turned around, knelt and kowtowed, thanking the gods for sending heavenly fire to save them. With flames covering the sky, Feng Yi stood on a high platform. He told them there was no need to worship gods anymore. There were no gods in this world, and they would not come. The entire scene was silent for only 1 second. Immediately after, everyone began shouting that a god had manifested and helped them destroy the death skeletons. Clearly, they had already taken Feng Yi as a god. Because Feng Yi had displayed such overwhelming power in front of everyone, the people of UA City had already taken him as a god descending to earth. Their fanatical and blind faith made all of Feng Yi's explanations useless. So Feng Yi stopped trying to persuade them and directly unfolded the wood god domain, absorbing and devouring the skeletons that kept crawling out of the ground. Seeing this, the remaining members of the UA City Spiritual Energy Association were not only shocked, but also desperate to know what kind of ability Feng Yi was using. Chen Nuo now looked somewhat proud. After all, Feng Yi's display of power had completely shattered the doubts those people had shown toward him earlier. As Feng Yi continued devouring the endless skeletons, the system issued a reminder. Because he had devoured a large amount of unknown attribute power, his solar attribute had been strengthened. When Feng Yi unleashed the strengthened slash, he thought he could cleanse and liberate all of UA City. However, that hope lasted for only an instant. Although the skeletons and tombstones had all been burned away, and the abnormal values had begun returning to normal, just as people were crying tears of joy, Su Qingying suddenly noticed that something was wrong. In another area of UA City, the tombstones were not decreasing at all. Instead, they were growing more and more numerous. Chen Hua immediately recognized that place. It was Jinming District, the area where UA City's abnormal concentration had once been the highest. The abnormal concentration there was now rising in a straight line. It continued gathering together, forming an enormous skull that appeared before everyone's eyes. A new king of abnormalities was descending. The system detected an unknown attribute and quickly confirmed it as the death attribute. The skeleton monarch's body was slowly forming as well, and its overwhelming pressure instantly swept toward Feng Yi. Not only that, Feng Yi also sensed an extremely troublesome aura. Su Qingying and the others stared with their mouths wide open. This aura was clearly more than 1 level stronger than the Bat King from Tai City. At this moment, the skeleton monarch's upper body had already formed, and a massive coffin was strapped to its back. Compared to it, everyone looked unbelievably tiny. The skeleton monarch's gaze turned toward them. Feng Yi's entire body instantly stiffened. A force that forcibly twisted the mind swept through him, His brain felt tainted, bringing about waves of nausea. Fang Yi immediately understood that this was a fully evolved king of abnormalities. The death aura it released was stronger than any king of abnormalities he had encountered before. The skeleton monarch moved its finger slightly, and death aura surged toward Fang Yi from every direction. Fang Yi's gaze sharpened. He drew his tang saber and cut down all of that death aura. Originally, the solar attribute countered the dark attribute. This death attribute belonged to the same system as the dark attribute and was a branch of it. However, even Fang Yi's strengthened solar attribute could not completely suppress it. Everyone in Yue City knelt on the ground, praying for Fang Yi, the god in their eyes, to manifest another miracle and protect them by destroying every invading enemy. Just as Fang Yi charged toward the skeleton monarch with his saber, it lowered its head slightly. Su Qingying's beautiful eyes widened, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The massive coffin on the skeleton monarch's back had opened. Fang Yi instantly lost consciousness as death aura wrapped around his body and dragged him downward. His tang saber fell as well, shattering against the ground. Far away in Tai City, Lin Yi suddenly froze, her heart clenched violently, as if something incredibly important was leaving her. The only person who could make her feel this anxious was Fang Yi. She still believed in Fang Yi's strength. He had easily slain 2 kings of abnormalities, so he should not have been in danger. Even so, she could not suppress the worry in her heart. So she immediately called Jialan. Jialan told her the news she had just received. Yue City had been surrounded by massive grave clusters. A lockdown order had already been issued, and Fang Yi had run into trouble. At the same time, the Tai City Spiritual Energy Association also received news that the burial sealer, Fang Yi, was suspected to have fallen. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the strongest Spiritual Energy Association in Shen City, all the higher-ups gathered for a meeting about Yue City. Gu Yuro stood up and questioned them. Was there still any need for a meeting now? After saying that, she turned to leave for Yue City. One of the male higher-ups asked her what she was going to Yue City for. She was a core pioneer of Shen City, and the military had already mobilized forces to break through into Yue City. Gu Yuro glanced at him coldly. First, they had almost lost a Vajra realm venerable, and now they had sacrificed a pillar of Xia country. Now, just because they thought they could not defeat an abnormality, they were planning to abandon an entire city? Since when had the Spiritual Energy Association become like this? Gu Yuro could not accept such a stance. Having been struck where it hurt, the male higher-up angrily retorted that the burial sealer had gone to Yue City on his own. This was the era of spiritual energy awakening. One wrong step meant death. Even if something happened to him, what was so strange about that? Gu Yuro immediately fired back. Then we might as well all wait to die. Why resist? Why cultivate? When Shen City faced its great disaster back then, why did Elder Wu risk his life to seal it? Why not just seal off Shen City, abandon it, and wait for extinction? Gu Yuro unleashed her anger on everyone, and after scolding them all, she went to Yue City alone. While cursing those cowards in her heart, she also believed in Fang Yi's strength. He would not die so easily. As everyone learned the news that Fang Yi was suspected to have died, the Star God War Zone led its forces to Yue City. Elder Wu did not believe Fang Yi was truly dead. This king of abnormalities possessed a death attribute that had never appeared before. Fang Yi had probably encountered some kind of inescapable rule. At this moment, the soldiers reported to Elder Wu that the military vehicles could not break through into Yue City. Hearing this, Jialin told them to explain. It turned out that all forces the military zone could mobilize had already arrived to support, but several rounds of artillery fire had produced no effect at all. Yue City had already been covered by countless tombstones. No matter how much force they sent or how much firepower they unleashed, more tombstones would appear to devour it. None of their attacks had any effect. Even the soldiers at the front had been dragged into tombstones, and the King of Abnormalities' power was still spreading, already radiating beyond Yue City's borders. After multiple simulations, the probability of resolving Yue City's King of Abnormalities was 0. The officer asked Elder Wu whether they should retreat. This King of Abnormalities feared no attribute, and could bury even the frontline pioneers, including Fang Yi, inside its graves. Lin Yi shouted angrily, "Impossible!" She stubbornly thanked the military, then said that from here on, she would go to Yue City alone. At the same time, Yue City Square was already filled with tombstones. The air was deathly silent, without the slightest trace of life. The names of Su Qingying and the others had already been carved onto the tombstones. The vitality inside countless tombstones was being converted into death aura. all of it was being absorbed by the Death King to strengthen itself. Beneath one of the tombstones, Fang Yi lay quietly inside a coffin, his body covered in poisonous insects. His face was pale, as if he had already died. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Death brand ability implanted successfully. Fang Yi had obtained the ability of infinite death. The death brand trial ended. Fang Yi opened his eyes and let out a breath. What a death brand trial. It had actually made Fang Yi feel that this death monarch was almost kind and friendly by comparison. It turned out that the ability of infinite revival was not so easy to obtain. When Fang Yi confirmed that he had been locked onto by the Death King's instant death ability, he immediately made his decision and implanted the death brand ability into his own body. The moment the ability took effect, the Death King's instant death rule also arrived. When Fang Yi died, the death brand ability activated, completing the first step. The system detected the death brand and simultaneously drove it into the Death King's body, completing the second step of the ability. The final step was the death brand trial. Fang Yi felt that calling it the 18 Hells would not be an exaggeration, even though there were only 3 layers here. The first was the mysterious netherworld of fire attribute. Fang Yi had to endure endless burning from inextinguishable netherworld flames without letting his will collapse. The second was the poison attribute, death collapse. His body would suffer deathly erosion and curses, forcing him to withstand the agony of his body endlessly breaking down. The final layer was the earth attribute, Hell's evil well. The gates of hell opened for Fang Yi, and evil spirits lined up to escort him to his grave, while he had to make sure he did not lose himself. During the trial, every experience and every pain made it nearly impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. It was as if he had truly stepped into an endless cycle of death. Fang Yi did not know how much pain he had endured before passing the death brand trial, but now it was his turn. Lightning erupted from his hand in an instant. Endless thunder surged out from the coffin and began clashing against the power of death. The Death King, which was absorbing death aura, showed a confused expression on its skeletal face. At this moment, lightning pierced out from the coffin. Fang Yi's figure broke out from within. He landed in the forest of tombstones. The Death King silently stared at that strange point. When the smoke dispersed, Fang Yi had returned to the world of the living. He looked at the Death King before him, because it already knew that Fang Yi had revived. As expected, the Death King once again cast its instant death rule toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi did not dodge. He allowed the instant death rule to strike him directly. This made the Death King let out a chilling laugh. However, very soon, it could no longer laugh, because its instant death rule was already useless against Fang Yi.